And we welcome everyone here to Dirt City Motorplex for the Monster Energy King of the Elements Spring Nationals. My name is Scotty Ernst. I'm here with my tag team partners this weekend, Brent Smith and Zach Woodkey, and we are going to have one heck of a weekend with beautiful weather.
Yeah, beautiful weather. You're right, Scotty. It is nice outside. The sun is out. The track really is going to absorb some water today. We're going to have to keep that dust down, but we watched practice and qualifying going on just a little bit earlier, and the track's fast. It's so cool. You have the split lanes through the middle. You have a little bit of elevation change throughout the track, and it's come a long, long way in the last year.
The Dirt City Motorplex crew has done a fantastic job for you folks that were here last year with us. All the improvements they made to the racetrack, to the infrastructure, the facility, just makes for a world-class event, and that's what we're going to have today here for the Spring National.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a great day. Like I said, anytime that there's no rain in the forecast, we'll get all the races underway. Coming up here shortly, again, we're going to have the Pro Mod, Pro Stock, the Sportsman, also the Young Guns we're going to have out here this weekend in the minis class. And, I mean, that class has grown from the last couple times I have announced this series. I mean, I think we're up to, 15, 16 cars in the minis?
Yes, it is the largest entry they've had for the mini division. And in any type of racing or sporting, you know, the future is the youth, and we have a 16 entry field right now registered for this event, and you know, in many ways that's going to be the most exciting race of the weekend. We're scheduled with 11 o'clock start time. Some of the vehicles are starting to go through the tech area, down in the pit area. They're going to be going to the staging to the far left of the racetrack. They're starting to get in the stage, and we have two heats of Sportsman. Sportsman, our biggest class this weekend, Brent.
Yeah, definitely a big class throughout the last couple of years. It's really swelled up. It's good to watch, too. I mean, there's so much competition in there. The young gun, John Holger, he'll be showing what he has this weekend here in Lena. And like I said, it takes a lot of help, a lot of volunteers to make this possible this weekend. And I mean, I've been around a lot of off-road tracks over the years, and they really know what they're doing. I mean, Johnny and CJ Greaves have done a phenomenal job working with everyone to make sure everyone's happy. I mean, we were talking earlier, Scotty, with CJ, and we were talking about ride height going through tech. You know, you're 10 inches. There's no lower. You can be any higher than you want than 10 inches, but if you're under 10 inches, they're going to send you back to the trailer to go reset that ride height.
CJ and Johnny and Mom, the whole family is involved.
Yeah, you're right.
They're all involved, and they're going at the aspect of the series for the racer, not necessarily for always the front runners, but for everybody participating.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what it's all about. I mean, we're going to have our battles in the top 5 all the way back to 10th, 11th, 12th. I mean, sometimes you're going to have your leaders, the 1st through 5th, not be as close as they should be. So, I mean, we're going to have battles throughout this whole track, and that's what's so cool. The split lanes alone, Zach, I mean, we talked earlier, that is what I want to see throughout the day. It's going to be interesting. When Johnny and CJ were talking about in the drivers meeting, they were talking about they wanted to keep everything even. They didn't want to mess with the track too much. I mean, we're not on asphalt. We're on dirt. It's a motocross style track. You're going to create and develop holes throughout the day, and they're not going to fix it. That's just the changing track conditions, and motocross riders like Johnny and CJ, they like it like this.
Yeah, absolutely. His exact comment in the drivers meeting was, if the track gets a little rough, we're here to off-road race, and it's going to stay the way it is unless it gets too far out of hand. And if it does, then we'll take a little bit of time, but we do have a schedule to follow, and we're going to try to stick with that and keep as much racing going on the track as we can.
Yeah, definitely, and there's only so much you can do, especially when you have a newer track in the series, and it took a couple years to get it to develop where it's at today, but it's a give and take. It's a learning curve for everyone. You don't know how this soil and the clay is going to mix with one another, and I think they have a nice hard-packed surface here in Lena. And I mean, this is my first time. I'm so excited to be here. Side-by-side series has been just over the top, and it's the new trend. It's the new thing in 2020. I mean, back when I started watching short course, I would have never thunk that side by side would be as big it is today, and it's over the top.
Yeah, it really has blown up in the last few years. I mean, even you look at today's numbers, we're looking into that 70s, 80s for car counts across the field, everybody combined. You're looking at almost 40 Sportsman cars alone, 2 heats of them like Scotty had just mentioned a little bit ago. It's going to make for a good long day of racing. We should see a lot of good battles throughout the day. And like you said earlier, Brent, the track is definitely changing. Things have changed since last year. And with the beautiful weather, I mean, we don't really have any clouds in the sky. Today should be a good day for racing.
Yeah, and we'll explain a little bit more as the day goes on, but normally in short course off-road racing, you have your mandatory competition caution, which we will have today, but we also took out that full course caution. It's just going to be the caution's only going to be out for that section of the track. They're going to just be, the drivers are going to have to go slow through those sections, but we're not going to come to a full course. So that's going to save a lot of time. The races are going to keep going. The fans like that. We're going to make sure everyone stays happy. And I'm telling you, from past experience, you're going to see some side-by-side, close contact, blood, fight and tears coming out of this whole mess this weekend. I can guarantee you. I mean, there's going to be some happy campers. There's going to be some sad campers. And I tell you, if you want to win, what better way to start off the summer after all what has gone through this first half of the year, actually, and with all the corona going down, and now it seems like things are starting to pick back up. People are ready to go racing. The fans are starting to reel their way in, and you're going to see some good side-by-side racing.
Yeah, things are definitely looking better. I know Eagle River was our first race of the year, and it was a little cold. It was hard to get fans. It was a rescheduled race. We did still have a good turnout, but just looking across the hill here, Brent, looking at everybody, we definitely have a larger crowd here today. Looking across the social media platforms, our following is just growing and growing. So go ahead, get on your Facebooks, get on your Twitters, share Instagrams, share, like, comment, get it out there. If you have friends and family sitting at home that can't make it today, go ahead, find those live streams on the internet for them to watch.
Yeah, it's SXS Sports Racing. So go log on to Facebook, on social media, like Zach was saying. Share it to everyone. We want as many followers as possible. This is the new thing in the Midwest. It is just growing so crazy fast. And like you said, the Grease family, everyone around them. You see, I've been around off-roads a long, long time, and it's so cool to see that same group of people always trying to dig deeper, always wanting to make something better. And what they're doing today here in Lena is just over the top. Like I said, you're right on the freeway here, and it's only going to get bigger year after year. And I mean, you can't complain what's going down today. We're actually out of the house. We get to watch some side-by-side racing, and right here in front of us.
Yeah, the Dirt City Motorplex crew, they picked a great location. Like you said, right off the highway. They've got a convenience store right here in the front of their parking lot. It makes for a great location.
All right, Zach. Well, we're talking about a lot of things early on, and we talk about tech. I mean, we know that everyone has to go through it. To the track, off the track. Every time you go on and off the track, you have to go through tech, and there's different rules and regulations you have to come by. You have to do your ride height like we were talking, make sure your safety equipment's all there, make sure everything is all in one piece, and you have guys like Johnny Greaves and CJ Greaves making sure everyone has the right things on their car or the illegal things on their car to make it happen today. So we're going to show you a little segment right now on tech.
So all day we've been giving you a little bit of the behind the scenes information, all that goes into making a race before they actually hit the track. This is one of them. It's tech. So all the racers will line up. They'll have to come through before they actually are allowed to go onto the track. And then our staff will actually look through the cars, make sure everything's legal, make sure all their safety gear is legal in case of some type of accident or crash, that we know that they are suited to the best that we can possibly have them suited up. And so Devin is sitting here making sure everything's good with him. Hey Devin, can you tell me what is probably the most important thing that you look at when you're checking the tech?
I would say the cage itself. It has a good aftermarket cage. Stock cages are not strong enough. Belts are important.
And where does the cage go inside the car that people don't actually see it?
Where does it go? Well, it goes down along the driver, and it covers the driver. So if the driver gets hit in the driver's door, you won't get hit by the car.
Okay, so other than the cage, what else do you look for?
Seat belts, a good 5-point restraint system you need to have, a good race seat you'll have to have, window net, 3 other things, and race fire suit, restraint, neck restraint.
Okay, so there you have it, a little behind the scenes tech information.
Well, thanks, Courtney. So you get a little idea, Zach, of what goes on in the tech area, and it can be good and it can be bad. And I mean, like we were talking about the ride height issues all the way down to the safety fire suits. You make sure you can't have any holes in your gloves. You got to make sure you have the right specific helmet. I mean, you have to have a Snell approved helmet. I mean, it's all about safety here. We talk about window nets. We talk about, limiting straps. Every little bit on those cars create a safe environment for everyone else around them.
Absolutely. When you look at like the helmets, the neck braces, fire suits, gloves, stuff like that, most of them have like date codes in there, and a lot of your sanctioning bodies and tech inspectors, they'll go through and look at all your date codes. So like you had said, your helmets aren't getting old, scratched, beat up. You got to buy a new one every couple years. It's all about the safety. We got to keep everybody safe and things going to keep everybody out on the track. And safety is why the sport is evolving and it's growing so fast. And if we didn't have the safety equipment that we do today, it would be a lot harder for people to get in behind the wheels of one of these things.
Yeah, definitely. Back in the day, you really didn't have many things that you had to have in that car. You didn't have to really be that safe. I mean, all the way down to your window nets like we talked about, and all the way those door bars like Devin was talking about on the video. And it's all about, like we say, safety first, and it's true. I mean, I race a lot back at home, and you want to be safe. When you're going so fast, I mean, it doesn't take much to get you out of shape, and it might not be you at the time. It could be the other driver that makes a mistake and creates them to make contact with you, and you don't want to see anyone get hurt this weekend.
No, absolutely not. And I think we're actually going to see a lot of good racing. We did see some rollovers in practice, so I think you may get to see 1 or 2 of them today. Definitely, we hope for the best and the safest outcome for all the drivers. But there's definitely going to be no shortage of good racing going on this afternoon here in beautiful Leland, Wisconsin.
Yeah, we're going to have race number 1 out of 6 coming up. The Sportsman side-by-side Heat 1. Like I said, Jake Kosmecki will be starting on the pole in the 94, and Colin Kearns will be in the number 10 starting on the outside pole, and a host of others, 17-plus cars in this field. Mike Letourneau. We also have Dylan Parsons, Seth Lockstein, Brendan Thorson, all the way down to John Schultz, Eric Hill, Jim Osperl, Mason Tesmer, I mean, Christine Bone, number 13, starting in the 15th spot. So a lot of work going to have to be done from 13th to 17th. And this track is really tight. But for a side-by-side, it's a perfect racetrack, if you ask me. The split lanes, that's going to be amazing. It's going to be really who can guess where their car will work the best through this racetrack. In that split lane, like I said, it's going to be a drag race down that backstretch. As you can see on camera right now, we have cars coming out on the racetrack. 6 laps will be going through on this race. As you can see, coming over what will be the finish line. Actually, 8 laps, Zach. Thank you for that.
Yeah, we will be going 8 laps in our heat races. We do have one B main for the Sportsman division, which is out here on the track, heat 1 of 2. That will be a 10-lap race, and then we will go into our A mains a little later on tonight after opening ceremonies.
Yeah, so again, number 94, Jake Kosmecki, Colin Kearns, Tim Lemeran, Mike Letourneau, Aaron Hilgard, Dylan Parsons, Seth Lockstein in the 17, starting in the 7th spot. Brandon Thorson will be in the 256. Derek Lebendren will be in the number 36 car. The 11X of John Schultz. Eric Hill, Mason Tesmir will be in the 41. Jim Osperl in the number 72. Then you have Jason Burrow in the number 24. Then Kristen Bone. And then Dylan Sharkey in the 26. And Ryan Wozleski will be in the 17 spot, Zach.
Yeah, and as you can see, they are coming out here onto the front straightaway. We've got them lined up 2 by 2. That is how we're going to drop the green flag here. We are going to do standing starts like you see them, 2 by 2, going into turn 1. So as the starter gets ready here, he's got a big white tractor tire. He'll stand on the outside of turn number 1. And when all the racers and when everybody's ready to go, you will see him throw that green flag.
Yeah, you see the flag guy going through the cars, making sure everyone's ready, like Zach was saying. Getting everyone bunched up, 2 by 2, standing still start. And we are almost ready to get the first race of the day underway here in Lena, Wisconsin. Watch for that green flag on the inside. Oh, somebody standing still at the start, just causing a train reaction. Half the field just parked as we head into the split lanes.
Now everybody, looks like we got one still sitting, but everybody for the most part going to get off and going here from the starting line as the leaders come through the split lane around the horseshoe. Looks like we've got maybe the 10 car of Colin Kearns out to the lead. Looks like, I can't quite see who's in second there. Jake Kosmecki in the 94 battling. Looks like he's going to fall to that 4th spot.
Yeah, definitely. Michael Eterno looked like he got a decent start, but up front, we have Kearns trying to run away and hide early as they come back into the infield section.
Coming through the whole turn out onto the front straightaway to the Monster Energy finish line. Colin Kearns is going to lead him across. Mike Letourneau going to come all the way up to the 2 spot.
Yeah, Michael Letourneau running a 56.768 lap time on the opening lap. Just going by what will be the start-finish line, now into the split lanes. Looks like Letourneau going to try to run that inside line. Let's see who wins the drag race. Looks like Kurt's still holding on to the top spot.
Mike Letourneau going to be in that 2 spot. Jake Kosmecki moving back up to 3rd, making a hard charge. Going to be coming up on the back bumper there of Mike Letourneau.
Yeah, Letourneau trying to stick to that inside line, running about a half a line off of our leader.
Everybody getting going. Everybody kind of sorted out here. That was a little bit of a rough start with somebody sleeping on the line.
Yeah, that's all it takes, Zach. One person to sleep on the line. It collected 9-10 cars, and now they're just playing catch-up. Remember, we're going to have a mandatory competition caution, a halfway point,
No, we are not having
Not in the heats. That will be for the mains. Okay, excuse me.
Yep.
Yes. So we will not have a competition caution here in the heat race. That will be in the mains later on this afternoon. So Kern's still out front. Letourneau, Kosmecki, Thorson, Schultz, your top 5.
And like we said, there are 2 heats of this class. So actually only the top 10 drivers out of this one are going to be locked into tonight's A main. Everybody else is going to have to go through that B main where we'll get another 5 cars.
Yeah, definitely 8 laps flat out, no cautions. I made a mistake saying there is a competition caution. There is no competition caution in these heat races. So pay attention. Your leaders, they're going for the checkered flag here right out of the gate.
Just over halfway here in this first race. Top 4 looks like going to be coming out onto the straightaway here.
Oh, a little over rotation. Looks like Kosmecki.
Top 3 on a little bit of a breakaway here. That's Colin Kearns, Mike Letourneau, and Jake Kosmecki coming out in through turn 1 into the Fox Factory Rough Rider split lane.
That's a 256 of Brandon Thorson running in the 4th spot right on the bottom side of your screen. That's a 77 of Aaron Hilgart. So a good battle going on for the top 5. Thorson trying to run that inside line, coming through a little chicane here. Looks like we have a local caution. Remember, we're not going to go full course caution. We have 2 cars connected, cannot come apart here in the infield section as we now look back towards the front of the field. There's a good look at the number 11X of John Schultz.
There come your leaders. Colin Kearns out onto the front straightaway. Mike Letourneau, Jake Kosmecki in tow. Then we go back to the 256 of Aaron Hilgart, or Brandon Thorson, I'm sorry. Aaron Hilgart's in the 77.
Yeah, good battle going on between those 2 for 4th and 5th on the track. There's a good look at John Schultz. Great shot for the number 11 coming through that infield section. Going through the split lanes. Behind him, that is the start-finish line once again. As we go back up towards the front, that's the number 9 of Mike Letourneau.
Jake Kosmecki, the number 94, the orange and blue Yamaha, trying to get to the inside of him there. I do believe we should be receiving the white flag this time by, so they're going to have 1 more lap after they come out of the whole turn to make something happen.
Yeah, already white flag will be coming out this time by, so the race is going by very, very quickly. These drivers trying to figure it out for later on today, where the holes are going to develop. Like CJ and Johnny were saying, we're not going to go out throughout the races in between and try to fix every hole and divot into this track. We're going to keep it like a motocross track and just let the drivers come to the top.
You may not see any track prep between the 2 races. They might not even go out and put water down. It's all going to depend on what happens as the race.
Oh, we got one upside down.
That was the 256. He was running the top 5. That's Brandon Thorson. Back on all 4s and rolling.
Should be sponsored by Timex. Just flip that car over, put it back on the wheels, never missed a heartbeat.
Oh, we got another one over after the split lane.
Man, a little bit more damage. You see the tie rods look like they are bent on that car.
I believe that might have been the 77. That would be Aaron Hilgart. That is a local yellow down there in the hairpin after the Fox Factory Rough Rider split lane. And there comes the yellow and the checkered for Colin Kearns. Mike Letourneau in the 2 spot. Jake Kosmecki gonna seal up 3rd.
In your top 3, so Colin Kearns, like you said, Mike Letourneau, Jake Kosmecki, Aaron Hilgart. Then we have John Schultz in your top 5 in the 11X, and Eric Hill will round out your top 6. So that is the first heat race of the day. Sportsman side-by-side. That was 8 laps.
As they finish up here, the top 10, like we said, those top 10 are going to be locked into the A main. They get to move on. We'll see them a little later on this afternoon. That is going to be, like you said, Jason Barrero, Dylan Parsons, Tim Lemeron, Derek Liebergen, Eric Hill, John Schultz, Aaron Hilgart, Jake Kosmecki bringing that 3rd spot home, Mike Letourneau 2nd, and Colin Kearns going to pick up the win.
All right, we're going to take another look on camera. Watch as 2 cars collecting. That's the 77 of Hilgart.
And the 256, that's Brandon Thorson.
Yeah, just a little love tap and took Thorson right upside down, that 256, but didn't miss a heartbeat, kept on going. That's what's so cool. We talk about safety. That is how safe these cars are. I mean, didn't even miss a heartbeat, put it back on his wheels, and he'll see a better day later on this afternoon. And remember, we have the mains coming up later on this afternoon. So a lot of great racing. The track is in prime condition. Like we said, we're not going to be playing on the dozers or the graders in between races. Might not even put that much water on this track. So it's going to definitely turn into a driver's choice.
Oh, absolutely, Brent. While we have a little bit of downtime, let's thank some of our partners: Monster Energy, Vision Wheel, Yamaha, Yamalube, Toyota Racing. Those partners, you know, they make all of this happen, Brent. They're what backs this for us.
Yeah, the partners are what it's all about. Without them, we could not do this, what we got going on today here in Lena, Wisconsin. Like we said, on site today, Vision Wheel, Fox Factory, VP Fuel, Castle X, Beyond Redline Performance, Power Sports 1, Race Driven Players, KTM, Rival Motorsports, Can-Am. So a lot of great companies supporting us, so go support them.
Yeah, absolutely. And that list that you just read off, Brent, those are people that are here on site. You know, spectators, if you guys are here, if you're looking for something to do between races, if you do have a little bit of time during track prep, go down, walk through the pits, find those sponsors. Some of them are right behind us here behind the concession stand, and some of them are down in the pits and have booths and everything set up down there. Feel free to walk around and say hi to your favorite drivers while you are here today.
Yeah, definitely, Zach. And that's what's so cool about a short course side-by-side racing. You can go through the pits, go get your favorite driver's autograph, go buy a T-shirt, a hat, bring home some souvenirs. I mean, we're probably going to have some body panels throughout the day that you might be able to get signed by your favorite driver. That's what's so cool and different about our sport compared to NASCAR or IndyCar. You have to have a pass to go through the pit area. Here, you don't need it, so... All right, we talk about great partners this weekend. We talk about Monster Energy, the title sponsor of the Side-by-Side Sports Series here in Lena, Wisconsin, round 2. And also, we have Vision Wheel. Vision Wheel, a big partner here this weekend. Got to thank Todd Robertson and all the guys and gals at Vision Wheel making this possible this weekend. Just a great group of guys, great companies. Without Monster Energy and Vision Wheel, we would not be here today. So go support them. Go check out the wheels. Go check out some Monster Energy in the grease pits. All these sponsors make this happen, so go support them.
Yeah, absolutely. And now actually you can see heat number 2 for our Sportsman division coming out on the track. They are over here in the lineup chute. Looks like we're going to get ready to go green here on race number 2.
Yeah, Trevor. I'm sorry about that, Zach.
Nope, go ahead.
Trevor Bushmaker, Tyson Marquardt, Josh Bayer, Matthew Bushinger, Dylan Marquardt, Jake Jorgensen will be your top 6.
Chase Kleist, Colton Shaw, Tim Christensen, Austin McGee, Dylan Davidson, Gray Ledbetter, RJ Lego, Dominic Heating, Aaron Messenger, Stacy Bushy, and Robert Shepard will round out the field here in heat number 2.
Yeah, big group of cars, 17 of them to be exact. Trevor Bushmaker having one heck of a run in qualifying. He will start on that inside pole.
Tyson Marquardt, this is his first race with the Side-by-Side Sports Series. Former buggy racer last year. It'll be interesting to see what he can do. He has definitely looked fast here in practice and qualifying today.
All the way down, Robert Shepard, Stacy Bush, they're all going to have a tough time coming through the field, as well as Dominic Heiding in the race-driven Players KTM ride.
We are off. They're going through the Fox Factory Rough Rider split lane. for lap number 1. Lot better start here for this second heat.
Yeah, definitely. Nobody was caught sleeping on that starting line, so everyone getting through turn 1 and 2 very, very clean. Already, Bushmaker having some company up front when Tyson Marquardt.
Absolutely. They're starting to get single file now. They were real even through the split lane on that first lap there. It'll be interesting to see how that split lane changes throughout the day.
Yeah, definitely. Marquardt just trying to run away and hide from Bushmaker early on. We'll see what kind of lap times. This first lap not really down in the books for record time, but as they come out of the whole turn, coming through the little chicane, it's going to be Marquardt, Bushmaker.
Josh Bayer, Matthew Borischinger, Dylan Marquardt in that 5th spot. Chase Kleist, Tim Christensen, RJ Lego going to round out the top 8. Lot closer battle here in this one than heat number 1. Lot better start. Everybody off and rolling.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the track already showing some dust early on this morning, and we'll talk about the leaders once again. Bushmaker not going away. Tyson Marquardt going to open up that inside. No harm, no foul for Marquardt, trying to run away from Trevor Bushmaker, and they're starting to gap 3rd through 5th.
Yeah, but Matt Borschinger, he's really putting on the battle here for that 3rd spot with Josh Bayer. That could turn into a 3-car battle over 3rd there.
Yeah, definitely coming out of the whole turn once again. Looks like Trevor Bushmaker reeling in our race leader once again. Watch Bushmaker go to that inside. Going to try that outside-inside move if he can get there.
Tyson doing a great job. He's up front looking forward, no looking back. He's got his spotter to let him know what's going on behind him. Trevor Bushmaker doing all the work back there, just trying to get around Tyson.
Yeah, and if you're Josh Bayer and Dylan Marquardt, you really want your leaders, Tyson Marquardt and Trevor Bushmaker, to kind of battle with one another because it gives them a chance to reel them back in.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now you actually got Dylan Marquardt moving up the inside for that 3 spot over Josh Bayer. So now we could have Dylan Marquardt making a move on Trevor Bushmaker here within the next second half of the race, trying to get up into that number 2 spot behind his brother.
Going back down into the whole turn. Bushmaker going a little wide, making a little bit of a mistake. Going to give Josh Bayer a little chance to reel in our leaders as Bayer all over the back door of Bushmaker now.
That's actually Dylan Marquardt that moved up to the 3 spot all over the back door of Trevor Bushmaker. With a little bobble, though, Dylan's going to fall back. That's going to let Josh Bayer back into the battle.
Tyson Marquardt now in that top spot still. Bushmaker trying to make a run back to the front. He's just holding his own. The track's starting to come apart a little bit, like we said earlier. We're not going to play with this track much today, so it's going to turn into a motocross track, and that's the kind of track I like. I mean, as an announcer, as a racer growing up, you want that track to deteriorate as fast as possible. If you're some kind of driver and you want to win, you're going to learn every which way around every track that you show up at.
Oh, absolutely, and you can just see the track is starting to dry up. It's starting to fall off a little bit. We do have our leader now, Dylan Marquardt, all the way up to the lead from the 3 spot. So we got Dylan Marquardt now to the lead. Trevor Bushmaker still holding on in that 2 spot, and Tyson Marquardt in 3rd. Whoa, Tyson deciding to go to the other side of the switch lane at the
little
last
contact.
Second. Josh Bayer with a little contact.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. Somebody opens up a little door, and they're going to try to fill it. So Dylan Marquardt in the race lead in the number 22 car. That was 2 laps ago. Last time by, the white flag should be coming out this time by. Remember, it's Marquardt, Bushmaker, Marquardt, Bayer, and Bushinger in the number 58 to round out your top 5. As they go down into the whole turn once again, Zach, we'll see if Marquardt can hold off Bushmaker.
Josh Bayer going to get to the inside. He's going to go to the 3 spot, it looks like, in the whole turn as they come across the Monster Energy finish line. Dylan Marquardt, Trevor Bushmaker, Josh Bayer, Tyson Marquardt, and Matthew Borschinger round out the top 5.
Oh, look at Bushmaker. He tries to go into the inside line. Here, 1 lap to go. Somebody's up on the bike, sets it back down. Couldn't get a number on that car. Nice save. And here is our race leaders once again, Dylan Marquardt and Trevor Bushmaker. Is there enough time, Zach, for Bushmaker to make a move?
The white flag is flying. They will have 2 more turns and a little bit of a straightaway here to sort that out. Going into the bull turn, does Trevor Bushmaker, looks like there's a lapper that could play a factor.
Looks like he got around very nicely and smooth. Dylan gonna come staring at the checkered flag for the second race of the day. Bushmaker will take second.
Tyson Marquardt gonna come home third. Josh Bayer and Matthew Borsching are gonna be the top 5.
Yeah, Chase Cleese, RJ Lego, Jake Jorgensen will round out your top 8 here in the second race of the day in the Sportsman side-by-side. Going across the Monster Energy finish line. Can't thank Monster Energy enough for all their support, as well as Vision Wheel this weekend. Like we said, without those partners, this would not be possible.
Well, so far, Brent, we've had 2 races, and we didn't see any track prep happen between race 1 or 2. What do you think will happen here after the second race?
I don't think they're really going to touch the track. I mean, it looks to be in prime condition. I don't see a lot of holes developing that bad here early on. We've only had 2 races, but the more this track works in, we're going to see those holes develop. But that's just changing track conditions. And, I mean, everyone has to go through them. And now, if you're Bushmaker and Dylan Marquardt, you got to go back, do your homework. Yeah, you won the race if you're Marquardt. Bushmaker, you're a little off. I mean, you didn't do a bad job. You had a great race, but you want to go do your homework. Where can I pick up a half a second? Where can I pick up 8/10ths? Later on today, we'll see in the pro mod. Those guys are so bad fast. Like 8/10ths of a second could be the matter of 1st through 5th.
Oh yeah,
so
absolutely.
Pay attention, guys like Ronnie Van Eperen, even his son Owen Van Eperen, going to run in the Sportsman side by side as well. Very, very fast race car drivers. And Owen, he's come from the bottom and working his way up in those number 45 cars.
Oh, absolutely. They should be coming up here shortly in the stock side-by-side division. That should be one of the next races out here on the track. Looks like we split them up into 2 heats as well.
All right, we'd like to thank all our partners once again. We'd like to thank Yamaha for all their support. Also, Yama Lube coming on board this season as well. So Yamaha, a big part. Yama Lube, you see on our screen, very, very well put together race teams running the Yamaha cars throughout this weekend, and we see a lot of them, Zach.
Yeah, absolutely. And another one of our big partners, we'd like to thank Toyota Racing. Toyota Racing, you know, they back CJ Greaves and Johnny Greaves in their Pro 4 programs. So definitely nice to have them on board for all their help here in the side-by-side sports series.
Yeah, definitely. If you've listened to Johnny and CJ throughout their racing careers, they always have those screaming, whiny Toyotas running through the field. So pay attention. This season has begun. The short course off-road racing season is just around the corner. We'll be coming back here on the 26th and 27th of July for the championship off-road races here in Lena, Wisconsin. And I mean, you think side-by-side is over the top. Wait till you watch Pro 2, Pro 4. I mean, we have a lot of new hitters this year coming into the series back in the Midwest. I'm fortunate enough to get to announce out west in the Lucas Oil Series. And as a whole, this short course off-road racing whole program is starting to come together. The Pro 4s are coming back into the Midwest, going to team up. You got guys like Doug Matag, Adrian Cheney, Kyle LeDuc, put the Greaves in there. I mean, Scotty Lawrence is going to be debuting in Pro 4. So, I mean, as a kid, I'd get goosebumps watching these races. And what we're doing today in Lena is just going to build up all the hype for the end of July.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is nice, like you said, to see those West Coast guys coming. I know there have been a lot of rule book changes and things over the last couple of years that now are allowing that. So like you said, we'll kind of see what happens. A lot of big names coming. And July 25th and 26th here at the Dirt City Motor Complex, that will be a good show. Looks like race number 3. This is going to be our first heat of the Pro Stock side-by-side division. They're out here on track getting ready. We got Rodney Van Eperen, Jack Letourneau, Owen Van Eperen, Scott Waz, Matt Wood, Bill Berger, Rory Navin, Zach Yankee, Matt Bone, Justin Tesmer, and Blake Enlow. That will be your starting lineup for heat number 1 here in the Pro Stock side-by-side division.
Yeah, Owen Van Eperen, a good look at that number 45, a young race car driver.
Rodney Van Eperen, actually.
Yeah, Rodney. Yeah, Owen's in the number 5.
Owen 5, yep.
Father and son going to do battle here in our 3rd race of the day out of 6 heat races. Johnny Greaves himself out on track, making sure everyone's in lockstep, ready for that green flag.
There you get a good look at the 19 of Matt Wood. There's the 5 of Owen Van Eperen on your screen, the 45 of Rodney Van Eperen, your pole sitter here in this one. Looks like Johnny Greaves is getting into his side-by-side, going to pull out of the way, and then it will be up to the flagger from there. So go ahead and watch. Here we go.
Wait for that green flag. Again, you're looking at the 45 of Ronnie Van Eperen. Owen Van Eperen right behind him. Ronnie Van Eperen does not waste any time trying to apex that turn. Here comes Scott Waz in the 41.
Scott Waz did a good job getting to the inside. He is going to go to the left side of that Fox Factory Rough Rider split lane. Rodney Van Eperen going to come out of it first with Jack Letourneau on his inside battling for the lead.
Yeah, remember Waz, he was very fast last season, as well as Jack Letourneau in that number 97 Artie Cat. A lot of different factory teams here. Yamaha Artie Cat, Polaris as well here this weekend. And Ronnie Van Eperen not wasting any time going down into the bull turn. And here comes Letourneau, Jake Letourneau in that number 97, side by side with Van Eperen.
Jack Letourneau actually going to move up to the lead. Now Rodney Van Eperen going to fall to second. Scott Waz in the 3 spot.
Man, maybe a little mistake by Ronnie Van Eperen. But Letourneau did not waste any time in that 97 Artie Cat. Now going to come into the split lanes with a comfortable lead.
Opposite lanes, you've seen Rod Van Eperen going to the left. Jack Letourneau on the right. Scott Waz up into that 3 spot. Owen Van Eperen getting to the inside of Scott Waz. That's going to put Owen Van Eperen in the 5 car up to 3rd. Scott Waz trying to get back to the inside. He wants that 3rd place spot. All of these drivers are going to be in tonight's A main. All they're doing is seeding themselves, trying to get that starting position. The further up front you can start, the less work you have to do later. So the better finish you can have here in these heat races, the better off you're going to be for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. Jack Letourneau still out front. Going to click off another lap across a Monster Energy finish line. Is a good look at our current leader, the 97 in the Artie Cat. Here comes Van Eperen to the inside in the split lanes. Letourneau still out front, gonna get hard on the binders, trying to rotate that car and that inside right-hander.
It'll be interesting to see. It looks like the right side of the split lane might be just a little bit faster, but it's a little harder to rotate your car into that next right-hand corner. So getting through that corner seems a little bit better from the left lane. So you might have to give and take a little bit here to get them tenths of a second that you need.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. I mean, A little give and take is absolutely correct. You can't rush anything. You got to be smooth. You have to flow this track very well if you want to run out front. Right now, Letourneau, he's just checked out on the field.
Checked out. Owen Van Eperen looks like he might be closing in a little bit here and there on his dad, Rod Van Eperen, for that number 2 spot. Next time by, we should be coming up on the halfway to go. We'll see how things play out here the second half of the race.
Yeah, Letourneau out in front, about 7-8 car lengths, only over Ronnie Van Eperen. Letourneau going really, really tight to that inside tractor tire. And Owen Van Eperen, he's just kind of studying his dad. He's trying to figure out where he can make up a little bit of time. The cars are pretty much similar to one another. And right now, they really have to put their head down and try to chase down that Artie Cat with those Yamahas.
Yeah, they're definitely doing what they can. Trying their best. As you see, they'll come across here on the Monster Energy finish line. The flagman will be giving them the X with the flags. That is going to indicate halfway through this 8-lap heat race.
Yeah, Monster, man, really nose heavy for Letourneau in the 97 Artie Cat. You really have to be careful. There's a lot of throttle control containing in these cars. If you overshoot those jumps, we were talking earlier about when the off-road series comes here, the Short Course Championship off-road, a lot of those Pro 2, Pro 4 drivers are going to be flatland in these jumps.
Yeah, definitely. And as you can see here, like,
pay attention to the Van Eperens.
Owen's just sitting back there, stalking his dad, trying to figure out where he can make up that 10th. How can he get around him? Where can he go? Rod, he's playing defensive, and like we said earlier, we mentioned the spotters. They do have spotters. There's an eye in the sky, somebody up there telling them, hey, he's trying to go inside, he's trying to go outside, so they have a little bit of a defensive plan, but the ultimate goal is to look forward out that windshield and keep moving forward. Track definitely starting to get a little bit dry and dusty out there. Things starting to get a little bit rougher. Pretty spread out. Owen Van Eperen, Rodney Van Eperen going into the whole turn. 2 different lines as you've seen them go in. Coming out onto the front stretch, up over the Monster Energy finish line for the leader to the number 97 of Jack Letourneau. Rod Van Eperen. Oh no, something happening to the Owen Van Eperen ride. The number 5 looked like he puffed out a little bit of white smoke when he landed the Monster Energy finish line.
Yeah, Owen Van Eperen, something going on with that Yamaha. There's a good look at the 45 of Ronnie Van Eperen.
Owen Van Eperen still out there on track, not costing him too much time.
Jack Letourneau in that 97 Artie Cat still out in front.
Scott Waz in that 4th spot. Pretty good place to be. It looks like we're going to get the white flag as the leaders come back across the Monster Energy finish line.
We're going to go down in that bowl turn one final time to take the white flag. Ronnie Van Eperen still trying to work his way back up to Jack Letourneau. Letourneau almost catching that inside tractor tire.
There it is. There's the white flag up over the finish line for
You can see the track X now starting to work its way in. You're seeing a little bit of blue groove coming in different sections of the track. The holes are starting to develop, and there's our race leader, the number 97, Jack Letourneau. One final time around this beautiful facility here in Lena, Wisconsin. Letourneau in that Artie Cat number 97. One final time, gonna head back towards the bowl turn. He has this car figured out for the mains later on this afternoon. If you're Ronnie Van Eperen, Owen Van Eperen, you know you have the speed. You're right there. If you can go back, do your homework, make a little adjustment, maybe on the suspension, maybe on the engine package. There's a lot of different things you can do to these cars to make them just a little bit quicker. But right now, taking a checkered flag is going to be Jack Letourneau in the 97, followed by Ronnie Van Eperen, Owen Van Eperen, your top 3, and Scott Waz will round out your top 4 here in the Pro Stock side-by-side, race number 3 on the day.
Bill Berger going to be in the 5th spot. Rory Navin going to come across 6th. As they finish up, there's the 37 of Zach Yonke, the 19 of Matt Wood. Here comes the 13 Polaris ride of Matt Bone across the Monster Energy finish line, and Justin Tessmer gonna round out the field for heat number 1, race number 3 of the day. This is our Pro Stock side-by-side division, brought to you by Yamaha.
And remember, once again, for all you race fans out there, on site today, we have Vision Wheel, Fox Factory, VP Fuel, Castle X, Beyond Redline Performance, Power Sports 1, Race Driven Polaris KTM, and Rival Motorsports Can-Am are our on-site partners here this weekend. Make sure you go check out everything. I know Todd at Vision Wheel has a lot of different wheels out for show. Go put your order in. Get yourself a set of Vision wheels, as well as Fox Factory. They have the semi out back. Go take a look and go.
Things along those lines.
All right, we're going to step aside here for a few moments and thank some of our partners here this weekend. So we'll be back with you here in a few minutes.
Introducing the evolution of pure sport performance. The new 2019 YXZ 1000R. The 5-speed YXZ 1000R and YXZ 1000R Sport Shift offer increased off-road capability and overall performance. Low-speed terrain ability is enhanced with new transmission gear ratios and revised suspension settings without sacrificing the YXZ's legendary high-speed prowess. Aggressive terrain is no match for new 29-inch tires, while a rear relocated oversized radiator offers increased cabin comfort and confidence in a wide variety of terrain. And updated styling offers excellent visibility in a roomier overall cabin. To help you realize your adventure even further, the YXZ 1000R comes pre-wired for the new Yamaha Adventure Pro GPS, powered by Magellan. From open deserts and dunes to tight technical trails, no other pure sports side-by-side offers the adrenaline-inducing thrill and direct connection like the new Yamaha YXZ 1000R.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have our third member of our team. Scotty Ernst is on the track right now, going to give you a little bit of information. So, Scotty, take it away.
Finish line and the track doing the crew's gonna do a little work here, throwing some water down. You guys commented on how well the track was holding up with the work that they done, and now in between these heat races they're throwing a little bit of water down. Yesterday after practice, the track needed a little bit of help. They had a lot of rain through the course of the week here. A lot of stones came up. A lot of the racers and the crews came through, did a track walk, picked up a lot of the stones, and after that work and what they did last night, the track is in prime shape so far, as you seen in the first couple races. So we're looking forward to what the rest of the day. Mother Nature definitely on our side, and we're coming to you live right here from the track. Back to you in the Monster Energy Control Center.
All right, thank you, Scotty, and you got a good look at our racetrack right down on track side. Scotty, third member of our team, and Zach, man, we are shaping up for one heck of a race day this afternoon. And remember, we are going through our heat races right now, but later we will have the mains, more laps, a lot more competition, and a little bit quicker lap times as this track runs in.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, as we add more laps, we talked about that mandatory or that competition caution, the halfway point. That you will see implemented. We will start using that, but like you said, we'll use that in the mains when we get more laps. We'll be doing 12 to 15 laps depending on the class. So we'll just kind of re-rack them, restack them, and let them kind of go from there and see what the second half of the race brings.
Yeah, and I always like that as a race car driver. I mean, if you start up front and you're leading at that halfway point, man, you can't wait to see that white flag come out. But if you're starting 13th, 14th, 15th back in the field, you can't wait till that competition caution comes out. I remember back when we raced, my twin brother and I, we'd always make our challenge would be to, hey, you start 10th, 11th, let's get in the top 4, top 3 before that competition caution, so you have a shot at your race leaders. And it's no easy task here in Lena. The track is very, very competitive. It's very racy, and you really have to be on your A game.
Yeah, and you'll definitely see some people. I know we talk about Johnny and CJ Greaves a lot, but you look at the two of them in their Pro 4s. Johnny, he's very aggressive. He likes to be out front. He doesn't mind leading the race at that halfway point. Now we flip the spectrum and we look at CJ. CJ doesn't like to be out front the first half of the race necessarily. He wouldn't mind sitting in that 3rd, 4th spot. Like you said, get to that 3rd and 4th spot at the halfway caution. Now we've spent the first half of the race watching, learning, seeing where the other guys make mistakes or where you can have an advantage on them. And the second half of the race, you can come out of that 3rd or 4th spot and move right up to the front and hopefully be there at the end of the race.
Yeah, definitely, Zach, and that's what we look at. And we talked about the drivers' meeting, how they're not going to play with that track very often here this afternoon, and that's just the elements of this track. And you're going to create 1 to 2 foot holes in the corner. Well, you're going to have to straddle them. You're going to have to find a different way around, because if you're Jack Letourneau or Trevor Bushmaker all the way down to Van Epperens here this afternoon, you really have to do your homework. I mean, we've only ran here a handful of times. A lot of drivers don't know how this track is going to deteriorate or hold together. So it's a really big guessing game, especially after these heats. You really have to go back, like I say, homework, because it is all a guessing game. And you got to have your best guys in the pit if you want to come home with that #1 trophy.
Yeah, and like you said, the track is always changing. I mean, even last night, we got to practice. The guys got to be out there on the track. And when they got here this morning, when they got to go out for that first practice/qualifying, the track was already different. There were a lot of drivers and a lot of teams in the pits, and we cannot thank those guys enough. They were out there on the track last night picking rocks, doing things to help improve the track. And like I said, we can't thank them guys enough. And the dirt just got better. It made the track easier to prep. We don't have to worry about those rocks or as many of them today. So things will just go better, and things will just keep evolving here at the Dirt City Complex as we continue racing here. Like you said, this is one of the first 2 or 3 times. I think this is only the 2nd or 3rd year that the track has been up and functional. So things will always be changing here.
Well, as we are speaking, Pro Stock Side by Side is coming out next. Race number 4 out of 6 here this afternoon. The number 44 of Johnny Holger will be starting on the inside pole. Zachary Zakowski will be in the number 90. Jeremy Houle will be in the number 54. Gabe Johnson will be running the Yamaha number 25. Robert Loire in the number 52. Then it's Jesse Kloss in the number 99.
Corey Podolsky in the number 8, Joe Dressel in the number 36, Mike Caswell in the number 16, Kyle Anala in the number 60, and Chris Enke in the 20.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. If you're starting 11th, I mean, right now we talked about that competition mandatory caution. There is no such thing here in the heat races. So if you're Chris Enke in the number 20 Yamaha, you really have to go now. You can't waste any time. You have to pay attention on the start. We have a standing 2x2 start. You can't get caught sleeping like we've seen on race number 1.
No, absolutely not. Race number 1 was the only one, though, that we saw a little bit of a bobbled start. Race 2, 3, and now hopefully 4, things will progressively get better as the day goes on. It looks like you can see that heat race traveling around the track right now, getting a good look. We've been talking about the very little track prep between heat 1 and 2. They did go out there. They did put a little bit of water down, so you can see them guys out there doing a nice little pace lap before they come back over here to the front stretch, getting a good look at the track, seeing how it changed between the last race that they may have watched the first 2 or 3 laps of, and now them getting out there on the track.
Yeah, and it gives a chance for the track to absorb some of that water as we do a little parade lap. As you see, Johnny Holger, he is no stranger to short course off-road racing. The kid is pretty much driving everything under the book. I mean, a great racing family behind him. I mean, Jeff Holger, back in the day when I was in diapers, I remember growing up watching Jeff Holger in the number 44, still keeping that legacy alive in the number 44 Sportsman side by side, now in a Pro Stock. So pay attention to that dude on the pole. Johnny Holger, like I said, Zach Zakowski, Jeremy Houle, Gabe Johnson, Robert Loire in the top 5. See a little bit of standing water as our pace car will bring our field to a halt. A 2x2 start. 11 total cars in this one. All right, we're going to go down to the third member of our team. Scotty Ernst is trackside and going to give you a good view of all the cars in this heat.
Good. All right, we're bringing it to you right here. This is as trackside as you can get here, as we're going to take a front row look here. We got Zakowski and Holzker sitting on a front row here as they get ready for their heat race. Johnny Greaves here, you see him in the center, getting everybody staged, positioned, ready to go for a standing start. A lot of times they go with a rolling start. Here, they are going standing start. We've seen a couple different starts so far. You've seen them sleeping there in heat one, but the last couple have been perfect starts. These guys ready. Gabe Johnson locked and loaded. Klaus here in the 99. These guys are set. Johnny Greaves getting ready to go here. We are going to clear the grid and let these guys ready to go. Back to you guys in the Monster Energy Broadcast Center.
All right, back up here in the booth. Gonna get ready to go racing here. Heat number 2 of our Pro Stock side-by-side division. We've got Johnny Greaves about to pull that pace car off to the side.
So pay attention. Johnny Holder, Zach Zakowski, Jeremy Houlihan, Gabe Johnson in the top 4. Watch as our flagman going to throw that green flag. Watch as the yellow flag will come up in the air.
And we are off. One caught sleeping. I think that might have been Zach Zakowski. I'm not 100% sure. But Johnny Holcher wasting no time getting to the front.
Yeah, Hool going to the inside. Into the split lanes. Johnny Holder in that HBI number 44. We were talking about him a little bit here in the beginning parts of staging, and Holder getting a little squirrely. As you can see, still a lot of moisture on the racetrack. It'll take a couple laps to work that water in, but the track looking very, very nice. Going down into that bowl turn, Zach.
Yeah, and here we go. Gonna bring him around here for lap number 1. Johnny Holcher in that HBI number 44 up over the Monster Energy finish line. Jeremy Hool, Zach Zakowski gonna fall all the way to the back. That was Zach Zakowski with a little bit of a bobble on the start. Rough start for him in that number 90 Yamaha.
Yeah, not a start that Zach Zakowski wanted to have. There's Gabe Johnson. Gabe Johnson trying to work his way up to Jeremy Hool in that Artie Cat. Like I said, now we're already seeing a little bit of dust coming back towards that infield turn. Hool having a little bit of trouble trying to negotiate in that turn, trying to get that front end to come around.
I tell you right now, Brent, the man on the move's got to be that number 8 car, Corey Podolsky. He started pretty deep in the field, 7th, and he has worked his way up. He is in the top 5 now and really reeling in Robert Loire for that 4th spot.
Yeah, Podolsky in that number 8. Yamaha really working his way through, like Zach was saying. A good look at him on camera right now coming by the Monster Energy finish line.
Mike Caswell not far out of that battle in that number 16 car. He's in 6th.
Yeah, Mike Caswell in the race-driven players KTM ride. Had a little chance to talk to him behind the booth early on. He's ready for this race season to start. Just sick of sitting around. Just can't stand being at home anymore. I mean, you can go to work, go home, but it's not the same. You got to get a little bit of racing back in your blood.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of fans here today just excited to be out of the house and excited to see some off-road racing. Johnny Holcher separating himself from the second spot and the rest of the field really here in this one, Brent. That number 44 ride, he is kind of out there in his own area code right now.
Yeah, he's just checking out the track. He knows he has the mains coming up. You don't want to do nothing stupid early on. You just want to try to figure your car out. It's a brand new car coming into this season. Louis and the guys on the Holgers racing team really trying to figure that car out early, and looks like they have every bit of piece of that car right in the right line, and he's showing where he left off last year. He really is becoming a very, very well put together fast race car driver.
Yeah, absolutely. Gabe Johnson there in that third spot trying to catch the 54 of Jeremy Houle.
Yeah, Jeremy Houle just hanging it out, trying to run that cushion. Carrying some speed. We talk about the cushion. It's at that fine edge, you know, in between the blue groove and that loamy, soft dirt. You don't want to get in. I mean, there is horsepower in these cars, but the minute you go over that edge, you can dog your car out, and you can lose as many as 4 or 5 spots at one given time.
Yeah, carrying momentum through the corners is everything. You know, these guys will just say constantly, they talk about corner speed and keeping things going. Right now, we've got the 44. As you can see, there's some in-car off the back of that 44 ride of Johnny Holcher.
Yeah, such a cool shot. Just looking out the back, and nowhere to be found is Jeremy Houle. That is how far of a gap back to second and third. And that is Gabe Johnson in the third spot.
Coming out of the Fox Factory rough ride split lane for Gabe Johnson and Jeremy Houle, making their way to that backstretch.
Yeah, Gabe Johnson looking to try to work into that second place spot in that race driven players KTM ride. That last lap they came by, that was the halfway point. So we are moving now into the second half of the race here for Johnny Holcher, Jeremy Houle, Gabe Johnson, Robert Loire, Corey Podolsky, Mike Caswell, Joe Dressel, Jesse Kloss, Zach Zukowski moving up to 9th now, and Kyle Anala in the 10th spot. Yeah, you have Johnny Holcher with a 55.95 on his fastest lap of the day in that number 44. Just over halfway done with this pro stock side-by-side heat race. Remember, these are all heat races. There is no mandatory competition caution. We are going green flag to checkered flag, and we're only going to have local cautions. No full course cautions here this afternoon. So the races are going to go by quick as we take another good look at Jeremy Houle. Gabe Johnson still running in that third spot.
As Johnny Holcher comes out of the bowl turn up onto the front straightaway, he's going to receive 3 to go here. 3 laps to go for that number 44 up over the Monster Energy finish line. Jeremy Houle, Gabe Johnson going to cross. Gabe Johnson going to gain a couple more tenths on Jeremy Houle.
Gabe Johnson in that race-driven players KTM ride just swapping back and forth through that split lane, and Houle going a little wide. Gabe Johnson trying to hang that right front on the dry line.
The dry line's starting to get a little bit rough as you see him go through the corner. Cars might start pushing a little bit wider, move that fluff up a little bit. White flag is out for your leaders. The 44, Johnny Holcher, going to receive the white flag. Here comes Jeremy Houle. Johnny Holcher, he's going to choose the right side of that Fox Factory rough ride split lane.
Johnny Holcher just feathering his way through that split lane once again. He is your current leader in that number 44 Yamaha brand new ride here this weekend. Has that car dialed in. He will be heading back to the bull turn once again, Zach. We're already racking off another race this afternoon. And Johnny Holder, he is going to be somebody to reckon with this afternoon in the mains.
Yeah, picking up the heat win. He's definitely going to be sitting pretty good for a starting spot for tonight's feature. And that'll be a 15-lap race coming up this afternoon. You don't want to miss that. And here he comes, the 44 up over the Monster Energy finish line, receiving that checkered flag and the win. And there's Jeremy Houle. Gabe Johnson to follow. That'll be your top three. Robert Luar, Corey Podolsky going across the line for 4th and 5th. There's Zach Zakowski coming all the way back after that rough start. He's going to come all the way back up to 6th, Brent.
Yeah, that's a heck of a finish for Zach Zakowski. Had a lot of time, or a lot of chances to talk to him last year, and he's just a great kid. He knows what he needs to do to win, and when you get caught sleeping on the start, Zach, it's not a pretty sight for yourself. You just have to dig the whole race, and without that mandatory competition caution, it's going to take a long time to get up to the front, and there's just not enough laps here in these heat races.
Yeah, absolutely. He had 8 laps. He did what he could. I mean, he was pretty far back off the start, and to come all the way back up to 6th, hats off to that number 90 crew, Zach Zakowski, for driving that thing all the way back up there.
All right, we're going to take a step aside here and thank some of our partners here this weekend. We'll be back here in a few moments. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Lena, Wisconsin for the Monster Energy King of the Element Spring National. Here in Lena, Wisconsin, once again, the weather is great here, Zach, this weekend, and we've already seen 4 races. Now we're already on our 5th heat of the day. Remember, we are going to have the mains later on this afternoon, but you do have to qualify to get into those mains. So watch as we have race number 5 coming up, and this is a little bit different. We have the side-by-side mini class. So explain a little bit about the mini class, Zach.
The mini class is exactly that. A lot of these guys are running the Polaris 180 single-seat Sportsman, just the entry-level kids side-by-side. Today, actually, the biggest car count that we have, 15 side-by-side minis here with us today. Definitely an improvement over Eagle River.
Yeah, definitely, and we just keep growing with this sport. And the side-by-side minis, we'd have loved to have those when we were kids. You get a chance to have a stepping stone. That's what's so cool about the side-by-side sports national race. You always have a stepping stone through your career, starting with the side-by-side minis. Then you can go to a stock, then pro stock, then pro mod, which we'll see later on this afternoon. As you see on camera, the side-by-side mini class is coming out. Reed Votis, Grant Dressel, Colin Pato, Draxton Shimmick will be in the top 4. Then 5th through 15, Zach.
That is going to be Corbin Wassenberg, Raymond Denninger, Ella Holcher, Grayson Arneson, Mason Schultz, Finley Holcher, our actually youngest competitor here today, Finley Holcher in that number 844, Riley Votis, Ashley Bone, Lila Delory, Camden Padel, and Abigail Bone also out here going to round out the field.
Yeah, definitely 15 total mini side-by-side cars out on the racetrack. Such a cool class. Like we talked about the stepping stones, this is the beginners class in the side-by-side national race series. And I'll tell you, it is so cool to see how well this class is developed and how it's grown over the past year.
Yeah, definitely, Brent. This, like you said, this is going to be a 4-lap heat race for our little guys. And Johnny Greaves down there on the front stretch, getting them lined up, sorted out, and staged here, ready to go for their heat race.
Yeah, definitely. And what better way? You know, you have Johnny. He's not only trying to make this sport grow, he's out there himself pointing to these drivers, getting them in line. And, I mean, if you're a young race car driver and you're in the side-by-side Nationals race series, and you see Johnny Greaves lining up, well, you know you're going to listen. These are a lot of kids' heroes. Him and CJ, they've been around the sport for a long, long time, as well as a lot of guys like Ronnie Van Epperen, Owen Van Epperen. It's so cool to see these kids and these families just go on for generation after generation. And it's just legacies we see out here. The Holgers, we talked about John Holger, talked about Jeff Holger. I mean, the whole Holger family, HBI brand is just huge throughout the whole Midwest.
Absolutely, and they actually had a lot to do here at the Dirt City Motorplex, getting this track going, up and running. HBI can't thank them enough for all their help here at the Dirt City Motorplex.
So the 21 of Reed Votis, Grant Dressel, Colin Pato, Draxton Shimmick will be in your top 4 in that number 7. Then it's Corbin Wessenberg in the 25, Raymond Derringer in the number 11. Ella Holger will be in the number 40, starting in the 7th place spot. And remember, pay attention to that green flag. The flagman is on that concrete wall. We'll see if everyone can get off the line without sleeping. There's a green flag flies.
It looks like they're all off and running. Going through turn number 1 into the Fox Factory Rough Rider split lane. It looks like the whole field going to the right side of the split lane in this one.
Yeah, they're already starting to spread out a little bit up towards the front. We have a good battle going on. That is Grant Dressel and that number 36 going the long way around trying to, but gets the door shut by the 21 of Reed Votis.
Yeah, the 21 and the 36 going to be battling here into the left-hander on the back straightaway. Good battle heating up there for the lead. Reed Votis and Grant Dressel side by side.
Yeah, side by side, no one wants to give an inch. Grant Dressel now taking over that top spot from Reed Votis. Both running a Polaris ride going down into the bull turn. Dressel gets a little wide trying to open up the door.
Grant Dressel going to be your leader coming onto the front straightaway. They head to the Monster Energy finish line. Reed Votis in the 21. Corbin Wassenberg up to third in the 25. Raymond Derringer up to fourth. Draxton Schimmick going to round out the top 5 in that number 7 machine.
Yeah, in the 40, Ella Holger having a nice run in the 6th spot. Then Grayson Arson in the number 75. All in the little Polaris Minis coming through the split lane. Looks like everyone is choosing that inside line.
Couple brave ones going to choose the outside. A little further back in the pack there. Can't quite get a number on that white machine, but I think it was going to pay off for him. He did gain a spot.
So it's Dressel, Votis, Wassenberg, Denninger in the number 11. Then it's Draxton Schimmick in the 5th spot now. 3 laps remaining that time by. Not as many laps as you've seen in the other races.
Ella Holcher in that number 40 going to come up the inside of the 7 of Draxton Schimmick, going to make the pass for 5th, excuse me.
Yeah, Schimmick getting a little wide, allowing Ella Holger to get to that inside, and that's all it took. So you can see a good look on camera right now. The track is really shaping up nicely.
That's going to be the halfway point here for our side-by-side minis. 2 in, 2 to go for our heat race. And we've still got Grant Dressel and Reed Votis up front.
Such a cool onboard shot. Colin Padel now on our screen with an onboard shot going by the Monster Energy finish line. One more time, clicking off another lap. 2 laps remaining in this side-by-side mini heat number 1 of 1 here in Lena, Wisconsin. 15 total cars here, the biggest field we've seen yet. Colin Padel in that number 44. You see on the right side of your screen a good shot of that 44, and also on the left top of your screen trying to rotate his way back to the infield section, Zach.
Yeah, they're coming through, getting out of that split lane, getting towards the back stretch there now. They're going to head back towards the bull turn, and when they come back out of the whole turn in the back onto the front straightaway, they are going to receive that white flag at the Monster Energy finish line.
Battles going on everywhere here in the side-by-side mini class. You put 15 of these cars on the track, you're going to have battling in the front and the back. Remember, these are the beginner classes here in the side-by-side sports series.
Grant Dressel just going across the Monster Energy finish line, going to pick up that white flag. There's Reed Votis, Ella Holcher up to the 3rd spot now. Corbin Wassenberg 4th, Raymond Derringer 5th. Coming up on screen now, we've got Finley Holcher.
Yeah, and that number 844 Polaris having a decent run in that 10th spot out of 15 cars. There's the number 44 as well as Colin Padel. Working around one final time. We should be coming towards.
Coming out of the infield section
this white
for
flag.
Grant Dressel on his white flag lap. Onto the backstretch now. Will Reed Votis be able to catch Grant Dressel and take over that lead here on the last lap?
Not a lot of turns remaining here in Lena, Wisconsin for the Monster Energy King of the Elements Spring National here. A beautiful day. Capacity crowds under sunny skies here this afternoon, and racing is not over yet. A lot of mains coming up this afternoon as we should be coming to the checkered flag, this time by to click off another race here this weekend. White flag still out for some of our back runners.
Here comes Grant Dressel for the checkered flag. Grant Dressel going to pick up the win with Reed Votis in the 2 spot. Ella Holcher in the number 40 crossing the line for 3rd. Corbin Wassenberg in the 25 for 4th.
Yeah, Grant Dressel, once he got out front, he just held his own. Reed Votis trying to make his way back into the top spot, but not enough time. He'll have to wait till later this afternoon to get another shot at our winner. Grant Dressel in that number 36 ride, running a 1:27.626, his fastest time this afternoon.
Racing definitely not over here this afternoon, though. Up next is going to be our last and final heat race before we move on to the B mains and such. Up next, Brent, we've got our Pro Mod side-by-sides. These are the big boys for the side-by-side racing. These guys can, open the rule book, make things a little bit bigger, faster. The rule book is a little more open for the mod class.
Yeah, that pro mod class, it is just unreal to watch, as you'll see coming out in the next race. I mean, you have drivers like CJ Greaves that was supposed to be running this weekend, but just practiced this morning. He was really, really fast, having some mechanical issues with the car. He will get that fixed. But guys like Ronnie Van Epperen, you're going to see him out now in a pro mod class. So a little bit faster, like you said. The rules are open. I mean, you can have turbos on these cars, and they just get up and go. They're showing speeds as fast as the Pro 2s here in the Champ Off-Road Series.
Yeah, there's a lot more freedom. And I mean, one of those names you're talking about coming up in this next race, Luke Stubbs, the guy from Beyond Redline Performance. They actually, DLP Performance, they make their own turbo kits. He is a racer. He is testing his product. We'll see how he does today in that number 88 machine.
Yeah, definitely. And what better way to prove your products is bring them right out here to the racetrack. And this track, like I say, I can't say enough for this whole group here in Lena, Wisconsin. Johnny Greaves, CJ Greaves, Kathy, and a host of others. We couldn't sit here and read off the list. There's so many volunteers. The Holger family, they're all about this racetrack here in Lena, Wisconsin. I am so stoked to be here alongside of you, Zach. And I'll tell you, it's only going to get better. You think you've seen some good racing in these heats? Well, now the money's on the line. Everyone wants that top spot, and there's no holes barred. There's going to be blood. There's going to be tears. You're going to have some duke-out battles here this afternoon, so stay tuned. We have a lot of races coming.
Yeah, we'd like to thank two of our sponsors. We have Rival Motorsports Can-Am. They are the presenter of our Pro Mod division. You can see them there on the live feed. And Fox Factory, another one of our big supporters here. Can't thank them enough. If you have a chance, get out back. They do have their rig out back. Check out some shocks. Check out some options. Go say hi. They maybe even have a little bit of swag back there.
Yeah, that's just so cool about this series. You can go in and go check out whatever driver you want to see. Go get an autograph. And the pits are open, so go make sure you go and meet your favorite driver.
While we have a second here between some races, Brent will thank a couple of our other partners here. CBR Performance Products, Beyond Redline, we just got done talking about them. Lunderville Steel, Power Sports 1, Eldorado Trailer Sales, Victory Signs, N-Tech Consulting, Cold Cutter Traction Products, and we definitely can't forget about Beaver Machine, local implement dealer right here in Lena, Wisconsin, donating some machinery, trucks, things of that nature here to get this track prepped and ready for the racers and the races here this weekend in Lena, Wisconsin.
Yeah, companies like Beaver Machine, I mean, that's what it takes. No one has that pocketbook to go out and buy their own equipment for every track. It takes a lot of volunteers, like we said, a lot of groups of people, a lot of machinery to make this all possible. I mean, just to move these concrete barricades and these K-rails, it's not an easy task. So we can't thank Beaver Machine enough. And specific to Lena's race weekend, they are bringing out their equipment to make things possible. So thanks again to Beaver Machine, Cold Cutter, and Tech Consulting, and Victory Signs as well. All right, now as we're taking a little bit of a break, we're going to go down in the pit lane, and we're going to have a close-up talk interview with our race car drivers and a special guest here on camera here shortly.
Here we are with Jimmy Henderson, number 44 of the Pro Mod class, runner-up. I know you don't want to talk about it, but everyone else does. Runner-up of the Pro Mod class last year, came down to you and Scotty Lawrence, really just, what was it, a point or two in the last race for the championship and $10,000 cash. What are your plans for this year?
Well, this year I want to be a little more conservative. The woods race was something new to me. I've never ran a woods race, and honestly, I kind of blew it. I missed a shift and blew the motor and lost the championship over it. So that's how it goes.
Okay, you came out of this race last year at Dirt City. Pretty good though, right?
Yeah, we came out of here. We won at Dirt City last year. We were in the lead in points when we left here, and we hope to be in the same position this year.
Okay, so what's your plan? Have you been on any tracks lately with everything going on?
Not in a side-by-side. Run the Pro 4 truck a little bit up at Crandon, and got my blood pumping for sure, so I'm ready to get in a side-by-side and get it done.
Okay, so looks as though everybody's coming in pretty fresh into this weekend and not having a whole lot of seat time. So we have record car counts in some of our classes. This is going to be a great day. We're excited to watch everything. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Courtney. That was so cool to catch up and talk personal with Jimmy Henderson. And you got to love Jimmy. He's in the Pro 4 class in the Championship Off-Road Series this year. And he was somebody to reckon with. Last year at Bark River, I remember calling the race, and he was mixing and matching with the Greaves. And he's fast. He knows what it takes to win. And now you're going to see him in a Pro Mod class. And he gets up and wheels in one of these cars.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like the Pro Mod's getting ready to come out here onto the track. They are back there in the staging area right now. It will definitely be an exciting race coming up here with the Pro Mod side-by-sides. All right, up next, we're going to send it back down to Courtney. We're going to get an interview with Nathan Wolf down there in the pits.
I'm here with Nathan Wolf, number 71, Pro Mod, first time ever coming to Side-by-Side Sports Series. You know, tell us about what you normally race.
Normally I run IXCR woods racing and then Pro Rock, just kind of a cross speed of woods racing and rock racing. So this is a little bit about our element, but we figured we'd get up here and give it a shot. There's really no other racing going on this weekend, so give us something to do.
Okay, so have you ever competed in short course races like this one?
Not like this one. We went down to Texplex last weekend and just dabbled a little bit, and you know, we got a ATV background on flat track TT racing, so this is about as close as I'm going to get to that.
Okay, so the mods that you're racing against out there, I assume it's a small racing world that you know most of them. Have you competed against the mods?
I've competed against a few of them, King Hammers, but never anything really else other than that. So it's gonna be different. They're all there's a good group of racers. So we're all kind of family in some ways. So it'll be good to go out there and beat up against your brother and that sort of thing.
Okay, so the new guy in the mod class, we see you have your kids running around and stuff, so you have a crowd here cheering for you. What are you most looking forward to hitting the track with or about?
Just seeing where I stack up, getting some seat time, and seeing where we can work on, what we can work on, and get a little better, and come out again for the next one maybe, or do something of that nature.
Okay, well, thank you. Getting ready, we're going to have some exciting action. The fastest guys on the track, Pro Mod, they're coming up.
All right, there you heard it from Nathan Wolf. Down in the pits, getting ready for that Pro Mod heat race here this weekend. Coming up here in just a few moments, Brent. I do believe sounded like we were having a little bit of a transponder issue. That's what the little bit of a holdup is. So we should be seeing them guys come out onto the track here momentarily.
Yeah, definitely. They want to make sure everyone has their transponder. A transponder is clicking off the times lap after lap. It gives all the race officials and us up in the stairs here in the booth an idea of how things are going to lay out. We don't know what times a car has or where they are on the track for position. So they want to make sure everyone has their transponder on, and we should be coming to racing here shortly.
Just so everybody here and at home knows, the Sportsman side-by-side B main that we talked about a little bit earlier, that will be coming up here right after the Pro Mod side-by-side heat race before opening ceremonies happen at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So stick around, don't head out. We do have that Sportsman B main coming up immediately after the Pro Mod heat race here.
Yeah, this is race number 6 on the day, Pro Mod side-by-side. Remember, like Zach said, heat number 1. And you'll see Ronnie Van Epperen, you see him in the Pro Stock side-by-side in the number 45. He will be running the 45 Yamaha starting in that second place spot. Then you got guys like Kyle Chaney in the number 91. Jimmy Henderson, who we just heard from, he's ready to rock and roll. He had a chance to get some seat time in the Pro 4. Now it's going to be in the Pro Mod. So, I mean, if you ask me, they both haul major butt. I'll tell you right now, those cars get up and go. They're very set up. I know Johnny and CJ, they were helping Jimmy get into that Pro 4, and they were doing kind of a rental program to get him into one of those screaming Toyotas. And he's doing very, very well. He knows how to drive a truck. He loves this sport. He just puts his head down. And when Jimmy Henderson is on his A game, he's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen a lot of guys, I know with the Corona, that kind of set a little things back. I did see a lot of guys taking advantage of the downtime, doing a lot more testing in the spring. You know, with a lot of races being held up or canceled, we had a little bit more time. The tracks were able to open up, have small groups, small crews. Teams were able to get to the track and do a lot more testing than some might say in previous years. The Corona kind of set us back a couple of nice months, so they got to take advantage of a couple of nice months that we may not get up here in the northeast Wisconsin area.
Yeah, that's true. You never know. I mean, in Wisconsin, up in the upper peninsula of Michigan, you never know when it's going to be rain or shine here. So this is the time for some Pro Mod racing. We have the cars coming out on the track. Everyone has their transponders on, and we are ready to take the green flag here for the 6th race of the day. So as you see up against the K-Rail, they are going to line up 2 by 2. There is the number 40 of Andrew Falzone, Ronnie Van Epperen, Kyle Chaney, Jimmy Henderson, Tyler Livingston from the Upper Peninsula in the number 18. Going to be starting in the 5th spot. Scotty Lawrence, Luke Stubbs. We talked about Luke in that number 88. Ben Enlow. Lawrence Loshak in the number 2. Nathan Wolf, who we just talked about and got an interview with just moments ago before the Pro Mod race. And take us through 11 through 13.
11 is going to be that 94 of Leland Tice. 81 of Jason Watts going to start in that 12th spot. And the 68 of Brian Wazak going to start 13th.
You have to keep your eyes on that number 91 of Kyle Chaney. He's just won about every other race here in these Pro Mod classes throughout his career. He's just a very well put together race car driver. He's very, very fast, smart. We talk about track conditions, how the track's going to come apart. He's one of those guys that are going to rise to the top in a rough condition track. And we'll see Tyler Livingston in that 018 coming on the track late. Maybe he was the one that had a transponder issue, but he did make the start, so pay attention. We're going to get him in line. As you see on the bottom right side of our screen, Jimmy Henderson, who we talked to a little bit ago, he's ready to rock and roll. He wants to put the loud pedal down and get up to the front as soon as possible.
Yeah, you see Jimmy Henderson there on that in-car cam in staging, getting ready to go. Rival Motorsports Can-Am, presenter of our Pro Mod division. You can see their pace car they donated up there in the front of the line. Once you see that pull off to the side, then we got to direct our eyes over to the flag man.
While you're waiting for the last race of the day, or the last race of the heat races for this morning's races, make sure you head on over to Vision Wheel and go sign up. You have a chance to ride with CJ Greaves or Keegan Kincaid, last year's Pro 4 champ CJ Greaves, last year's Pro 2 champ Keegan Kincaid are both here today. Go sign up. The contest is just looking to be very, very cool. You have a chance to put on a helmet, a fire suit, throw a couple beanbags in the hole of the boards, and see if you get a chance to ride with CJ or Keegan Kincaid. Remember, Keegan Kincaid, Pro 2 champ, CJ Greaves, Pro 4 champ. Some of the best in the business are here today watching these side-by-side races go down. So go sign up with Vision Wheel. Go check out Todd and all the Vision Wheels back at their tent behind our booth, and go sign up. You'll be interested, and just wait till what you see later on as the green flag flies. Looks like Van Eperen with an early hole shot. And a good look on the bottom side of your screen. Sorry, Zach, that's Jimmy Henderson.
Yeah, Jimmy Henderson going to get a good start there, moving to the 2-spot. Kyle Chaney going to dive to the inside in the 91. A little bit of contact side by side.
Yeah, Kyle Chaney not wasting any time. He was one of my favorites here in this Pro Mod race, that number 91.
Jimmy Henderson going to over-rotate just a little bit, getting onto the backstretch, going to give up the battle there to Kyle Chaney in the 91. Kyle Chaney putting the pressure on Rodney Van Eperen, though, coming into the whole turn. We'll see how it shapes up coming onto the front straightaway. Kyle Chaney to the lead. Rodney Van Eperen slow, might have a couple problems.
Van Eperen is slowing down, was our race leader. The 45 is well off the pace.
Tough break for the 45 of Rodney Van Eperen. Back up front, though, we got the 91 of Kyle Chaney starting to run away from the 44 of Jimmy Henderson, but Jimmy Henderson was right there off the start with a little bit of a mistake. We'll see if he can run back down Kyle Chaney.
Yeah, Jimmy Henderson in that Yamaha number 44, going to try to work his way up to the front. And anytime Kyle Chaney's out front, does lime green roll cage, you don't ever forget it. He is always out front. He knows how to wheel. He is a wheel man. And watch, as you'll see him in the Pro 4 field this season as well in the Championship Off-Road Series.
Yeah, absolutely, Brent. Coming through the whole turn, most of the field going back out of your view. Back onto the front stretch is Kyle Chaney, Jimmy Henderson in tow. Will he have enough? This is an 8-lap heat race. Remember, no mandatory caution at the halfway point.
Scotty Lawrence in that 26. Andrew Fazzone in the number 40. Luke Stubbs now in the top 5 in that number 88.
Ben Enlow in the 95. He's running 6th. Lawrence Loshak running the 7th spot. Tyler Livingston, Nathan Wolf, Jason Watt, Leland Tice.
Man, as you can see, Zach, on camera, man, the dust is getting so bad on that infield section. Remember, little track maintenance going on here this afternoon. The holes are going to develop. The blue grooves are going to start to come in.
And we've got a big battle going on here between Andrew Fazzone and Scotty Lawrence for that 3, 4, 5 spot. Luke Stubbs sticking his nose in there into the hole turn.
Yeah, not a lot of water put down in between. Oh, we got 2 cars in lockstep. They're parked. Looks like it might be Tyler Livingston.
And maybe the 95 of Ben Enlow.
Man, tough break for Livingston, man. A young race car driver trying to make that pass stick and just got parked on that inside. Now we go head back into the split lanes.
Luke Stubbs on the outside of this on the Fox Factory Rough Rider split lane, now going to the inside through the infield turn. That is Scotty Lawrence and Luke Stubbs.
Yeah, Stubbs on the outside, not the preferred line, trying to go outside inside in that number 88. You can see how the track is starting to deteriorate on that inside.
Definitely starting to deteriorate on the bottom, form a little bit of holes, get a little dusty. Kyle Cheney not having any problems, though, in that number 91 up over the Monster Energy finish line.
Yeah, man, we talk about, like, tear-offs in your helmet and your safety devices. Right now, I don't think tear-offs even help you in conditions like this. If you're in the dust, you can't see anything. You're trying to look at course markers, look at the tires, look at the K-rails, trying to figure out where you're at on the race car track in those conditions.
Definitely using that brake light off the car in front of you, if you can even see it, to judge where you're at. Luke Stubbs going to make the pass on Scotty Lawrence, though, and secure that 3rd spot in that yellow or that silver and red number 88 machine.
So we head back into the infield, good look at the split lanes. Coming back towards the bowl turn, there's a good look at Tyler Livingston, trying to figure out his way to get back up towards the front, but there's a good look at Scotty Lawrence in the 26th. Trying to tiptoe their way back up to the front. As we can see, the track starting to develop very, very nicely. You're starting to develop that cushion. You have the blue groove, so a lot of thinking going on here in Lena.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting to see how they prep the track going into the mains. I know they're going to kind of let it be a little bit rougher, but it'll be interesting if they kind of take it back to the start of the day, groom it a little bit, get a bunch of water on there, and kind of start over going into the main events.
Yeah, for sure. Scotty Lawrence in that 26 on our camera, trying to run that wide line, trying to figure out that inside. There's a good look at Lawrence once again. Andrew Fazzone in that number 40, having a good run in the top 5.
Lawrence Loshak, that other neon yellow cage back there, those 3 battling it out maybe for that 4th spot further back here in the field.
To take a look at our replay on camera.
Kyle Cheney up front in that number 91. Jimmy Henderson in the 2 spot in the 44.
Yeah, Kyle Cheney, that 91 is just checked out on the field. Remember, we have the mains coming up later on this afternoon, so everyone trying to make it into the Pro Mod main event. Cheney going by our cameras once again, coming back towards the Monster Energy finish line, going to take the white flag one more time around here in Lena, Wisconsin for the Monster Energy King of the Elements Spring National.
White flag coming out for your leaders as they come across the line here in this one. 3rd place across. Now here comes 4th of Scotty Lawrence and that number 26 machine receiving the white flag.
Good look at the Can-Am number 91, Kyle Cheney. We've talked about him time and time again. I had the opportunity to announce him at Heydays. Him and CJ duked it out to the end. It was so much fun calling those races. And Cheney, he's just trying to find that fast line. You see him check up, a little bit of give gives you a lot in the end. It's a give and take situation for Cheney, and he's going to take the checkered flag in Pro Mod number 91.
The number 71 of Nathan Wolf, though we had an interview with him earlier, he's making moves, moving up now to the number 6 spot, getting around that number 2 of Lawrence Loshak.
There's 88, Luke Stubbs, like he said, in the 3rd place spot, coming across the line. Then it is Scotty Lawrence, Andrew Fazzone in the number 40, and then Lawrence Loshak in that number 2 will round out your top 6. Then it's Nathan Wolf, Tyler Livingston coming back to the 8th spot. Then it's Leland Thies in that number 9th spot. In the number 94, then it's Jason Watt, Ben Enlow, Ronnie Van Epperen going out early with some mechanical issues. We'll see him go back to the pits. Go check it out before the mains come on. You know they're going to be wrestling to get that car done, try to figure out what the problem is, try to get that to go away so they can just run in that main and be all-out battle. Because if you want to battle against Kyle Cheney, you have to be on your A game today because he is fast.
Yep, Connie definitely a fast one here in the Pro Mod side-by-side division. Definitely one to watch and one to chase here. Don't go anywhere, fans. Make sure you get up here to the concessions, grab some food, grab some drinks. We do have our side-by-side Sportsman B main going to be coming up next.
Zach, we also got to thank our partners once again, Monster Energy, our title sponsor here for the Monster Energy King of the Elements Spring National. Vision Wheel, also right behind us. Go check out a great partner, the official wheel of the Monster Energy King of the Elements Spring National. Toyota Racing is the official truck.
B-Main comes out there. If you haven't already, head back to the Vision Wheel tent and trailer. See Todd back there. Go sign up for that contest we were talking about earlier. There's going to be 2 winners. There's going to be an obstacle course and your chance to ride along with, like you said, the Pro 4 reigning champ CJ Greaves or the Pro 2 reigning champ Keegan Kincaid here today at the Dirt City Motor Complex.
Yeah, don't be shy. Go up there. Keegan is a great race car driver and a great person. I mean, the Kincaid family's been around this. Supply is a leading supply of steel, alloy, and concrete products for your industrial and home projects. Lunderville Steel and Concrete Supplies, your full-service supplier of new and surplus steel, aluminum, stainless, and hard-to-find materials. With over 30 years of experience, call today for your steel and masonry supply quote and next-day delivery within 60 miles. 1-888-675-6193. Again, that's 1-888-675-6193, or visit them on the web at lundervillesteel.com.
Would also like to throw a shout out to Rival Can-Am. They are the 2019 National Can-Am Off-Road Dealer of the Year. They have over 100 off-road vehicles there in stock at all times. Go over to the web, check them out, www.rivalcanam.com.
Also, we're excited to welcome Yamalube to our team of partners. Yamalube is the performance in a bottle. Race-driven Polaris KTM is your ultimate ATV and UTV parts manufacturer. We are also now your Polaris one-stop shop if you're looking for a trail ride or one-stop shop ready to race from a mini to a mod. We can help you get on the trail or on the track too. See us online or in Escanaba or here in the pits here in Lena, Wisconsin. Like we were talking, Zach, Vision Wheel has been in the business for over 40 years. Now our customers have come to expect the very best from us. You expect only the best from Vision Wheel. We look beyond the current trends in the future of developing, manufacturing, and distributing wheels that set future trends. Our excitement has steadily grown over the past few months, and we've watched our vision for our most expensive lineup of custom wheels become a reality.
Make sure you check out Beyond Redline Performance for all your automotive performance needs. Anything from fabrication work to dyno tuning, make sure you contact Beyond Redline Performance today. Go to www.beyondredlineperformance.com or give them a call, 920-498-1223. I also like to throw a special thanks out there to VP Race Fuels. They were here with us today, selling fuel to all our racers down there in the pits.
Yeah, also we got to thank Race Driven Players KTM. Again, from Escanaba, Michigan, go online, go to Race Driven, and check out all their products. Go from a mini to a pro mod. And Brian and the guys and the gals over at Race Driven, very, very friendly. Go check them out. They'll get you hooked up, and next year or later this summer, you could be on the track.
Yeah, El Dorado Trailer Sales also out back. They're custom motor coaches and trailers. Definitely go check them out. Give them a look up on the web. They have been family owned and operated for over 30 years, servicing all of your custom motor coach and trailer needs. El Dorado Trailer Sales down there in El Dorado, Wisconsin.
What a beautiful day this afternoon here in Lena, Wisconsin. Zach, the Monster Energy King of the Elements Spring National. Just the crowd is just packed. I mean, we just got done with the heats. We're going to have our B main, and then after opening ceremonies, we are going to go into the mains in our Pro Mod, Pro Stock, Sportsman Stock, and our Minis. So if you think you've seen some great racing early, just wait till these mains. It is no holds bar. Everyone wants that top spot, and who can chase down Kyle Chaney, Zach? He is tough.
Yeah, and we're going to look here. You said it, the B main's coming up for the side-by-side Sportsman. We're going to go 10 laps, and they are only going to transfer 5 cars from that race later on to that feature event. The A main coming up later after the opening ceremonies this afternoon.
So while you're waiting for the next race to come, go check out, go to the concessions, go grab yourself something to eat or something to drink. We thank each and every one of you that came out on this beautiful day here in Lena, Wisconsin. Just a beautiful facility. Everyone has done their job, and it is just over the top. You expect to see something great, and then you come here, and it is just that much better in person.
Yeah, definitely. Our next race is going to be coming up. I think our next race is at 141 Speedway down in Maribel, Wisconsin. So if you guys couldn't catch it today, make sure you get on the website, get the dates for that next race, and we'll see everybody down there at the 141 Speedway for our next race if you couldn't be here today. If you are here today, get online, share this event on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, share the live feed. Let's get everybody at home also watching with us.
All right, we're going to take a quick break and thank some of our great partners for this weekend.
Introducing the evolution of pure sport performance. The new 2019 YXZ 1000R. The 5-speed YXZ 1000R and YXZ 1000R Sport Shift offer increased off-road capability and overall performance. Low-speed terrainability is enhanced with new transmission gear ratios and revised suspension settings without sacrificing the YXZ's legendary high-speed prowess. Aggressive terrain is no match for new 29-inch tires, while a rear relocated oversized radiator offers increased cabin comfort and confidence in a wide variety of terrain. And updated styling offers excellent visibility and a roomier overall cabin. To help you realize your adventure even further, the YXZ 1000R comes pre-wired for the new Yamaha Adventure Pro GPS, powered by Magellan. From open deserts and dunes to tight technical trails, no other pure sports side-by-side offers the adrenaline-inducing thrill and direct connection like the new Yamaha YXZ 1000R.
All right, everybody, we're coming to you trackside right down here, ready for the B main. These guys worked in the qualifying, falling just a bit short. They only took 10 from each heat race, and now these guys are going to battle out for the chance to make the feature. Top 5 only. That's what you want to be. 6th spot, you're sitting in the sidelines watching the feature. You want to make it to the big show. These guys made some changes. Cole, the flagman, is getting locked and loaded. These guys ready to go. Back to you in a Monster Energy Broadcast Center.
All right, back up here in the booth here at the Monster Energy Spring National, brought to you by Side Sports, and we're off and racing in the B main. We got one caught sleeping there on the start.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen that a couple times. Contact, heavy contact.
Lots of contact on the start of this one. Like we said, racing for 5 positions. If you don't finish, we got one over in the split lane.
Yeah, somebody's upside down on his side. Definitely
going
heavy.
Red flag on the track. So we talked about the local yellows. Everybody was going local yellow. That means we slow down where that accident is. Now we have went full course red flag. We are going to stop everybody. We are going to make sure everybody is okay. We did have a lot of contact off the start of that one, so we'll kind of figure out where everybody's at and get them lined back up and get them back going safely here for the B main of our side-by-side Sportsman division.
Yeah, definitely not the start we were looking for here in the B main, but track crew is right on hand, making sure everyone's okay, but heavy toe-in damage on that ride.
As soon as we get him back over on our wheels, we'll try to get you a number and a name on who that is. Can't quite see it from here. Go ahead and take a look back at that instant replay.
Oh, coming into the camera, just shearing off panels. That looks like it's Dominic hiding. That race-driven ride.
That was, there's the number plate. That is the number 14 of Dominic Heating. Hope he is okay over there.
Yeah, not what you want to see. Trying to get him back on his wheels. Yeah, that's the number 14. Dominic hiding in that Polaris. A lot of front end damage on that ride. So we are under red flag conditions. We haven't seen many of them today. Like we said, in these heat races, we did not want to have the full course cautions. We are having the local cautions. So the local caution mean if you come upon somebody that's up on their side or somebody's broke down, just take your time, get through it. There's a certain mile per hour that you have to go through there, or you could receive that ugly looking black flag, which you don't want to see late in this B main. And I'll tell you that it is very challenging. You have to pay attention. That's why we have our drivers meetings. That's why we have tech. It's all about safety. No one wants to run some track official over just because you try to make up a little bit of ground on these other race car drivers through a caution.
Yeah, and there's definitely people watching that. You know, other track workers, people up here in the scoring tower, people all over the track are watching that. We don't want drivers to gain or lose necessarily under a local yellow. We just want to keep the racing going. So we just want the drivers to slow down in the affected area of the track, get back up to speed, and let's continue green flag racing from there.
Yeah, for sure. It's all about safety here as we see our B main competitors coming around. We are going to probably do a full restart.
I would think so. I haven't heard any official decision from race control, but I would assume we're going to get them lined back up here without a lap in or really even a good clean straightaway. I would kind of assume we go back up to the top of the order.
Yeah, you're right, Zach. And you can see Dominic just sitting on that infield section. Not a good day for him, shearing off that right rear end. The left front looks like heavy toe in damage. Once again, make sure you get down to Vision Wheel and go sign up for that contest. Get a chance to ride with CJ Greaves or Keegan Kincaid. There's a special thing going on the track. You actually get to put a helmet on, the fire suit, the whole 9 yards. You get to go see what it's like to be in one of these cars, and there's like a little obstacle course. You have to throw some cornhole bags in the spot to get a chance, and you get to choose who do you want to ride with, CJ or Keegan.
Yeah, I think that'll be a pretty fun little contest to put on here for the fans up in front of everybody. And man, that chance to win a ride with CJ Greaves or Keegan Kincaid, bar none, that is awesome.
Yeah, those kids came a long way. I remember Keegan when he was 7, 8 years old, just helping his dad whatever which way they can. Corey Kincaid, I mean, it's just a whole family atmosphere. And CJ, Johnny, I mean, all the way down to Kathy. It takes a full team to get you out here week in and week out, and what they're doing here in Lena is just over the top. And like you said, Zach, what better way to end your day to get to ride with CJ or Keegan? I mean, they are the best in the business. You watch those guys develop throughout their years, and it's one heck of a show to watch those two go at it.
Absolutely. Looks like they're starting to get them Sportsman side-by-sides back over into the lineup area on the front stretch. Looks like they're going to back them up maybe a little bit, put them before that single jump.
Yeah, that maybe would bunch them up in the first place. So a little bit different of a start here. It's a little farther back. Still a 2x2 standing still start.
Trying to get everybody back in the order that race control says is proper.
Man, Zach, a good crowd on hand here this afternoon, and everyone, like we said earlier, and just walking around and just checking things out. Everyone's ready just to get out of the house. They want to see some racing. I don't know about you, Zach, but I was getting sick of watching TV on and off. You can only watch so many reruns of racing, and you just want to see it live. And now that they made this possible, and we're sitting here at the Monster Energy King of the Elements Spring National, a little bit different than Eagle River, but me and you both, we got to broadcast that to the internet, and I'll tell you, it's a lot different going from the ice, the mud, and the snow. We've seen that go throughout the day to now we're just on dirt. Very beautiful layout here. A lot of different elevation changes. I mean, the Monster Energy tabletop, I mean, it's got a little bit of everything. The split lanes are one of my favorites. So you're going to see some great racing later on this afternoon as this track just keeps on coming in time and time.
Yeah, the Fox Factory Rough Ride split lane there in the center of the track, that's definitely added a new element, shaking things up, and we've definitely seen people go, gain spots and lose spots depending on where they're at in the split lane. Looks like we are getting set here to restart our side-by-side Sportsman B main. Our flaggers climbed up there on the cinder blocks.
You'll see as that white flag will go up in the air and then slowly come down. At any time that flag goes down. Here goes the green once again. Here we go. We'll see how clean this start will be this time.
A lot cleaner this time through, Brent. Everybody looking to get into turn number 1 and come out the other side.
Very, very clean. Half the field goes on the inside. Half the field goes on the outside. Let's see how these split lanes work. Remember that inside, it's very, very tight down there. You want to try to run that inside line, and here we go. Already a change for the lead.
Gray Ledbetter going to go to the inside of the 41 of Mason Tessmer for that lead here early on lap number 1. Like I said, Brent, this is a 10-lap race with no mandatory caution. So this is going to be a 10-lap race.
Yeah, that no mandatory caution, that really sets things up early on. You really just have to put the loud pedal down, try to run away and hide. If you're Gray Ledbetter, we had a chance to just kind of mingle with her back in the pits underneath the awning, and we asked her, you going to win? She kind of just shrugs her shoulders, I'm like, well, aren't you? And she just smiled. So it's so cool, the different attitudes we have out here. I mean, they all want to win, but there's only so many trophies.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we said, only the top 5 from this one are going to move into that main event later on tonight. So you really got to be in the top 5 here.
For sure. There's a good look at Seth Lockstein running in that 5th place spot, going through the split lanes, and dust again going to be a factor.
The 41 of Mason Tesmer getting a little bit of pressure from Austin McGee and that number 93 as they come through the left-hander onto the backstretch.
Our leaders now going into that bold turn. Gonna head back towards the Monster Energy finish line. Such a cool shot on camera.
Gray Ledbetter, your leader, out there on her own. No pressure from behind. The number 93, though, of Austin McGee up to the number 2 spot. He's getting some pressure from the 41 of Mason Tesmer and the 17 of Seth Lockstein. Seth Lockstein looks like he's getting to the inside of the 41 of Tesmer.
Yeah,
Tesmer. To go to the 4 spot.
Yeah, Mason's really trying to hold on to that spot, but Steph Lockstein just trying to work his way by in that 17 and makes that pass stick. As you can see, the car's really starting to dance now in that infield.
Yeah, you see the guys doing a little bit of over-under passes. The lane's definitely time advantage-wise. One's a little bit loamy and loose. The other one's a little bit rougher, so you got to slow down.
It's a good look at McGee. Austin McGee in that number 93 running in that second place spot. Gray Ledbetter still out front in that number 28. Gray really opening up the gap there very, very nicely on the front section, going over the Monster Energy finish line. One more time. Again, we are going 10 total laps in this B main. 7 laps left here in the Sportsman side-by-side race.
The 17 is Seth Lockstein coming in. He's up to 3rd now, trying to catch the 93 of Austin McGee. Mason Tesmer not quite out of this one, though, in that yellow number 41 machine. Colton Shaw there in the 420 on your screen, putting on a good battle. That's the battle there for 5th.
Yeah, Gray Ledbetter running a 1 minute flat in that number 28 ride. Then Austin McGee is 102.491. Then Seth Lockstein is 102.637. So about 2 seconds over 2nd and 3rd place. Gray Ledbetter really has the hammer down.
Yeah, they definitely made some changes after the heat race, and she is moving forward. She's setting her sights on the top 5 here in this one. Good seating spot to get herself a better starting position behind the 20 guys already locked into the main event.
Ospraw in that 72 trying to work its way up into the 6th place spot. Ryan Waleski in that number 81 still holding on to that position right now. Track really starting to change throughout these last couple heat races. So we see a good look coming into the back section, heading towards that bold turn. Once again, Gray Ledbetter clicking off another lap, Zach. She is just checked out on this field. The car is dialed. She's really come a long, long way in a short period of time.
Yes, she has. There's 2, 3, 4, and 5 up over the Monster Energy finish line. On camera, that is the 41 and the 420 of Colton Shaw. Putting on a battle here. That's going to be for the 4 spot. Like I said, top 5 are going to be the ones to transfer. So now Jim Opsel in the 72, he is the one pressuring Colton Shaw for the final transfer spot.
Yeah, I mean, they're only 1/100ths of a second off of one another. I mean, that is barely anything. You can just look to your left, look to your right, and if you make a hiccup, you're going to lose that spot right now here in the B main.
Yeah, this track is definitely forcing some mistakes, so you got to be on your A game and keep your mistakes to a minimum so the guys behind you don't get that advantage.
Still battling side by side, that number 41 of Mason Tesmer.
Colton Shaw trying to get to the inside of him back there in the hole turn as they come back out here onto the front stretch and the Monster Energy finish line. Mason Tesmer going to hold on to the 4 spot in that 41 car.
Yeah, Tesmer, 4 laps remaining, is still holding on that spot. Like Zach was saying, the track really starting to develop some holes coming out of that infield section, heading into the split lanes.
The 81, Ryan Waslewski and Jim Opsel battling for that 6th spot. Ryan now in that 81 trying to put some pressure on Colton Shaw in the 420, trying to get that 5th and final transfer spot.
Good look at Gray Ledbetter once again. She is well out front. Just trying to pick her way through this tough layout here in Lena, Wisconsin.
And you can just see, when we got her on camera like that, the suspension is just working. The track is getting rough. You can see the dust. It's starting to get dry.
Yeah, it's really tough to negotiate, especially if you're really trying to button up behind another race car. You really have to pick the right line, and when you make your move, you have to go now. You can't wait. Like I said, tear-offs aren't doing you any good here. You really can't rip a tear-off because of dust. The dust is going to be there. If we had muddy conditions and different
we got
surfaces,
one over. That is Mason Tesmer in the 41 going over in the right-hander after the split lane. Mason Tesmer, tough break for him. He was running up there in that 4th spot.
Yeah, it looks like on the exit of the split lane, just caught her up, went upside down, and didn't miss a heartbeat. It looks like he has that engine running. Once again, he's back underway. Gray Ledbetter still out front. Now coming up behind lap traffic, it's Ledbetter, McGee, Lockstein, Shull in that number 420.
Jim Opsel in the 72 going to move up to the 5th spot.
Gray Ledbetter just getting hard on the binders, trying to get around some slower traffic. She comes back towards that inside line. Gray still well out front, just picking her way through. Like I said, 2 laps remaining that last time by. That means the white flag over the Monster Energy finish line is coming out. One final time here in the B main for Gray Ledbetter. Just finessing that throttle. Very well put together race car driver. She has come a long way, like I was saying early on. She really is just a calm, cool, collected driver. She knows what she needs to do. And I remember the day when Johnny and CJ were trying to get her in a car, and she, like I said, she has performed every time she's gotten behind the wheel.
Seth Lockstein in that number 17 car going to get up to the number 2 spot. He did get around the 93 of Austin McGee that last lap by.
Gray Ledbetter down into the bowl turn. Her eyes are set on that checkered flag. This time by. She will take it in the B main. Gray Ledbetter in the Yamaha number 28. Her fastest time was a 58.783. So a very quick couple laps for Gray Ledbetter. All clean air out front as you see the checkered flag flying once again for 2nd through 11th. And Gray Ledbetter, she's going to go back, maybe do a couple adjustments. As I've heard, just leave the car the way it is. She really does look comfortable. I'm sure she feels comfortable in that car, and they'll be back to put her into that A main.
Yeah, and like we said, the top 5 from this one, moving on to that A main. And those top 5, Gray Ledbetter, like you said, in that 28, picking up the win. Seth Lockstein in the 17, picking up the 2 spot. Austin McGee, 3rd with in the 93 car. Colton Shaw in the 420 coming home 4th in this one. And Jim Opsel in the 72 also going to move on to the A main later on this afternoon here at Dirt City Motor Complex.
And you see our top 5. I mean, you look at Austin McGee, other than a 1:01.514, everyone is about a minute flat. So Gray Ledbetter, she's about, I'd say about a second and a half faster than everyone on certain laps. But if you take us into that A main, those top 5, they can run those lap times. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go down to our top 5 of the B main with our 3rd member of our team, Scotty Ernst.
Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate it. We're down here, trackside here with Jim Upshaw. Jim, more laps than anybody out here, having to run the B feature here, but a little bit of a crazy start, but you got through, you made the top 5.
Yeah, we got our money's worth, and they told me we were going for a trail ride today. Next thing I know, flags are flying. I guess we're in a race. So,
what were the track conditions from when you ran earlier to now?
Well, much rocks, a lot of rocks out there now and holes, and now it's off-roading.
All right, well, best of luck. Good job here transferring up.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, we are going to move up around here. Going to go to our 4th place finisher, Colton. All right, Colton, how you doing? All right, so Colton, glasses are all full of mud here. There's some serious off-road racing.
It is. It's what we came for. We've been working real hard to get a car put together and try and get up here. I subbed it out in the first heat, and we came back and we're getting up there, dirt addicts. We're getting it done.
It's a great feeling here when they're cheering for you.
Awesome. I love it.
All right, what are you going to do?
The main and try and fight our way to the front, man. Get a podium.
All right, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, well done. All right, we're going to move forward here. Moving up to our 3rd place, Austin McGee. Austin out here enjoying the sunshine. You got fans out there cheering for you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know what to say. I've never been up here before.
Well, it's a good feeling then, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I had some bad luck in our first heat. Him right there, he snubbed out, stalled on the start, and I watched about 6 cars go past me. And then on the start again here, Gray Ledbetter stalled again, and I had another one I had to go after. I'm like, man, I got some bad luck, but I still made it here, I guess.
Absolutely. Making a transfer, that's the key. Now you're in the big show.
Oh, yeah, and I'm tired.
You got one more to go.
Oh, yeah, I need a break.
All right, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to continue moving up here. 2nd spot, Seth Lockstein. Seth up to 2nd here in the B.
Hey, was a good race. Austin pulled it off. He was really hard to catch, and I ran behind him all race and just waited for him to make a mistake, and I capitalized.
When you were sitting in second, Gray, she was way checked out in front of you. What was you thinking? Just keep it smooth, or were you pushing, trying to catch her?
My thoughts were trying to keep this secure so I can make it to the main. I wasn't going to try to catch her. She was way out there.
All right, well, best of luck. Good job here in the transfer.
Thank you.
All right, as we move to the final car here in the B main, let's hear it for the young lady here. Gray laying it down, checked out with a 17-second lead as they cross the finish line. I talked to you earlier today, asked you how practice was. You said it just like this. Nah, it was all right. Well, looks like it's more than all right so far.
Yeah, I mean, it actually went really well in the main, or in the B main, I guess, but it is just the B main, so now we got to go for the A and try to make it some close to the front.
When you had that big of a lead, was your spotter talking to you, or what was going through your mind?
Yeah, I mean, they basically said how far the lead was, and I was going around the split lane, and I could see him going behind me, but so I knew it, so I was just driving smooth and get practicing.
So what's your plan getting ready for the main? Any changes you're going to talk about with your crew?
No, I don't think so. The car actually felt really good. It's just go back out and try to get to the front.
All right, get to the front. That's the key. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, how about a big round of applause? Gray Ledbetter winning the B feature. Back to you in the Monster Energy Broadcast Center. Well done.
Thank you very much, Scotty, and we are back up in the booth. That was our top 5 in the B main. So now we are going to take a little bit of a break, and we will be back for the mains here this afternoon. Don't go anywhere. Go check it out. Go make sure you sign up for that Vision Wheel contest. Get a chance to ride with your Pro 4 champ, CJ Greaves, or your Pro 2 champ, Keegan Kincaid.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that, Brent. Registration for that contest is going to be open for about another 30 minutes or so. About 2 o'clock, we're going to shut that contest down, get ready to go for opening ceremonies, and we will be back here with some more racing a little later on this afternoon.
Man, wonder if we can go sign up.
I would like to. You think they'd let us out here?
Yeah, it'd be better than a trail ride if you get to ride with CJ or Keegan.
True. Let's try.
We might as well. All right, we'll be back here in a little bit for our A mains here this afternoon for the Monster Energy King of the Elements Spring National here in Lena, Wisconsin. Well, welcome back here to Lena, Wisconsin. You just witnessed 7 races early on. That is the heat races. Now we are going to move into our mains. But before that, we'd like to thank a bunch of our partners.
Starting out, we got Castle X. They are based out of Green Bay, Wisconsin, just south of here. They are the industry leader in premium products to cover power sports enthusiasts from head to toe. We would also like to thank Rugged Radios, the official radio of the series. And Factory UTV for sponsoring the series. Thank you guys for all of your support.
And we are back now live here in Lena, Wisconsin. Once again, like I was saying earlier, Zach, we just got done with all the heat races. Everyone's back in the pits trying to get ready for these A mains. At 2 o'clock, we will be starting the A mains. And I'll tell you, you really want to go do your homework in the pits right now. You have to go get your tires set up. You want to make sure your suspension's on point. And if you're guys like Kyle Cheney, Ronnie Van Eperen, that's a big difference. Van Eperen went out early. We seen in that pro mod class, so it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, there's some of the best in the business in those Yamahas, so we'll see Ronnie Van Eperen bust his tail to get back out here for this A main. Kyle Cheney, he probably just took a little hose to the truck or the car, washed it off a little bit, maybe doing a little minor adjusting on that ride, and he's going to be ready to go take down that trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we've said throughout the day, fans, if you got a little downtime right now while the track's being prepped, while we're waiting for those main events to start at 2 o'clock with our opening ceremonies, take a walk through the pits. Go down there, see your favorite drivers, see what's going on. You know, you just used a prime example between Kyle Cheney and Rod Van Eperen. One had great success in his heat race. The other one with a tough break. He's down there thrashing, they're wrestling, trying to get the car ready to go. You're going to see two completely different things under their tents going on right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Kyle Cheney's probably just grabbing himself a water, just chilling out, and then Ronnie, he's hands-on. He's ripping that car apart, trying to figure out what has gone wrong. Owen Van Eperen, his son, he had a great run going in that pro stock class, so we'll see Owen trying to defend and try to get a win here in Lena, Wisconsin. We can't thank everyone enough as we look at the Vision Wheel track overview. Just a beautiful facility right off the highway. My first time being here, Zach. I know you've been here a couple times. Close to home. I mean, it was only about an hour and 20 minutes coming from Bark River, Michigan, and it's just one of the best tracks on the circuit. We have Championship Off-Road coming later on in July, and it's going to be over the top. This track's just going to keep getting better and better.
Yes, it is. We, like we said, we cannot stop talking about these partners, the guys that help us all out. CBR Performance Products, Beyond Redline, Lunderville Steel, Power Sports One, Eldorado Trailer Sales, Victory Sign, N-Tech Consulting, Cold Cutter Traction Products, and the one local here in Lena, Wisconsin, Beaver Machine, and everything they've done, donating the equipment, the machinery to make the track what it is here today for you guys, the racers and the fans.
Yeah, definitely. We have Monster Energy, the title sponsor. Vision Wheel, we keep talking about them. That contest with Keaton Kincaid, CJ Greaves. Yamaha, the presenter of Pro Stock. Also, a new partner coming on this weekend, Yamalube. So go take a look at all these haulers, these cars. Make sure you're going to buy their products. The people that are supporting us, go support them.
Fans in attendance here today, check your pockets. If you are missing a set of Ford car keys, head on down to the main gate to claim them. Once again, fans here in attendance, if you're missing a set of Ford car keys, make sure you head on down to the main gate where you entered the track today. Your keys are down there. Brent Smith up here to the announcer's tower, please. Brent Smith to the announcer's tower.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Dirt City Motorplex here in Lena, Wisconsin. And you have witnessed the heat races this morning. And, Zach, we've seen some kind of showdown so far. The mains are coming up.
Yeah, it's definitely been no disappointment here by the Monster Energy King of the Elements Spring National. Now we'll send it back to Brent here.
Yeah, so if everyone would please stand and rise. Gentlemen, remove your caps. Put your hand over your heart and look to the south side of the race facility here in Lena, Wisconsin for the singing of our national anthem. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Monster Energy King of the Elements Spring National, and we're about to start our A-main races. But before we get to that, Zach, we are going to be talking about that contest. CJ Greaves, Keegan Kincaid, Pro 2, Pro 4 champ from last year are going to be doing a little bit of a contest. We had fans and racers go try to sign up to get picked to get a ride with CJ or Keegan Kincaid. And we're going to throw it down to the third member of our team. Scotty Ernst is going to show you more about the contest.
All right, thank you very much, fellas. We are down here in the Vision Wheels booth. We've been talking about it for weeks on social media as everybody planned to be part of this event, and now it's time for two lucky winners are going to have a chance to have a ride along with Mr. Kincaid and Mr. Greaves and do a whole lot of fun things and get some cool stuff. So get your tickets out. These are the lucky numbers. Lucky number 755530. Oh, you can hear it in the crowd. Oh, and a final lucky winner, 755536. So the last two digits of most tickets are 30 and 36. You guys have 10 minutes to come down to the Vision Wheel booth here. Hold on to your tickets, though, because if nobody shows up in those 10 minutes, we are going to redraw. So you still may have a chance. So you tell me there's a chance. You got 10 minutes. 755530 and 755536. You have 10 minutes. Come down here to the Vision Wheel booth and your chance for a ride along here at the Monster Energy Spring National.
All right, you heard it, fans. Those were the winning numbers. If you have those winning numbers, get down to the Vision Wheel tent. You heard it from Scotty Ernst. You have 10 minutes to do so.
Yeah, if you win that thing, you get a set of Vision wheels. You go over and see Todd Robinson. He will hook you up some very, very cool wheels from Vision, and I'll tell you, even second place runner-up is going to get a lot of swag from this weekend from the Side-by-Side Sport Nationals race here in Lena, Wisconsin. And I mean, I cannot wait to get these mains underway. Like I said before, Zach, there's only so many trophies, and if we're talking about Pro Mod right now, you know Van Epperen went out early. He was a heavy hitter, but Kyle Cheney, man, how do you stop the guy?
He was really fast in the heat races today. Kyle Cheney in that number 91 Can-Am, he was quick. He was out there in his own little area code.
Yeah, he definitely was. And, I mean, we have a lot of great race car drivers. We were talking about our contest. It's so cool to see Keegan Kincaid here, CJ putting in a lot of effort throughout these weeks trying to make this race as best as we possibly can make it. And right now we can't ask. Mother Nature's been awesome. We've put a decent amount of water on. We haven't really did a lot of track work this weekend, but that's what they want to see. They want it to develop. They want the holes to come in. They want that blue groove. They want the drivers to think, Zach. You don't want them to go out there and it's just an oval track, concrete or asphalt raceway. I mean, this is off-road racing. I mean, we love to see the different terrain, and right now here in Lena, you're going to see some kind of showdown later this afternoon.
Yeah, the Greaves family definitely doing a good job. Race series put on by racers for racers and fans. I mean, they want to give you the best racing possible out there on the track. They want to make the track as racy and as much fun as possible for the drivers, and letting the track deteriorate, become an actual off-road track, not getting real hard packed, blue groove, dusty. That's going to make for better racing as the day goes on.
Yeah, definitely. And as a race car driver myself, growing up through the ranks and that, you really have to adapt to change. You come out of your hauler, you come out of your semi, you come out of your motorhome, it don't matter. If you want to win, you better be putting your hands on the car. I always said, to know your own car, you need to work on your own car because you want to know what it does, how the suspension reacts, how your gear ratios are, your tires. I mean, you could go on for days. To be a guy like Kyle Cheney, to be like a Van Eperen, to be like a Greaves Kincaid, you have to do your homework, and it's not just showing up at the track going to wing it around one of these facilities. You really have to put it all together, and it takes a whole
has their own knowledge, which also helps. If you can get somebody that specializes in a different area than somebody else, or somebody that's willing to do something where somebody else isn't, the more volunteers, the more help you can get, the easier it is to do your homework. More people watching and helping also.
Yeah, definitely. And we talk about what it takes to make a race go on like this, and we see that on site today. We have Todd plus everyone at Vision Wheel Over showing off their wheels. We talked about the competition. Then we have Factory Fox and VP Fuel, Castle X, Beyond Redline Performance, Power Sports 1, also Race Driven Players KTM, and Rival Motorsports Can-Am. I mean, those are some heavy hitters, the partners that bring us here week in and week out, as well as Monster Energy, the title sponsor. The Greaves, they've been around with Monster a long time, and they've created a great relationship, and now look at what it's created. We're going around the Midwest. We went to Eagle River. Me and you were lucky enough to call that race. Talk about track changing conditions there. I mean, we've seen everything from hard packed to slippery to mud. I mean, you name it, it was there. We were down to the dirt at the end of the night.
Yeah, that race there was really a king of the elements. I mean, we had snow, ice, dirt, mud, sand, ruts, holes, flat track. I mean, we had a lot of different things going on up there at Eagle River that put on some dang good racing.
Yeah, I can't say enough, and thank everyone for coming out this weekend here. A beautiful facility, like I said. Remember, mark your calendars, July 26th and 27th. We are going to have championship off-road racing here in Lena, Wisconsin. The side-by-sides plus Pro Light, Pro 2, Pro 4, and then a host of other Sportsman divisions. We have single buggy, light buggy, all the way down to our kids' carts. I mean, we go on for days. It's a full wrap of racing all weekend long. I mean, the fans, they packed today. I can't imagine what the end of July is going to bring.
Yeah, absolutely, Brent. The end of July, I think that was the 25th and 26th. The Midwest Short Course Series is coming up here too, Lena, like you said. It should be a pretty dang good show.
Well, while you're waiting for the mains to start, go out and grab yourself a beverage, something to eat, because we are going to be going racing. We see down in front of us, pit lane is starting to pack up. All the race teams and the crews bringing out spare tires, some spare parts. I mean, if you go out early in a race like this, you're relying on that mandatory competition caution. The first couple laps, yeah, you can do what you want. If you get in a wreck and your car's still in decent shape, you have another shot at it. That's what's different about the morning races. We didn't have a competition caution. Now we do, so it's going to spice things up.
Yeah, absolutely. There should be a lot more closer racing towards the end of the race. Like we like to say, they re-rack and restack at that halfway point, and that is definitely does its job, that mandatory caution halfway through the race.
All right, I am up here with Brent, down from being trackside and with the spectators and everything. We're up here in the Monster Energy Broadcast Center, and it has been quite the day, Brent, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has, man. I mean, the track has changed so much throughout the morning. Now we're going into the mains, and it's going to be crazy to watch these mains. I mean, we have a lot of heavy hitters, 25-plus cars in this field, and, I mean, you were down on the track. I mean, what did it look like? I mean, was the track deteriorating, or was it holding up pretty well?
From what we could see from our vantage point, you could see a lot of the stones have come up. Yes, a lot of them get kicked away, but as the dirt brushes away and things like that, you can see the ruts coming up. You and Zach have been talking about the changing conditions, and you can see it, especially when they're hard on the brakes going into these corners. It's definitely running up, and more rocks and stones are coming up, which obviously adds a big challenge to these guys.
Yeah.
And girls.
Yeah,
As we
yeah.
watch Gray lay. She laid it down in the B main. Holy cow.
Yeah, and I liked when you asked her, you're like, oh, what are you going to do? No, the car's pretty good. She says, we're just going to go back and get it ready. And she's like, try to charge to the front. She's calm, cool, and collected. She knows how to race. I mean, she's come a long way in the last couple years.
Absolutely. She definitely showed the boys who was the boss of the B. And these guys are getting set here. Now, you mentioned 25-car start. We had chaos in some of the smaller heat race starts where they were piling up that one big crash. They're halfway in. So who knows what's going to happen. What's your prediction here in a 25-car start?
I don't know. We've seen a couple guys and gals like sleep on that start. So, I mean, it's a chain reaction. You're 4th or 5th all the way back to 9th, 10th. If you make one little bobble, you're collecting 5, 6, maybe even 10 cars, and it's not fair, but that's why we qualify. That's why we have these heat races. You want the best possible start, and right now you have Dylan Marquardt and Colin Kearns, Trevor Bushmaker, one of my favorites. He's a great kid. He's come a long way in that number 3 ride, and watch for him to move to the front.
All right, what would you do? You start in 6th to 8th, 9th, 10th. Do you go to the outside, try to avoid any pile-up or tangles, or do you keep it tight? What do you do?
Well, you just try to be patient as we go green, and look at that. We just called it. One person caught sleeping on the start, and that's all it takes.
Oh, man, so he's going to have to stay in that inside line here, and he's going to lose 3, 4, maybe more positions here at the drop of the green flag as the 22 of Dylan Marquardt looking sharp, locked and loaded at the drop of the green flag.
Yeah, definitely. I'll go back and touch point on what you were asking me, like what you would do in the early parts of this race. On that start, you just got to try to peck the best line. You don't know what the guy alongside of you or in front of you is going to do, but right now it's all Dylan Marquardt, and he did show a lot of speed early on.
Absolutely. A brilliant start, a little bit of a blink there from Colin, and it's dropped them back a few spots as they go into the bowl here off the kind of back straightaway section into the roller. They're hard onto the binders going into the back, and they're going to be coming around quickly here to complete lap number 1. Here he comes on the gas, moving fast up and over to Monster Energy start-finish line. It is going to be Dylan doing exactly what he needed to do in this Sportsman A feature, leading lap number 1 from the pole.
Yeah, definitely. Trevor Trevor Bushmaker not going away. You've seen him run second in the heat races, but right now he's got to put his head down. He knows Marquardt's fast, but you did make changes in this off time from the heat races, so pay attention. And if you were going to watch somebody, I'd watch Trevor Bushmaker. See if he can reel in our leader.
Two different lines there going through the Fox section there in the split lane. One going inside, one going outside. As Dylan took the outside line as they come out of that turn, Trevor going to the inside, trying to find a faster way to reel him in. But look at the gap already, a lap and a half in. Dylan is stretching it out. The field is packed up behind him.
Yeah, definitely Tyson Marquardt running in that third place position. Colin Kurtz, Josh Bear, and Mike Letourneau in your top 6. And we're watching that track now with more cars on the track in these mains. You're going to see that track come apart. And we talked about it time and time again. When you see this track come apart, that's where the smart drivers come out.
Here they go. Split lane here. One going inside. Let's see which way he's going this time. No, this time.
Well, he followed him.
Trevor followed him. He went to the opposite lane last time. Happy to be in second, following the leader right now. A perfect line. Just a little bit sideways there as Dylan gets it crossed up a little bit. Same with second spot, Trevor. Tyson sitting in third. Colin Kearns right now in the 4. Josh Bayer in the 5. Mike Letourneau right now in the 6. And Jake Komecki round out your top 7 here as we have 2 laps in.
Yeah, the number 10 of Colin Kurtz is holding his own in that number 9 ride, or in the number 10 ride, actually. That's Mike Letourneau in the number 9, as you just seen him on camera right there. In that Artie Cat ride, bright green, a little wider stance for those Artie Cats. They really handle these bumps fairly well, so watch as they're starting to back it in that inside turn.
It's getting dicey in the back of the field here as we follow that fight. Dylan's still out front, but these guys nose to tail going through that section, coming up to the start-finish line right now. Thinking about maybe going to the outside, getting a good run here. Good battle here between the 11 and the 77 there. Schultz and Hilgart going at it.
Yeah, Hilgart looking very, very strong. There's the number 94, Jake Komecki, trying to work his way up in the top 5 in that track, holding up fairly nicely here in the first main of this afternoon. It's a Sportsman side-by-sides.
There's a great shot of Komecki here in the in-car. You can see him working hard, just sawing at that wheel, trying to keep it in line here as he's trying to work his way to the front. Great shot there from the in-car.
Yeah, definitely. It's such a cool shot watching him drive at 10-2, just feathering that throttle, trying to keep it forward, as there's another outside view of Komecki trying to run that inside line as the ruts are really starting to develop.
Absolutely, they are. Kearns right there trying to keep him in his rear view. Good battle there for the 5 and his 6 spot between Kearns and Komecki coming here to the Monster Energy start-finish line.
Yeah, such a cool shot. You can see just the way he is holding on to that steering wheel. A lot of finesse. You really have to be patient.
Hard on the binders going at it. You seeing him lifting up the left rear, getting up on 3.
Trying to do it sprint car style.
Marquardt still out front. Trevor Bushmaker in the 2 spot. Tyson Marquardt 3rd. The gap right now, 2.5 second lead from Dylan. If we rewind back to that start, it was a brilliant start for Dylan. He did exactly what he needed to do, and he's got nothing but racetrack in front of him. Excellent shot here. Going over the backside roller here into that left-hander. Little touch, sets that front end, spins it around. Beautiful shot here from our Rugged Radio's track cam. Up and down he goes. A great shot there of our leader, Dylan Marquardt.
Yeah, definitely. When you can see clean air, you don't have to use any tear-offs. You're just focusing the track in front of you, like you were saying. And I'll tell you, he is having one heck of a day, Dylan Marquardt, in that number 22. As he puts it up on the bike, sets it back down once again.
That was a great shot of the ruts there we were talking about. He came in a little hot, bouncing through there, able to keep all 4s to the ground here. Here's a great shot coming out of the split lane there. Stabs on the brakes, spins it around, coming to the back section here. A beautiful line there. Dylan still on point.
Yeah, Dylan is definitely on point. Trevor Bushmaker in that number 3. He's just fading back a little by little, but I'll tell you, remember, we have that competition mandatory caution coming at the halfway point of these mains. So Bushmaker, you can try to pick apart Marquardt at the same time. He is definitely faster than Bushmaker, but you really have to do your homework. We talked about it time and time again this afternoon. Bushmaker really just needs to put his head down and focus where he can be faster.
Gap last time by was 2.5 2.9 seconds. So about a half a second lead now. Dylan is stretching it out. That time by matches there with a 2.9 lap times. 59.7 for Dylan. Trevor at a 56. Check that, 59.7. As we are now into that caution right now as we're in the halfway mark. You mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, Brent, that if you're in the back of the field, this is your time. Like, all right, I didn't have a good start. I didn't make it out. Now we got a chance again.
Yeah, definitely. If you're Jay Kosmecki, you had a decent run in the beginning parts of this race. But right now, when you take that red and yellow flag, that means we are at the halfway point, like you said. But you really have to talk to your spotter. They can mingle with you back and forth, and maybe they can help you out. They don't tell you how to drive the car, but maybe they can steer you in the right direction. How fast is Marquardt, and where is he going to be that fast? But right now, they really have a good car setup.
Earlier in this heat, when they were at like lap 2, we watched second spot Trevor go through the Fox Factory rough ride split lane. He went to the inside as you're looking at it. Our leader went to the outside. The outside one seems to be just a bit quicker, but if he can get the momentum coming out of that bowl tune into that split lane, he may be able to race him into that section and make a bid for the lead.
Yeah, you really have to put it together. You can't just take a turn, 3-4 turns, be perfect on them, and then make mistakes on 2 other turns. You have to put it all together. You have to find a flow, like I like to call it. You really have to be the one with your car, and you got to know what your car likes and what you like to drive, because everyone's different. You know that. You can't just jump in somebody's car and go win a race. You really have to pay attention and set up the car for your liking.
Absolutely, absolutely. So as Johnny Greaves here is pacing the field under our competition yellow, we're at the halfway mark. Here our Sportsman A feature. Dylan Marquardt in control of this one from the tone of perfect start he had. Trevor Bushmaker is sitting in the 2 spots. They're going to go single file here, rolling start. Chyson Marquardt is in the 3 spot. Josh Bayer showing in the 4. Colin Kearns in the 5 spot, and Jake Komeski in the 6 spot.
Yeah, Mike Letourneau is running 7th, and it's John Schultz, Aaron Hilgart, Jake Jorgensen, Dylan Parsons running in the 319 and 11 spot, and RJ Lego will round out your top 12. And if you look at this, your 5th through 9th position, they are all running 59s, 59.7, 59.8, 59.2. They are all neck and neck, so watch for that battle.
Except one other racer is with a 59-second hot lap. She is sitting 13th right now. She bumped up, transferred from the win into B main. Gray Ledbetter now up to 13th with her last lap being her hot lap of 59.772 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. You can't say enough about Gray Ledbetter. She is just one heck of a race car driver. Like you said, she won the B main. She transferred. That is no easy task. And then to run through a field of 25, watch for her. She is going for a podium spot today.
Absolutely. I mean, this is already a success and a win for her to go from starting, 21st in this one to move up to 13th, right on the outside of the top 10, and a podium not that far up, but she's got 12 drivers in front of her as these guys getting ready to go as the pace lap is about to be completed. Flagman is trying to slow them down, keep them under the control, and a green flag flies, and here we go. We're back to racing the second half for the Sportsman A main.
Dylan Marquardt out front in that 22. Bushmaker going to follow him through the door.
I did not expect that. I figured if it was me, I'd have went to the outside line, but the 2 car trying to make that happen. Chyson Marquardt goes to the outside line. Looks like he might lose a little bit of ground. He's on the high side trying to get that run. He's onto the inside, able to hold on to that 3. Hard on the binders going into that one. So as they roll off here after the mandatory caution, it's still the same way they ran at the first half with Dylan, Trevor, and Chyson Marquardt, your top 3.
Yeah, Dylan Marquardt doing a fine job out front. Trevor Bushmaker, Chyson Marquardt now in that 3rd place spot as, oh man, Dylan Marquardt putting it up on the bike once again, setting it back down. The ruts.
Coming in so hot, it's so bumpy and right up there. You just got to throw caution, win, and go for it. These guys want the W. They want to try to get to the top spot in the podium. These guys going to battle it out. Only 5 laps left to go for these guys. Marquardt in control.
Yeah, definitely Marquardt is in very much control of this racetrack, and
we got
looks trouble. Like, yeah, there's trouble. We have one up on its side. We'll have to catch the number. as one of our flag guys is throwing the yellow flag out. So remember.
We just went red.
Red flag out now. So definitely not what we want to see. But track officials are right there.
So they are going to woe these things up here before they get into the, it's looks like the 58 car from what we're getting reported. That is Matthew sitting right now back in the final spot of 25th. Unfortunately, not the restart that he was hoping for, as the field is pretty much slowing down, and now another restart.
Yeah.
But if you're in the back, not so good. Dylan doesn't want another restart. He nailed 2 so far. They say 3 is a charm, but it's going to be very interesting to see what happens as they get another one. Gray.
She keeps moving up.
She moved up to 11. 2 spots she gained. How awesome would that be if just alone she makes the top 10, let alone anything more than that. It's beyond gravy. She's already bumped up and halfway through the field. Pretty awesome. So Matthew is okay, as Johnny out there checking out the ride, looking like everything's okay. The report is Matthew is fine, which is most important.
Yeah, definitely. We talked about safety all morning, and that's how good these cars are built. They're very, very safe. Johnny's looking over that car, making sure the steering's all tight, ready to rock and roll. And when you put it up on its side, you never know. You can bend a tie rod. You can shear off a right or left wheel. And, I mean, anything can happen. But let's go back to Gray Ledbetter. I mean, she won that B main, now transfers up. And it sounds like we keep talking about her, but who's the biggest mover of the race right now? It's got to be Gray.
Absolutely right now. She had a 17-second lead there when she crossed and took the checkers of the B main. And that is massive on the field that was in the B. And now to go from, starting first from the B, starting 21st, now up to last time across scoring and timing showed 11th. So definitely it's a great opportunity and great drive for this young lady.
Yeah, and we talked about the mandatory competition caution. This is like the third one. Everybody's getting another shot at this. If you're Trevor Bushmaker, well, guess what? You got another chance to just gather your bearings, figure it out, and figure what you need to do to run down Dylan Marquardt. And right now, Marquardt, he's ran a 55.885. That is flat out flying here in Lena.
That is a crazy, great fast time. We're looking at great in-car here of Jake Kosmecki. He is just rolling slowly right now, waiting for this restart as they start to bunch this field back up. I have to think, Brent, we're going to go green this time by. They got enough room, I think, to gather up the field to send it here to go green flag again, as we were showing 5 laps to go last time by. Marquardt out front, Bushmaker, Tyson Marquardt, and Josh Bayer, your top 4, and Colin Kearns in the 5. So here comes the field here onto the front straight. Soon to be over Monster Energy start-finish line.
Look at Bushmaker. He's trying to suck right to the back bumper of Marquardt. And I'll tell you right now, Tyson is not going away as well.
Is he going to follow him, or is he going to take the split lane? What's your call?
I don't know. If I was Trevor, I'd go opposite where the leader is going. But right now, you have to follow Marquardt because you know he's fast.
He absolutely is. And, Tyson tried it the last time. He lost a little bit of ground. So now if Trevor does it and Tyson goes to the inside line, oh, man, it could cost him the spot. So much thinking as the green flag flies. We are back to racing.
Look at Tyson. Tyson trying to go on the long way around. Bushmaker couldn't shut the door. Now it's both the Marquardts out front.
Oh, they are side by side. Wheel to bill. What a move. They're powering through. Is Trevor not lifting at all? Standing strong. Elbows out. Holding on to that 2 spot as they go nose to tail through that turn, but it's still another 3 times a charm here. Dylan Marquardt, another perfect start.
Yeah, definitely Bushmaker not going away. He had a good start. He is not fading off of Marquardt right now, so watch. Trevor Bushmaker starting to put on the heat.
He had a good run coming over that back roller section here, but Dylan a bit faster. Now coming into the bowl here. Let's see. Hard on the blinders, into the ruts.
Here comes Trevor.
Inside. They're side by side coming out of the corner. Dylan still hanging on. It is going to be a drag race here to the Monster Energy finish line. And just at the car length apart, it is first and second, nose to tail, with 4 laps left to go.
And here we go. Look at Bushmaker. He's going to try to go outside, inside on Marquardt. Can he make the pass stick? The opens there.
Man, he kept the momentum up, going to the high side. He had a look to the inside, nothing there. Top three, it's going to be the same order they go. Into that tough, tight right-hander here. Not very rutted up as they slide through perfectly here. It is still Dylan in control. Trevor behind him and Tyson right there waiting for something to happen in front.
Yeah, definitely. Dylan is doing what he needs to do, just being calm, cool, and collected, running that outside line, trying to fade out as far as he can to ride that cushion, cutting across the bottom. And Trevor Bushmaker, he's about 2-3 car lengths behind him, but it only takes one little mistake. That's it.
Exactly. He had a look coming out of this corner last time by. A great shot here from our Rugged Radio trap cam as they are coming in to the start-finish line. Now a bit of a gap, maybe 3-4 car lengths apart. Here he comes trying to outside line. Here in the 3 cars, Trevor, as they come into this hard left-hander, coming into the Fox Factory split lane here. It's going to be follow the lead of the top 3. No, third spot is going to go. Tyson going to try that outside lane here, and we got a fight going in. Here he comes, the 3 car. Trevor making a bid for the lead on the inside. Can he make it stick? Not able to do it. Is Dylan going to hang on to the lead?
Yeah, definitely Dylan is trying to hold on to that top spot. Bushmaker, he's really doing what he needs to do. He's going outside. He's going inside. He's very smart at driving those race cars. He's trying to pick the fastest line, but right now our leader obviously is running the quickest line, but you have to try to be there when that little mistake happens.
The pressure being applied by Bushmaker right here. He's had a couple looks coming out of this corner, not able to do it this time as he comes on to the front section here again. Now he's made it up. He gets a good run here over to Monster Energy start finish line, maybe 2 car lengths apart into the factory split lane here. Next time by, is it going to be follower leader? He goes to the high side.
Oh, Bushmaker makes a mistake.
Oh man, caught that rut, pushed up wide, able to slam the door there in front of Tyson and hang on to that 2 spot. But now a couple more car lengths here for Dylan out front. 2 to go last time by.
Yeah, 2 laps to go that time by. Dylan Marquardt, Trevor Bushmaker, Tyson Marquardt, and Josh Baer, your top 4. And man, Dylan Marquardt, he's doing what he needs to do. He's very smooth right now, and it's going to take a lot right now for Bushmaker to catch back up.
Now we got a bit of a battle here for the 3 spot here. Tyson and Josh Baer. Josh Baer behind them. They are all trying to get to the front. You want to stand on the top 3 spots at the podium. Dylan Marquardt right now in control as they 2 laps to go last time by as they come over to Monster Energy start finish line. This is the flag you want to see, the one to go. Nothing but racetrack in front of him. Dylan Marquardt on point.
Yeah, Dylan Marquardt definitely on point. We'll see if he can hold on one final time around here in Lena, Wisconsin. The track's starting to come apart more and more as time goes by, going through those split lanes. That's the number 2 of Tyson Marquardt running in that top 5.
As these guys trying different lines going to that section for the final time. It is still Dylan out front, stretching out that lead now to about 6 car lengths here. Trevor Bushmaker into 2. Josh Baer finds his way to the 3 spot. He was able to get by Tyson Marquardt. As now about a half a lap left to go. It is Dylan Marquardt out front over the backside roller one more time. Can he keep it together? He has felt the pressure of Trevor Bushmaker the entire race. The final section. He is that brilliant drive. 3 great starts. Keeping it cool. Cool as the other side of the pillow at night. Taking the checkered flag. Dylan Marquardt.
Yeah, definitely a good run by Trevor Bushmaker, Josh Baer, Tyson Marquardt, Jake Kosmecki, Colin Kearns, Dylan Parsons, Jake Jorgensen, Gray Ledbetter all the way up to the 9th spot. So a great run for Gray. I'll tell you right now, she came out of that B main, worked its way up into the 9th spot. That is one heck of a day for Gray Ledbetter. That is the 2nd A main of the day here in the Sportsman side by side. And Zach, I'm telling you what, that is just a preview of what the rest of the day is going to be.
Yeah, that really is. That is just a preview. Starting out with our Sportsman division there in that A main. I got to sit back and watch that from start to finish, and it was awesome. There was some great racing. I got to give it up to Tyson Marquardt, first race in the UTV with us here as in the series. Great job to run up there into that 4th spot.
Yeah, definitely. It's not an easy task, especially when you put 25 plus cars on a short racetrack. And I'll tell you, you got to give kudos to all the track crew, everyone, all the volunteers, all the flag guys, the flag men. I mean, everyone down to Kathy, Johnny, CJ Greaves. This is happening right now in Lena, Wisconsin. The weather is beautiful, and you just witnessed one of the best Sportsman side-by-side races in the world, if you ask me. And I tell you, Trevor Bushmaker, it sounds like I talk about him a lot, but he's right there. He is
right there.
A matter of a half a second off our leader, and it only takes a couple mistakes.
Oh,
I say it time and time again, but it's the truth. I mean, you can be running out front and have a 5-6 car length lead. You put it up on the bike. By the time you set it back down, you hiccup, somebody's going to slap you on the back.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk about that 28 car. Great Ledbetter. She came out of the B main, won the B main, got to start 21st here in the A main. She ran it all the way up to that 9th position. She got to go inside that top 10. She came from deep in the field, and she worked her butt off to get where she was.
Yeah, definitely a good run for Dylan Parsons, finishing 7th. Jake Jorgensen, we talked about Ledbetter, John Schultz in 11X finishing in the top 10. But today it was all the number 22 of Dylan Marquardt, and he ran a 55.885 at one point in that race. That is flat out flying.
Yeah, that is 55.885 lap 1. That is fast.
Well, in between these races, ladies and gentlemen, go get something to eat, get something to drink, go check out your favorite race car driver. But right now, put all your eyes on the podium right in front of you in this beautiful race facility here in Lena, Wisconsin, here for the Monster Energy King of the Elements Spring National. We got to once again thank our partners, Monster Energy, the title sponsor for the Monster Energy King of the Elements Spring National. Yamaha is the presenter of Pro Stock. Toyota Racing, the official truck here.
Rival Motorsports Can-Am, the presenter of our Pro Mod division that we will see later on this afternoon. Fox Factory, Rough Rider, Split Lane out there. Fox Factory coming on board, giving us a lot of help here. Also being a part of the track, you know, getting their input, building the track around what they thought. You know, that Fox Factory Rough Ride Split Lane is awesome out there in the center of the track.
Yeah, you can't say it better than that. Rough Ride Split Lane, because it is. It is a rough ride. You have to make sure those Fox shocks are dialed. And as well as Yamalube this weekend coming on board, I'll tell you right now, that is huge for our sport. Yamaha as well. We can't wait to see what the future brings. I mean, so many different manufacturers. Got to thank Race Driven, KTM, Polaris. I'll tell you, out of Escanaba, Michigan, we'll be going up to Bark River for the short course off-road racing season, and they're a big presence at that race facility.
What's that? Right?
Well, Brent, it looks like the drivers are out of their cars, making their way through the fans here over to the podium. Make sure you guys wave, say hi, tell them they're your favorite. Awesome job to our top 3 there in that one. Dylan Marquardt, Trevor Bushmaker, and Josh Baer.
Yeah, and coming up right after the podiums, we are going to go back racing once again for race number 3 of the A-Mains. It is Pro Stock side-by-side. And I'll tell you right now, Zach, I keep talking about it, but this has got some heavy hitters. Jeremy Houle, Owen Van Epperen, Gabe Johnson, Scott Waz, Robert Loire, Bill Berger, Corey Podolsky, your top 10 that'll be coming out on the racetrack, as well as Johnny Holzer in that 44, who pretty much ran away and hid in the heat race.
Yeah, so did that 97 of Jack Letourneau, though, in his heat race. They were in separate heat races. They both picked up the win in their heat race earlier on this morning, and man, were both cars bad fast.
Yeah, and it's cool to see how they develop throughout the race weekend, and it's so cool to see how these teams come together. It's not an easy task to win here, but I'll tell you right now, there is no time remaining. We have to go down to the podium with Scotty Ernst. He has your top 3 finishers.
That was quite the thrilling race that we had here. These guys battled it out to the finish, and now we are proud to present our podium. So finishing on 3rd spot in a podium with a brilliant drive, working his way to 3rd, Josh Baer. Well done, well done.
Thank you.
Josh, we'll get your 3rd place here.
All right.
Josh, as we followed you through that race, you worked for every spot, and then with just a couple laps to go, you were able to make it happen and get that 3rd spot.
Yeah, the ruts were getting pretty bad out there, and everyone was trying to go around them, and I just decided to drive through them and hope for the best. So it ended up working for me.
Well, you definitely were able to do it there with a couple laps to go to earn. It feels good to stand on the podium, doesn't it?
It does. It's been a long off season. We just got this thing back together last weekend. Went for a little test ride, ended up dumping it. And, we made a few adjustments, came out here, got 3rd place. Can't be happier.
Well, I'm sure there's some folks that you want to thank. Who's that?
Yeah, I want to thank Great Lakes Custom Tool, Bear Welding, KGB Customs for building me a basically new car from last year, Home Team Sports and Apparel, McLean Auto, Drees Dairy, got a bunch of family over there. New Color Coating Company, Center Bowl, Pine Street Classics, PRP Seats, Race Driven, Rugged Radio, Team Elbow Racing. We got a lot of people supporting us this year. Can't be thankful enough.
Well, congratulations. Big round of applause for Josh Baer, ladies and gentlemen. Now moving up 1 stop on the podium, a hard foot, 2nd spot. Give it up for Trevor Bushmaker. Well done, Trevor.
Thank you.
Trevor, that was a heck of a fight you had there. You threw everything you had at him. Tell us about that race.
Boy, these Marquardt boys, they're pretty damn fast. Bayer keeping pressure on me. Track is falling away, getting rough, rocks here, there, holes, whatever. I threw everything at Dylan, and he came away. Good for him.
A couple times you had the inside look coming out of here. A couple times you chose the option lane going into the split lanes there, but in the end you just stayed with behind the leader.
Yeah, you can't pass them if you're following them, so you try whatever.
Well, congratulations. I know just like Josh takes a lot of people to help you. Who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, girlfriend, Beaver Machine, Dan Bieber Equipment, Haystack Apparel, Lynn Washaleski Nelson Tree Service, Carbon Spray Painting Sandblasting for the killer paint job on these cars that take a beating, KGB Custom Fabs, whoever I'm forgetting, Dexter for spotting for me. I couldn't do it without him.
Well, congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up. 2nd spot, Trevor Bushmaker. That was a long race. We had a mandatory caution. We had a couple restarts, 3 starts, 3 perfect starts, kept them out front. Give it up for your champion, Dylan Marquardt. All right, we're going to try to get a few words here with Dylan. Dylan, as I said, 3 restarts on the first one. Perfect start. Run us through them.
That was wild. I was dying the whole time. It's hot out, and I don't know. I'm just not in shape, I guess. But yeah, it was a blast. Knowing these guys are behind me, it's tough to keep it up front. So, give it up to them guys for the run they had. They did good. But glad we came away on top.
Competition caution. It's going to bunch up the field. Everything. You need to have a good restart, and you did again. What's going through your mind during that pace lap there before the second restart?
Well, I had my spotter Mark in my ear. Thanks to him for taking over. He was just in my ear the whole time, let me know when to go, and when he saw it fly, I went, and we just never looked back. So
It takes a lot of people here to get to the top of the podium. Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, it does. First of all, my mom, my dad, my brother, the whole Broken Dirty Motorsports team. It's quite a bit of Lena. Dirt City for this great. There's so many people. I just can't thank everybody enough. So thanks to all them. Sorry if I forgot you.
Well, congratulations. Well done. Give it up. Your Sportsman champion, Dylan Marquardt. It's a good feeling for these guys to make the podium here at this class of Ed and Dylan. Absolutely the class of the field this weekend. A big smile, big check he's holding. That's got to be a good feeling. So congratulations. We're going to throw it back to you guys in the Monster Energy Broadcast Center.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to our top 3 finishers once again, and we are going to move things along here for the Pro Stock Side-by-Side A main coming up. Like I said, the 97, your early winner in the heat race, Jack Letourneau, will be starting on the pole alongside of John Holger, who Johnny, he was a fast race car driver in the heat races as well. They both split their heat races. Ronnie Van Eperen. Then you have Jeremy Houle. Owen Van Eperen will be in the number 5 car. Then it's Gabe Johnson in that race-driven Polaris KTM ride. Scott Waz, Robert Loire, Bill Berger, Corey Podolsky will be your top 10 to start this A-main event. And I'll tell you, 15 total laps as our drivers will get back to their vehicles from the last A-main. Trevor Bushmaker, one heck of a run. Marquardt, just phenomenal job, just flawless. Put it up on the bike a couple different times, but that did not fail to lose any bit of hope for him. He put everything together, taking away that $1,500 check as well as the $500 Rugged Radios check. So he's going home with $2,000 in his payday today. So I'll tell you, this has been one heck of an afternoon. We have to thank everybody once again here at the Monster Energy King of the Elements Spring National. Our partners, the title sponsor, Monster Energy, Vision Wheel, Yamaha, Yamalube, and Toyota Racing. And on site as well, we have Vision Wheel. Go see Todd Robinson and the guys over at Vision Wheel. Fox Factory, VP Fuel, Castle X, as well as Beyond Redline Performance, Power Sports 1, Race Driven, Polaris KTM, and Rival Motorsports Can-Am, as well as a host of others to make this weekend possible. Beautiful sunny skies, and I'll tell you what, we have a lot more racing to go.
Man, what a joy these guys must have had, you know, standing there on the podium. You could see the absolute joy and accomplishment in their faces and their voices. You know, the most pressure that they have, Zach, you know, is trying to remember everybody's name, because you don't want to forget somebody. You know, that's the worst, especially if it's somebody important. They're all important, yes, but, you know, there's different levels of love that you have for everybody and how much somebody helps you. You just don't want to forget.
Yeah, absolutely, Scotty. The famous podium line is, and to everybody else that I forgot,
exactly.
I still want to thank you, because like you said, there is just so much pressure up there on the podium. You kind of put them on the spot, so to say, and they kind of freeze up, whatever. We do like to thank all of our sponsors, all of their sponsors, because none of this would be possible without them.
All right.
Definitely would like to thank some of our title sponsors like we talked about, Monster Energy, the official sponsor of Side by Side Sports, the King of the Elements series. This is the Spring National brought to you here, the Dirt City Motorplex in Lena, Wisconsin. Can't thank Monster Energy enough. And the official wheel on site today. We've talked about them many times. You've heard about the contest they're doing. Vision Wheel, can't thank them enough. If you haven't already, go see Todd over there at the Vision Wheel booth. And maybe he's even got some swag here for you. Check out some new wheels for your ride.
They got some cool hats for sale over there, man. I was checking them out. Pretty cool.
Really? Awesome. Yeah, get back there, get a hat.
All right, Sportsman's in the books. Dylan got the W. Now we move to our Pro Stock division. Pro Stock division is presented by Yamaha, and it is our order here. Man, we got some heavy hitters out front. It was very, very close in this one. Jack Turner starting on pole. John Holker in a 2-spot, and Ronnie Van Eperen is going to be sitting in position number 3.
Jeremy Hull's going to be in that number 4 spot, one of the Arctic Cats out there in the field. Rod Van Eperen's son, Owen Van Eperen, in the number 5 machine. He's going to be starting 5th on the field. Gabe Johnson, watch for him. He was quite fast in the heat races today as well, the number 25, starting 6th.
Scott Waz is starting in the 7th spot. He is looking pretty good. I expect him to definitely make a bid for this one. Robert Lohr is in the 8th spot. Bill Berger is going to be in the 9th. Corey Podolsky, C-Pod, sitting in the 10th spot. Corey, last year's Sportsman champion, moving up to Pro Stock. And, man, qualifying 10th? I would think I'd be happy with that. And I don't know about you.
I would be happy with that. First year in the class, not too bad of a start. Able to do a little bit more things this year than he was in the Sportsman class. He's allowed to flash computers. They're allowed to change the exhaust. They're allowed to do a little bit more tuning stuff. So definitely he's taken the step up in class. He got the pro card. They are now a pro division, but the speeds get faster as well.
Absolutely. I had a great interview with him, and he was throwing a big shout out to one of his sponsors, Jamie Tenney's at Trackside Hobbies. A big thanks to him. So C-Pod with a good performance so far, and let's see how he does starting from the 10th spot. Rory Navin is going to be in 11. Zachary Zakowski is going to start from the 12. Zach Janke is going to be in the 13. Mike Caswell starting in position 14.
Matt Wood in the 19 car going to be 15th. Joe Dressel in the 36 going to be 16th on the field. Matt Bone in the 13 going to start 17th. Jesse Kloss in the 99 going to start 18th with us. Justin Tessmer going to start in the 19th spot. Kyle Anala going to start in the 20th spot today. Chris Enke in the 21st. And Blake Enlow going to round out the field here in our stock sportsman division, or stock side-by-side division.
Johnny Greaves here just setting the field here, about ready to clear the grid. So what do you think? Is it going to be a good start? Is it going to be a little bit of carnage here at the start of this? I'm hoping for a good start.
I'm hoping for a good start. There's a lot of cars out there. We'll kind of see how things play out. We saw the last one went pretty dang good. So
Cole Flagman's in control of the field here. The white flag is going to lead them off to the drop of the green as the white flag slowly raises. The revs come up. And here we go. Green flag flies. And a pretty good start here. Both our front runners having a good start. Let's see if they're all going to the outside. Somebody's got to peel off and go to the inside, and they do. Haas are going to come up on the outside here as it was the 45 car of Rodney Van Eperen going to the inside, outside, depending how you're looking at it. And it's going to stay top 3. Oh, sideways there. Rodney going on the outside, making it happen. Going to quickly move up to P2.
Rod Van Eperen going to go around the outside, like you said, Scotty, of that 44. That is John Holcher in the HBI-backed machine. Gabe Johnson, he was quick. We talked about him just in the lineup. He's all the way up to 4th already. He started 6th on the field. That number 25 car, one to watch.
This is a 15-lap feature here in our Pro Stock division presented by Yamaha. It is Jack out front. We see him here in our Rugged Radio's track cam. They are coming onto the front section here, gripping and ripping over to Monster Energy start-finish line for lap number 1. It's the 97-year pole sitter, Jack Letourneau, leading lap number 1.
Rodney Van Eperen in that number 45. Hot pursuit in that 2nd position. Johnny Holcher running 3rd. You see Rod Van Eperen really slamming on the brakes and rotating that thing, trying to get to the inside lane of the Fox Factory Rough Rider split lane.
It worked out for him here on lap number 1. He got a little bit crossed up last time by. You see him just roosting, and look at the run he's got coming out of the corner. He had to check up a little bit, staying out of the back. Right rear there of the 97 of Jack. And now they are nose to tail, literally nose to tail, coming out of that 2nd section. Van Apperen just absolutely on our leader.
The number 45 trying to go to the opposite lane of the 97, Jack Letourneau. Into the hole turn. Good shot there.
Protecting the inside was Jack. Ronnie tries a high side, nothing there. 1, maybe 2 car lengths as they come up to the Monster Energy start-finish line. You see the 97 Jack on the inside, Ronnie on the outside. We're going to check here as they come in to the split lane, what they're going to do. Ronnie's been going on the inside. Let's see if he maintains it. He does, and he has a much better run coming out of it this time. Let's see if he's going to be able to make a bid for the lead coming in on the exit.
Johnny Holzer in that 44 sitting back watching things happen here. He's trying to move to the front. Let's talk about that number 90 car, Scotty. Zach Sikowski, he started deep in the field all the way up to the 4th spot trying to make a run on the 44 of Johnny Holzer.
Absolutely having a great run here. We stay with the battle up front though as Ronnie absolutely got a great run. He's been running the high line coming out of the split lane to carry that momentum up. He had a good run on him last time. As they come into the back bowl, we'll see as they are side by side, pitching it sideways is Jack, Ronnie in the 2 spot. Coming up to the start-finish line again, about the same gap this time by. At the start-finish line, they go. We have right now 12 laps to go in this one. Letourneau still out front. Van Apperen in the 3 spot. Holger and Zakowski.
Just off your camera screen, though, that 44 car, he is picking up a couple tenths here and there. That 44 car is going to start creeping into your camera view. That's going to be the battle for the top 3.
This is the best run Van Apperen's had coming out of that split lane. He's definitely got the edge now. He's going to carry the momentum on the outside. He's going to have the preferred line going in inside. He worked it. Late on the binders is Jack in the 97. Van Apperen to the front. Can he hang on a tight line as they come into the back row? It's a brilliant drive there. Roddy Van Apperen goes to the front. He opens the inside. Letourneau trying to make it happen, but not going to be able to do it. Rodney Van Apperen moves to the front.
Now, Jack Letourneau, he gets to play offense, and he gets to work on the back door of Rodney Van Apperen if he can get back up there and catch him. Johnny Holzer, though, right there on the back door of Jack Letourneau. That's going to be heating up. We're going to have a 3-car battle here for that 2nd spot now that Rodney Van Apperen has kind of pulled away.
Letourneau lost a little bit of momentum coming out of that bowl turn. If you were watching, he kind of got it crossed up a little bit sideways. Now, Rodney goes to the outside lane this time. The first 3 laps, he stayed on the inside lane there, but now going to the option lane here where our leader Jack was, and Rodney now starting to stretch it out here out front.
Yeah, that's a great shot there. You can actually see how far Rod is actually pulled. We've seen how close they were before. Right there's the battle for second between Jack Letourneau and the 44 of Johnny Holzer. And that's Zach Zakowski in the 90 sticking his nose in the picture there.
You mentioned Zach earlier. He's looking really good here, trying to make a bid. You want to make the podium here. We got a great in-car there of John Holzker. As they are battling there, 2, 3, and 4. Van Apperen out front. We are going to have a mandatory yellow here. Competition caution coming up here in a few laps, but Van Apperen doing what he needed to do, and a brilliant drive getting to the front.
Johnny Holzer looking to the inside of Jack Letourneau, trying to make it happen. Not going to do it, but Zach Zakowski going to be right there trying to go the opposite way of Johnny Holzer.
It is the 45, Van Apperen out front. Last time by, he built up a 3-second lead. Patience was the key with that. He worked that option line each and every lap, able to find the line, tried the high line, got the momentum up, beat Jack into the corner, was able to work his way up to a 3-second lead. Letourneau is in the 2 spot. Holzker is in 3rd. Zakowski 4. Gabe Johnson in the 5. Scott Waz in the 6. Owen Van Apperen in the 7th spot. Bill Berger is in the 8. And C-Pod Corey Podolsky in the 9. Rory Navin round out your top 10.
Zach Yonke sitting in that 11 spot. Matt Wood, Joe Dressel, Mike Caswell, Kyle Anala, and Matt Bone going to round out the 16-car field remaining on the track.
It's a 3.5-second lead for Roddy, but John now putting the pressure on Jack as they come down the front section here after the Monster Energy. Start-finish line, trying both lines there.
Johnny Holzer going to the left. Jack Letourneau staying on the right-hand side of the split lane. Gonna maintain that second position over Johnny Holzer.
Zach, it's such a gamble to go to that inside. We saw it here as we followed Rodney through it, but the other guy trying to make it. It's a chance, but then you lose the chance to get the inside there as you exit it. But as Rodney did, he kept the momentum up, able to work into the next section to get the inside line. So you got to plan it out. 3 turns ahead, you got to be thinking about what line you're going to take.
Absolutely. It brings us back to the give and take that we had talked about earlier. You got to give a little here to make up a little there.
8 laps left here. Rodney Van Eperen out front. 2.6-second lead is now as the yellow and red. This is the competition caution. We said about it earlier in the Sportsman. If you're in the back of the field and you had a tough start, this is the time you want to be able to move, bunch it up, and have a chance to try to improve your time here as Rodney Van Eperen shown his experience right now. Just a brilliant drive so far.
Yeah, and this mandatory caution, it's really an excellent thing. It kind of re-racks and restacks the whole field, gets us closer together. Let's have some good tight racing. But if you're sitting in the seat of Rodney Van Eperen right now, that 45 machine, you did not want to see this mandatory yellow come out. He was sitting there with like about a 3.5-second lead on him, Scotty. He did not want to see that halfway mark come.
I said it during the podium interviews, Eric to Dylan, he had 3 restarts. He nailed it each time, which is amazing. So Rodney's got to do it because Jack and John are absolutely going to do it. Now you wonder, Zach, is Jack going to follow what Rodney did and try that option line, through that Fox Factory rough ride split lane? Which lane is he going to do at the start?
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what happens here.
Thrilling race so far. Rodney giving us a lot to talk about. Starting from that number 2 spot, had to work hard. Trying every lane possible as they all starting to bunch up the field here. 8 laps left to go. Rodney Van Eperen starting in the 1 here. Jack Letourneau is going to be in the 2. John Holtzker in the 3. Zach Sikowski in the 4. Gabe Johnson in the 5. Scott Waz sitting in the 6. Owen Van Eperen down to the 7. Bill Berger in the 8. Corey Podolsky in the 9. And Rory Navin round out your top 10.
Matt Wood going to take over the 11 spot. Zach Yonke, Joe Dressel, Kyle and Nala going to be in that 14th spot. Mike Caswell going to drop to 15th. Matt Bone 16th on the field.
Nice slow pace for these guys. Just trying to give these guys a chance to breathe. For sure it's hot out there. The track not too dusty. The watering has been holding really well, but the ruts definitely, we've seen him after each and every lap, more and more ruts, and definitely going to be the telltale sign as the track continues to go. We talked about it this week. CJ Greaves, the race director, said, we're not going to, it's off-road racing. We're not going to do a lot of work to it. If they have to, in dire situations, they will, but they want to let it rough up and go into make sure it's off-road.
Yeah, absolutely, Scotty. Like he was saying, CJ said this is an off-road race for off-road racers. Let's let the track deteriorate, fall apart. We're not going to be out there, giving it a makeover between every single race, and that's what they have done, and that's what they're showing here. I mean, the track is definitely rutting up. It's starting to form holes, like you were saying. The dust really isn't too bad. I thought that may be a little bit more of a factor, but they definitely have enough water on it and holding the dust down, doing a great job this afternoon.
Ronnie Van Eperen bringing the field around. We expect to see a green flag here at the end of the front section. Johnny Greaves in the pace vehicle right now, pacing the field to a slow roll. Johnny signals back to the guys. See Rodney, a little brake check there on the 97. You see him playing games right now. Cat and mouse, when the green flag's going to drop. Which way is Letourneau going to go? As we get ready to drop the green here and go back to racing in our Pro Stock Division presented by Yamaha. The green flag flies. He dives to the inside. Oh, man. Almost contact there. And it's going to be single file going through the backside. They are. They're going to follow your leader. Rodney Van Eperen doing exactly what he needed to do. Locked and loaded at the drop of the flag.
Absolutely. The little bit of a contact was the number 90s. Now Zach Sikowski moving up into that 3 spot, as you can see on camera. So we've got Rod Van Eperen, Jack Letourneau, Zach Sikowski, and Johnny Holzer going to be your top 4. Johnny Holzer going to give him some contact, move back up into that number 3 spot, though, on the inside.
Van Eperen, a perfect start here as he brings the field around, just flat out, just leaning on it there. Into the back section he goes. Van Eperen, Letourneau, and Holzker. As we got almost 3 wide going to the back pole. That was crazy. Side-by-side racing. Here's a great shot from the Rugged Radio's track cam as they are bumping and banging and leaning on each other. At the start-finish line, though, it is still Ronnie Van Eperen leading away. Jack Letourneau, 0.3 back. Letourneau hard into the backside. A little bump just to let you know I was there, Rodney.
Yeah, definitely Jack Letourneau letting him know he was there and maybe trying to upset the car a little bit, going into the corner, trying to open the door, anything he can do to get around him. We're going to call that clean rubbing racing right there.
Rubbin's racing, you got to do whatever you can here. Van Eperen in control of this one. Jack has to do absolutely whatever he can to find a way by, and Van Eperen, just like that, putting 3 or 4 car lengths between them. Holger behind him, followed by Johnson. Waz moving up a spot here at the start of this one as we follow our leaders over the back rollers here into this flat out back section. It is Van Eperen out front. 7 laps to go last time by. Into the bowl turn. Letourneau trying to come up with something. Closes up under braking on the exit. Letourneau having a good run here. He's getting a good run right now on Van Eperen as they come to the Monster Energy start finish line. They're side by side. It is at the stripe. It's Van Eperen. Letourneau though right there.
Jack Letourneau going to try to get to the inside of Rodney Van Eperen, going through the bowl turn down here in turn number 1 into the Fox Factory Rough Ride split lane. They're going to go 1 and 2 single file through the right-hand side of that split lane.
Closes the gap, maybe a car length, but Van Eperen fending off the charge there, Letourneau. In that back section, you see him leaning on the left rear there, man, trying to make it happen. 6 laps to go last time by. Van Eperen, Letourneau, Holzker, Johnson, and Waz, your top 5.
We'll see if Jack Letourneau can make something happen coming out of here in the whole turn. He's definitely had a good run the last 2 laps. Closing the door on Rodney Van Eperen coming up over the Monster Energy finish line. Here they go coming out of the whole turn.
Big lead now again, back to where it was here. 1.1, about 5 car lengths there. Letourneau is in second. Holzker is in the 3rd spot as they try to close up. Coming into the Fox Factory Rough Ride split lane. All going to that outside or inside line, depending what view you're looking at here. It is a great race up front. 5 to go that time by. It is the 45. Ronnie Van Eperen out front leading away. Last time by a 1.1 second lead. Now it's going to be just a little bit more.
Gabe Johnson in that 25 ride. He's looking good, trying to make some moves, coming up through the top 5 right now, sitting about 4th.
Good battle there side by side as we follow the 44 there, battling with Gabe in a 25, slicing the dice and trying to make it happen. 44 keeping the door shut, holding on to that 3 spot. They're going to be coming up to the start finish line right now. He's able to gap it out just a little bit. The order here with 4 to go. Van Eperen, Holzker, Letourneau, Johnson, and Waz is your top 5.
Yeah, right there you can see the live feed coming off the backside of the 44. Johnny Holzer on your screen as he made the pass and starts to stretch out a little bit of a gap over Jack Letourneau.
4 to go that time by. You see the lead from Van Eperen at 2.9. It was about 3.4 before the competition caution. As 4 laps to go, 2.9 that time by. As Holzker found a way by up to the 2 spot. John Holzker at the stripe, getting by Jack Letourneau. So that battle there for the 2 spot, hot and heavy as we expect him well over 3-second lead from Rodney this time by.
We'll see if he can pick up that big of a stretch here. What was it last time by? Was 2.9 seconds.
I expect to be probably a little bit over 3 seconds, and it is 3.2. What a run here as we follow our leader, the 45, just sending it there at the end of the front straight. He's coming up right now to the Fox Factory split lane section here. It is Ronnie Van Eperen rocking the Yamaha out front. Started in the 2 spot, methodically worked his way by Letourneau as now Letourneau dropping way down as Jack is having trouble. Dropping all the way out. John Holzker and Gabe Johnson now moving up to the 3 spot. Waz to the 4. Berger into 5 and Owen Van Eperen to the top 6 spot.
Shaping up to be a good race late in this one here. They're going to get 2 laps to go when Rodney Van Eperen, that 45 car, he's in the whole turn now when he comes up out of there. across the Monster Energy finish line. They're going to give him the 2 to go signal. There he is, stretching out that gap over Johnny Holzer, the number 44.
Still over a 3-second lead for Rodney over John. Scott Waz finds his way to the 3rd spot. Final spot on the podium, able to get by Johnson that time with 2 to go. Waz never giving up, trying to make it happen here, climbing his way to the podium.
Scott Waz, last year's champion, definitely making a push here at the end of this race. Moving up to that last podium spot, 3rd, with about a lap and a half to go. We'll see if he can make something happen here.
We had 2 to go last time by. Rest of the field coming around there. It is still Rodney Van Eperen. He showed a 3.1 second lead last time across the Monster Energy start-finish line. Holtzker second. Waz is in the 3 spot. We are going to get the white flag lap this time by Rodney Van Eperen out front. The view he wants to see, nothing but racetrack in front of him.
Johnny Holzer looking to reel in a little bit of real estate now, almost a second from where he was the last time we talked about him. Now 2.6 seconds versus the 3.2, but we just saw the white flag come out.
Rodney out front. You wondering if Rodney's taking it easy? We'll see. You can see him going through the split lane right there. The gap between 1st and 2nd, Rodney and John. Rodney worked so methodically at the start of this one, getting by Letourneau. He was able to put the pressure on him, make it happen. He's got a half a lap left to go. Van Eperen, half a lap left. He's got last time by 2.6 second lead. A little traffic in front of him, but it shouldn't come into play. We follow him in a Yamaha number 45, looking to stand number 1 on a podium. As he comes across the start-finish line, a little traffic, he plays it wisely. Across the Monster Energy start-finish line, a checker flag for Van Eperen.
Johnny Holzer in the number 44 going to come across in that 2nd spot. 1.8 seconds. He almost gained a whole second on that last lap. Rod Van Eperen almost playing it safe maybe a little bit. Scott Waz in the number 41 going to come home 3rd. Gabe Johnson 4th. Corey Podolsky all the way up to the number 5 spot. Rory Navin, Zach Yankee, Joe Dressel, Matt Wood, Bill Berger, Matt Bone, Kyle Anala, Zach Zakowski, Owen Van Eperen, Jack Letourneau, Mike Caswell, Justin Tesmer, Jeremy Houle, Robert Loire, and Jesse Klaus going to round out the field here in this one. That was our side-by-side stock class, Brent, and that was a pretty dang good race. The excitement never ceases to amaze.
No, not at all. And I'll tell you what, it was some kind of showdown once again. We still have a couple races left, but I'll tell you, I mean, don't take nothing away from Johnny Holzer. He was fast all day long, winning his heat race, now into these top 5. Anytime you can finish in the top 5 here at Lena, I'll tell you, it's not an easy task, especially in these conditions. I was down there with the fans and that. We're up here in the air conditioning, and it feels great, but I'll tell you, it's hot out there. So that's torture to these cars as well.
Yeah, and you got to think these guys are wearing full fire suits, race suits, helmets, gloves, neck braces, shoes. It's way hotter inside those cars than it is just standing out here on the hill. And definitely hot, it's dry, it's dusty.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the track officials are doing a great job. We're going to probably throw some more water down on the track as we see the water truck coming. But on our screen, that is Ronnie Van Eperen. And one of my favorite numbers of 45, bringing it to the podium here in front of the crowd. Ronnie's going to be one happy camper. He broke earlier in Pro Mod, so we'll see. He still has one more race to go today.
Yeah. We've talked about Rodney Van Eperen a lot. He is one of them driving double duty today in the Pro Stock and the Pro Mod division. So like you said, we'll get to see him in a few minutes. He'll be coming up a little bit later after our side-by-side mini A-Main. The Pro Mods will be out here. The big guys, they'll be last to put on the biggest show. Would like to thank a few more of our presenters. Yamaha, the official presenter of the Pro Stock Division. The Pro Stock Division Currently coming up in front of you now, parking on the podium. That's the 45 of Rod Van Ipperen, John Holzer, and Scott Waz. Another one of our proud supporters is Toyota Racing. Can't thank them enough, the official truck of Side-by-Side Sports.
Yeah, definitely all our partners here this weekend. It's just amazing. A great crowd on hand here. We have been off racing for quite a long time. It's great to have all our fans back, and this is just one of many events to come in the world of side-by-side sports. I'm telling you, Johnny, CJ, Kathy Greaves, they're doing one heck of a job to keep this series going, and it takes a lot of people to make this all happen. As we're sitting here in Lena, Wisconsin, short course off-road racing is now started for the summer, and I can't wait. We have a lot of racing left to go, and today we still have 2 major races left.
Yeah, our side-by-side minis, they'll be coming up next, and our Pro Mod side-by-sides will be after that. Well, Brent, we have a lot of supporters here with us today. Vision Wheel down there on the back row. Fox Factory, they brought their whole semi up here, putting on a demonstration out back. They've got plenty of information to give you. Step on back, go see those guys. VP Race Fuel, Castle X, Beyond Redline Performance, they're down in the pits somewhere. Go ahead and see them. Power Sports 1, they're down there. We got a little bit of downtime. Go down, see these guys, chat it up with them, give them a high five, shake their hand, see if you can get an autograph. And like we talked earlier, you know, if they have any panels or anything to give away, they might even sign it and give it to you.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see Ronnie Van Ipperen coming up the hill, as well as Johnny Holzer, Scott Waz. I'll tell you, that's 3 heavy hitters right there. They know how to wheel these cars. And Ronnie, it was just his day, just bad fast.
Absolutely. Scott Waz putting on a heck of a show, coming from about the middle of the pack. He was able to run all the way up to the 3 spot, last year's points champion. Congratulations to all 3 of our top 3. Congratulations to everybody out here today.
Yeah, definitely. It's not easy today. It's so hot out. The temperature is trying to keep that water down. This track is staying in prime condition. It's become pretty much a motocross track outdoors. It's awesome. That's what short course off-road racing is. We've heard a bunch of interviews, and that's what we want to see. We want the drivers to come to the top, and I feel that last race, that's what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the track is breaking apart, but we do have our Scotty Ernst, the 3rd member of our team, down at the podium with our racers. So we're going to go ahead and send it down to you, Scotty.
Thank you, fellas. I appreciate it very much. So the drivers climb from their vehicles here, ready to the podium. This is a proud moment for all of them. So we start with 3rd spot. He had to work hard. He was there at the end. 3rd spot, give it up, Scott Waz. Scott, definitely you had to work for this 3rd spot on the podium here. Some great driving, a little bit of luck. That's all part of racing. Tell us about your run.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't even know where we were at on start, somewhere mid-pack, and I don't know where I was sitting, but I just knew. Enlo's at Enlo Racing, they helped me out a lot. We broke some parts in qualifying, and they're always there to help us, so we're always pitting with them, so can't thank them enough. Method Race Wheels, Maxxis Tires, Ingram Motorsports, Hyperactive Performance Solutions, and mainly my family, so can't beat it.
Well done. Congratulations. Big round of applause. 3rd place, Scott Waz. All right, moving up to the 2 spot on the podium. Give it up, 2nd place, John Holtzker. John, same thing as I said to Scott. It was a hard-fought battle here to get in the podium. Tell us about your drive.
Oh yeah, that was one of the roughest, longest, most challenging races of my life, but I stayed in there and made it here.
How old are you?
15.
That's pretty good for a how about that? 15 years old, second on the podium. That's got to make you feel pretty proud.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely really excited about it.
You know, these guys probably been racing as long as you've been alive, so that's something to consider here as you're standing second place. It takes a lot of help to get to where you are. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Jesse. He's been going over this UTV all week or winter and making it better, and it showed that it's one of the best ones out there. So, and my mom and dad, my grandma and grandpa, HBI, Race Driven, Kaiser Wheels, Maxxis Tires, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
All right, give it up for second spot, John Holzker. And as we introduce our winner, it's a name that everybody knows, a brilliant drive, patience at the start, your champion, Ronnie Van Eperen. Ronnie, you've been around the block more than once. Your patience at the start, trying the option lane. You had to stay with it for a couple laps, but it paid off.
Yeah, them kitty cats or Textrons or Artie cats, I don't know what they call them things now, but they were fast in the heat race. And I was a little bit nervous, but we followed them for a couple laps and seen a couple weak spots and found an opening. It was a fun race, a little bit of banging, that's all right. But track is gnarly. There's big holes in every corner, and it's a blast. But I got to throw a shout out to all the fans here. This is awesome. This is cool. There's a ton of people here. We got a ton of people from our hometown in Freedom, Wisconsin. That's cool. Got to thank Chad, Winky, Hutch, all the crew, my mom, dad, kids, everybody. Really wish Owen would have made it up here. I know he's a little bit disappointed, but the kid's got a lot of years left to get up here. So got to thank a couple sponsors too. Power Sports One, UTVWheelKit.com, Yamaha YXZ 1000, Yamaha Motor Corp. Sedona Wheels came on this year. Tires and Wheels, them guys are awesome. Vance and Hines, Beyond Redline, Luke, all the guys. I'm missing a bunch of guys, but thank you everybody that helps us out. We couldn't do it without you.
All right, give it up for your champion, Ronnie Van Eperen. A great job from Ronnie. Patience prevailed there at the start. We're going to throw it back to you guys here in the Monster Energy broadcast studio.
Thank you very much, buddy. Great job down on the podium. Your top three finishers, Ronnie Van Eperen. Pretty funny, eh, Zach? He's like, well, Owen, he's pretty disappointed, but he has a lot of years left to win.
Yeah, Owen is really young. Like he said, I think Owen might be about 15 years old now, so he does. He's got a lot of years left in this career. He's got a long way to go.
Yeah, he's a great race car driver. He's very, very fast, and he has a great teacher. A smart man, knows every in and out and every bolt on those Yamahas. And I'll tell you right now, he is going to be somebody to reckon with week in and week out, year after year. And I'll tell you, he's going to be in some trucks coming up, I have a feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about ages, up next we've got our side-by-side mini division. That is the young guns of the sport in the single-seat kids Polaris UTVs.
Yeah, it's such a cool class, stepping stone as we're looking at the Vision Wheel track overview. We can't thank all our track officials enough, all the track crew, all the flagmen, everyone behind the scenes. It is just so challenging to make an event like this happen, and we can't thank our partners enough. Just on site alone, Zach, today we have Vision Wheel, Fox Factory, VP Fuel, Castle X, Beyond Redline Performance, Power Sports One, Race Driven, Polaris KTM, and Rival Motorsports Can-Am.
Yeah, Race Driven Polaris KTM, they are actually the presenter of the side-by-side mini division that will be coming up next. Yamaha, the presenter of the Pro Stock class that we just got done with. And we also have Rival Motorsports Can-Am. They're the presenter of our mod division that we'll see coming up a little later on.
Yeah, definitely. And you talk about race-driven Polaris KTM, I tell you, they're right out of Escanaba, Michigan. They know what they need to do to sell their products. They are just a dynamite company. They know what everyone needs. They tell you, do you want a mini all the way to a pro mod? They'll sell you whatever you need. It's a beautiful facility, brand new. Brian and everyone at Race Driven, they're somebody to reckon with from here on out and in the future. They are not going away. They have a great business. They're online. Go check them out at racedriven.com. And when you come to Bark River, tell all your friends, family, Championship Off-Road, that's where it's going to be at. They're a big presence there, like I said, and we're just starting off the short course season here.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, a big thanks going out to Castle X, the official clothing wear of the Side-by-Side Sports Series. So all the workers here, you know, everybody that puts this on, they're all walking around. They got this awesome swag from Castle X. Can't thank them enough for coming on board and helping out this series.
Yeah, definitely. It takes everyone to come together to make it all possible, including the racers. We can't thank them enough for putting on one heck of a show. Ronnie Van Epperen, he has his own business back at home. He is busy 90% of the time, but he still finds time to come and play with the boys.
Yeah, you look at a lot of these racers, and they all have full-time jobs, so they take time out of their busy schedule, out of their lifestyle to come here to put on a show for the fans. And, yeah, like you said, we can't thank them enough. All right, we're going to go down to the pits. We're going to go down by Courtney and get a little bit of driver interview.
Last year, we had about 6 minis taking the track. This year, record-breaking numbers. We had 17 minis. A couple couldn't make it on the track, so we're 15 hitting the track this year. Can you believe that? Ella Holzer we have right here, and she's one of our minis hitting the track. Ella, how do you feel about having 15 minis going on the track with you?
Kind of excited, but kind of nervous because like all of them are probably competitive, so I don't know how it's gonna turn out. So.
Well, that's okay. I mean, this class is meant to be fun, right? So we're supposed to go out there and have fun and just drive, right? So what are you most excited about going out there to do?
Win.
You want to win? So even though we're supposed to have fun, you want to win, right? Everybody wants to win.
But,
yeah?
But having fun is but I like having fun too.
Exactly. Have you won any races ever before?
No.
No? I saw you take a pretty good tumble last year in a different race series, right?
Yep.
What did you? Did you roll through the air? How did that happen?
So we all started at the same time, and then I got in the fluff with a couple carts. So then I went over one of the guy's bodies, and then I tumbled over him, and then my chain broke off, so then I was done.
My little girl got in a double barrel roller in Texas at our race last year, so I know how hard it is to get back out there. So good for you for getting back out there, and I know I'm not supposed to say this because, a mini's a mini and that's great, but being a girl and being a girl mom, I have to say, go get them and get those boys.
All right, thanks, Courtney, down there in the pits with Ella Holzer. Gonna get ready to do some side-by-side mini racing coming on up here. Like they talked about, 15 cars, the biggest presence we've had for the side-by-side mini class so far.
Yeah, definitely the biggest class this year. I'll tell you, we were in Eagle River, Wisconsin a couple months back, and we didn't see these numbers. We had about 6-7 cars. Now it just swelled right up to 15 cars. And this is the stepping stone where kids want to get in. Their parents, they can go and help them out on the cars week in and week out. And you actually got to do a little bit of setup. They're a pretty even class, but at the same time, you have to drive these things.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great, like you said, it's a great stepping stone for the kids. It's all about learning for them. The cars aren't crazy fast. The kids can kind of learn how to maneuver them, how to maneuver the track, how to read the track, to see what's going on in front of them. And it's all at like a slower pace that the kids can handle.
Yeah, and it's so cool just seeing Ella Holzer just talking with the camera. They're getting so much more comfortable with themselves and the the announcers and just us and everyone around them. It's not an easy task to go and talk to people, and that's what you need. It makes them a better marketing person for growing up. You see John Holger, he used to be really, really shy. Now he's talking, he's mingling with people, and he's on the rise.
Oh, absolutely. And to make a name for racing, it's all about networking, and that's what you have to do. You can't be shy and hide all the time. Random people are going to walk up to you, and you're not going to know who they are, but it could be the president from Monster Energy willing to offer you a ride, but if you're too shy, you may not get it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's all about talking. You really need to know what you're talking about and just putting your program together. Nothing's easy today, and the money is even harder to get. But you see the racers we have, how many plus drivers we had this weekend, 80 plus drivers, was it? Almost?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I mean, you've seen great racing all day long. We still have the side-by-side middies, like Zach was saying, and then we're going to go to Pro Mod.
Introducing the evolution of pure sport performance. The new 2019 YXZ 1000R. The 5-speed YXZ 1000R and YXZ 1000R Sport Shift offer increased off-road capability and overall performance. Low-speed terrain ability is enhanced with new transmission gear ratios and revised suspension settings without sacrificing the YXZ's legendary high-speed prowess. Aggressive terrain is no match for new 29-inch tires, while a rear relocated oversized radiator offers increased cabin comfort and confidence in a wide variety of terrain. And updated styling offers excellent visibility in a roomier overall cabin. To help you realize your adventure even further, the YXZ 1000R comes pre-wired for the new Yamaha Adventure Pro GPS, powered by Magellan. From open deserts and dunes to tight technical trails, no other pure sports side-by-side offers the adrenaline-inducing thrill and direct connection like the new Yamaha YXZ 1000R.
All right, back up here in the booth, Brent. A couple more of our partners here with us today. Rival Motorsports Can-Am, like we've said many times, they are going to be the presenter of the Pro Mod class coming on up a little later this afternoon. And Fox Factory jumping on board. Can't thank them enough. We got the Fox Factory Rough Rider split lane out there in the center of the track, and that has shaped up to be a doozy this afternoon.
Well, Zach, on the pole, we have Grant Dressel, Reed Votis, Ella Holger, who we just talked to down in the pit lane, and just a host of others. I mean, Corbin Wassenberg, Grayson Arson, Raymond Denninger, just
Mason Schultz, Draxton Shimmick going to come out of that 8th spot. He was real fast last year. Colin Padel, 9th. He's going to start in the 9th spot. Finley Holcher, we actually have on inboard cam. We'll be able to go live with her as the race gets going. There she is. That is the 844 there of Finley Holcher. Riley Votis in the 22 starting 11th. Ashley Bone in the 17 going to start 12th. Camden Padel in the 45 going to start 13th. Lila Delory in the 199 going to start 14th on the field. And Abigail Bone in the 13 going to start 15th on the field. And I feel like we keep saying that last name, Brent Bone. They're out here in almost every class, I think.
Yeah, definitely. They're all around, and I'm telling you, the teams just get bigger as the green flag flies. We are underway for the side-by-side mini main event.
Oh, man, and
6
Grant
laps,
Dressel,
already somebody around.
Reed Votis going around on the start.
Votis goes around.
Gets it going. Now we're pointed in the right direction. All 4 tires to the dirt. Everybody moving good. Single file so far through that Fox Factory rough ride split lane that we were just talking about.
Yeah, definitely a rough ride through there. One of our flag men on the inside just waving the cars through, wide open, flat out through that section.
We talked about Draxton Shimmick earlier. He is all the way up to the 2nd spot, coming from 8th on the grid. That number 7 car all the way up to the 2 spot behind Grant Dressel.
Yeah, Dressel doing a fine job. Ella Holger now in the 3rd spot.
I think that's Corbin Wassenberg has made his move all the way up to the 3rd spot. We got a battle for second. Right. Draxton Shimmick. I'm sorry, Zach, his dad. We'll see him in the championship off-road series a little later on.
Yeah, definitely in the Pro Light class.
That's the 25 of Corbin Wassenberg on your screen there in the 7. So they have switched spots. Now Corbin goes to the 2 spot behind Grant Dressel.
Looks like Shimmick making a little run. Oh, making contact. Shimmick making a little contact, getting a little squirrely coming in the back section.
Battle going on here for that 3rd spot between the 7 and the 11 of Raymond Denninger. Draxton Shimmick going to fall to the 4th spot now. Going to take a look back here at the Yamaha instant replay at that start. The 36 on the inside of the Reed Votis just
maybe a little help, Zach.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of help, a little contact there. Going to send the 21 around.
Ella Holger making contact as well, so definitely not a good start for the 21 of Reed Votis as we're back on track up towards the front. That is the 36 of Grant Dressel.
Corbin Wassenberg putting pressure on Grant Dressel for that lead as they come through the center section now.
Boy, Dressel's been very, very fast all day long. The car works very, very nice. Sticking to that inside. Oh, a car going really, really wide. That is the number 25 of Corbin Wassenberg.
Now we're 3 wide going up the face of the tabletop along the backstretch there. It looks like the 11 is going to get the best end of that deal. He's going to move all the way up. That's Raymond Denninger. Draxton Shimmick going to try to get to the inside here of Corbin Wassenberg and try to make that pass and get himself up into 3rd.
Yeah, Draxton, he's working really, really hard. Right in this turn last time by, he made a little contact on the backside of our screen just below that hill. He scrubbed off a lot of speed, but it looks like he's starting to maintain his spot.
Good shot there, the top 4. There's the top 5 up over the Monster Energy finish line.
Yeah, your top 3, Grant Dressel, Raymond Denninger, Corbin Wassenberg, and Draxton Shimmick, your top 4. And there's Shimmick right on camera once again, getting a little squirrely, still sticking to that bottom side.
Reed Votis making a good push. I think Reed Votis went around the outside of the 7 of Draxton Shimmick. That is going to put the 21 car back up into the 4th spot. Reed Votis had a little bit of a rough start. Looking to be making pretty good headway on the lead here.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, we got a car going a little sideways there. That is the number 25, once again, of Corbin Wassenberg. Got to keep those cars straight. You really can't scrub off any speed, Zach. These cars don't have a lot of horsepower. You know, you really have to try to be perfect. And speaking of how old these kids are, it's kind of hard to tell them to be perfect. You know, you're all going to make mistakes, but it's the one that can make the fewest.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we talked about. This is the stepping stone. This is the learning block for these guys. Getting through the corner, carrying momentum, not trying to scrub too much speed.
Yeah, definitely, and there's another cool shot
of Finley Holcher, the 844. Finley Holcher there on your screen, in-car live feed as they're going through the track.
That's the 844. Once again, look at that, just 10-2 on the steering wheel. He is doing a phenomenal job. Currently in the 8th spot in that Polaris. Man, just look at how rough that track is. The head just bouncing back and forth. You can see that the attachment's on the back of his helmet. That's actually a Hans device holding his neck from going too far forward. So,
and actually our leader just went around up there. Grant Dressel spinning out. We're going to have the 11 car now. Raymond Denninger up to the lead.
Man, rough section right there. And here comes Shimmick once again.
Reed Votis up to the 2 spot now.
Draxton Shimmick still working on that spot. Raymond Denninger trying to make things happen, but right now Shimmick's all over the back door.
Definitely starting to shake up, and that 21 car, you see him right there on the screen trying to get to the back door of Raymond Denninger. That 21 car had a pretty rough start. We actually just saw it on the Yamaha instant replay. The 21 car had spun out. It was pointing the wrong direction, got going again, and now is all the way up to the number 2.
Yeah, definitely never say die attitude with that race team, just working its way back up towards the front. There's the number 11 once again of Raymond, just trying to do what he needs to do to take away that top spot. Going to try to go on that outside once again. That is Votis. Climbing that hill like we talked about the power, Zach. There's not a lot of power there, so when you're entering that turn, you really got to carry your momentum to climb that hill, as you see.
And that is definitely hard to do. You know, as we watch the cars go through the track, entering that last corner, there was actually a hole. I watched Reed Votis' car pick up off the ground. That's definitely going to lose momentum when the whole car's off the ground.
Yeah, for sure. There's nobody's going forward any faster. When you don't have the wheels on the ground, you're correct. It ain't going anywhere. As you see, it's slower traffic.
Reed Votis, though, to the inside,
man,
around slower traffic.
Lap traffic, not a problem, but here we go. We got a heck of a battle. Raymond Denninger in that number 11, and Reed Votis.
Coming out of the Fox factory, rough ride split lane into the right-hander on your infield. The 21 taking the long way around. Reed Votis trying to get around Raymond Denninger.
Wow, side by side, we'll see if he can cross back underneath, and he does.
Raymond taking a look to the inside of Reed Votis. Will he have enough to get next to him coming out of the corner?
The momentum has definitely changed. The 21 of Reed Votis, now your race leader.
Top 4 definitely starting to pack back up. The 21 of Reed Votis, the 11 of Raymond Denninger, the 7 of Draxton Shimmick is in 3rd, and 4th is going to be the 36 of Grant Dressel.
Yeah, and that was 2 laps to go that last time by, so the white flag is now in the flagman's hand, so keep an eye on the Monster Energy start-finish line.
There you see the white flag being displayed. The 21 going around a little bit slower traffic. There goes the 11 by. We will see if Raymond Denninger can reel in the 21. Reed Votis definitely been lightning fast here in this main event.
Yeah, Reed Votis has really put his head down, doing what he needs to do, going through the rough sections as well. And here comes the number 11 of Raymond Denninger, side by side with Reed Votis. Here we go again, going to take over that spot.
Same as last lap, they mixed it up in the Fox Factory Rough Rider split lane. And Reed Votis was able to get around him down here. Will he be able to do it again?
I don't know. It goes a little wide, not making any contact. It's still the number 11 of Raymond Denninger.
Reed Votis looking to the inside here, though. We got about half a lap to go. Some beating, some banging, a little bit of contact.
Oh, man, I think Raymond took the short end of the stick on exit right there. So Reed Votis, now with your race lead, opening up a little bit of a gap. A couple turns to go. Can Reed Votis hold it off? Unbelievable ending of this race. Votis is just opening up a big gap now with 1 turn to go, going through that little chicane down in that little valley, and he's setting his sights on the checkered flag. It's going to be the number 21 of Reed Votis. Some lap traffic, but coming second, the number 11. Actually, it's going to be Ella Holger in the second spot. Raymond Denninger in the third place spot. So I don't know. Ella came out of nowhere right at the end. I mean, it's right on our screen.
Yeah, Ella Holzer
2
in
seconds faster that last lap than our leader, Reed Votis. So kudos to Ella Holzer. Man, what a good run for Ella.
Yeah, Ella Holzer in that number 40 car kind of taking everybody by surprise there, moving all the way up to the number 2 spot on the podium. All right, Brent, we have been talking about it all day today as our side-by-side minis make their way down here to the front stretch. We will catch them down at the podium here shortly. But we can see something going on right here on the front stretch, and obviously we weren't the winners because we're not down there. But I think the Vision Wheel contest is about to come up when somebody's going to win a ride with either CJ Greaves or Keegan Kincaid.
Yeah, definitely been waiting all day long. Who is going to pick CJ? Who is going to pick Keegan Kincaid? Both phenomenal race car drivers. Watched them since they were kids. They know how to wheel just about anything.
Absolutely. It should be for a fun contest here. Got the fans involved. Can't thank Vision Wheel enough for putting that together for us. Few more of our awesome sponsors brought to you here today. CBR Performance Products, Beyond Redline, Lunderville Steel, Power Sports 1, Eldorado Trailer Sales, Victory Signs, NTech Consulting, Cold Cutter Traction Products, and we cannot forget about Beaver Machine for donating the machinery here to Lena, Wisconsin, and the Dirt City Motorplex for putting this event together today.
Yeah, definitely. The Monster Energy King of the Elements Spring National right here in front of us, Zach. It's been a great day so far. We see our mini class coming up. The kids, I mean, they're so small, and they're just driving the wheels off those things.
Yeah, absolutely. We can't thank Race-Driven Players KTM enough, the presenter of our side-by-side mini class. Thank you guys for being a part of the program. As they make their way up here to the podium, up next is going to be our side-by-side pro mod division. It's going to be a lot faster, a lot dustier, and a lot louder than what we just seen, huh, Brent?
Yeah, definitely 15 laps. It's going to be unreal. But right now, we are going to go down to Scotty Ernst, down with our podium finishers, our top three. Take it away, Scotty.
So this is going to be for sure a fun one to do here. The kids are the future of the sport. There's no doubt about it. And here we have our largest entry in the mini division, and these are the top three. Just a very, very exciting drive. So, folks, we want to give a big round of applause. Let's call up third spot, Raymond Denninger. Raymond! Yeah, stand up there, Raymond. All right, Raymond, you got a big smile on your face. Was that a lot of fun to race?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your favorite part of driving and racing?
I don't know.
No? How about, do you make a lot of friends when you do this? When you go to the different racetracks?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's pretty important, isn't it?
Yep.
Now, there's a lot of people that help you be able to race. Who do you want to thank?
Race-driven, players, my mom and dad.
There you go. So you got it covered. Congratulations. A big smile. Let's give a big round of applause. Well done, Raymond. All right, to second place on the podium, representing LA, Holtzgar. Ella, you're looking like a race car driver here. You're all dirty and everything with a big smile. Congratulations. What's the most fun of this for you? Just like him, is it the friends that you meet?
Yeah.
How about beating all the boys that are out there? How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. That's a lot of fun. Who do you want to thank for helping you so you can race?
All my family, my dad, my grandpa, and my mom.
All right, congratulations. Well done. Second place, Ella Holtzgar. And in any form of racing, the little Rubbin is racing. And Reed, he had a tough start, got spun, but he put his head down, focused. Big round of applause, your champion, Reed Vodas. Sorry. Okay, Reed, you got a little talking to do here because that start was pretty crazy. Tell us what happened.
I got hit, and then I got spun out, and then it was all uphill from there.
Wow, very good. When you got spun, were you angry, or what was going through your mind?
I was like, let's get in the game and get focused.
So some of you adults, are you listening to that? That's very good. Well, congratulations. You did a great drive coming back. Who do you want to thank?
I would like to thank my sponsors, which are Pickerel Auto Body, Votus ProFab, Flannery Trucking, and Launderville Steel. And my mom and my dad.
Who was the last one?
Launderville Steel.
And your mom and dad?
Mm-hmm.
And mom and dad. Got to get the mom and dad, and that's most important. Give a big round of applause, your mini champion, Reed Vodas. This is the future. There's no doubt about it. And great words from your champion. Put his head down, determined to get back to the front. That was well done. One more round of applause. Your podium here in Ermini. Well done. All right, back to you guys in the Monster Energy Broadcast Center.
Thank you very much, Stevie. Dude, that is so amazing how those little ones make it up to the podium. Reed, what a great speaker. He knows what to say. He loves to be calm, cool, and collected. He got turned around in turn 1 right away, made his way back up, and he took the W and the big check.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could just see the excitement on his face during the interview. He had a big old smile on his face when he said he got hit and spun around. He was fortunate enough to drive that thing all the way back up to the win, like you said, and take home that big check at the end of the day.
Now, we are on some big, bad cars of the evening. I'll tell you right now, Pro Mod side-by-side is coming up next. 15 laps. Remember, we're going to have a mandatory competition caution once again. Earlier, we seen Kyle Cheney run away and hide, but Van Eperen did have problems, Zach, so we don't know how fast that 45 Pro Mod really is.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if they got everything fixed and all the bugs worked out of that machine, and they're going to come back here. They probably will have to start pretty deep in the field, but we'll see if that 45 machine can move to the front.
Yeah, definitely. We have Kyle Cheney going to start on the pole. Then we have Jimmy Henderson running the number 44. Then Luke Stubbs, Scotty Lawrence, Andrew Frazon, Nathan Wolf, Tyler Livingston is going to start in that 7th spot. Lawrence Loshak in that number 2 will start 8th.
9th will be Leland Tice. Jason Watt will start 10th. Ben Enlow will start 11th. Rodney Van Eperen, we were just talking about him. He's going to have to come from the 12th spot. And Brian Wazak, 13th.
Yeah, definitely. We talk about the qualifiers in the morning, those heat races. They mean a lot. Look where Kyle Cheney is starting for winning that early race, and look at Ronnie Van Eperen. That 45 ride, he has some work to do.
Yeah, and we watched the 45 ride come out of qualifying. He was definitely fast right up there. He got to start front row in one of his heat races, but like you said, tough break in the heat race. That's going to give him a bad seed for the feature here, the main event. He's going to have to start coming from that 12th spot.
Yeah, it's not an easy task. We see Jason Watt in that 81. Ben Enlow is fast time and time again in that number 95. But if I had to pick anybody right now, I mean, who can take anything away from Kyle Cheney? He is so fast. Now he's running Pro 4. Last year, put his feet in the truck. Now I can't wait to watch him. He can drive a car and pretty much anything he gets his hands on. Jimmy Henderson, he's excited. He only got to run the Pro 4 at Crandon a little bit, which you can't say only. I mean, it's a Pro 4. He got the heebie-jeebies out of him, and now he's ready to run.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of guys did a lot of testing early in the year. Crandon was a big one. I know there was a lot of testing going on here at Dirt City. A lot of people coming, taking advantage of the extra track time while we couldn't be out and about and doing the races. So it'll be interesting to see what comes about here now in the side-by-side Pro Mod division.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are getting ready here shortly to go down track side with Courtney and the crew to have our giveaway. And remember, our contest was all about CJ Greaves. We've been talking about it time and time again throughout the day. CJ Greaves, Keegan Kincaid. CJ, your Pro 4 champion last year. Keegan, your Pro 2 champion. And they just won multiple races and just... I couldn't even put a number on it. CJ and Keegan together, they would have one heck of a trophy room.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, we see them both down there on the front stretch. CJ's in the blue YXZ, that Yamaha machine, and Keegan Kincaid in the Rival Motorsports Can-Am.
We'd like to thank a lot of our sponsors throughout today. Monster Energy Drink, our title sponsor here for this weekend in the Monster Energy King of the Elements Spring National. As well, we'd like to thank Vision Wheel, Todd Robinson, and all the guys at Vision Wheel right behind the announcer's tower. Go check it out. He is the main reason why we are having this contest today. Keegan Kincaid and CJ, both Vision Wheel drivers for Todd and the group. So go check them out. Go order your set of wheels. I know I got a set on my car. I'll tell you, they are a slick piece of work, and I'll tell you, go talk to Todd and the group, and we're going to go down trackside right now with Stevie Ernest.
All right, thank you guys. We're down here with Courtney Pro sitting trackside. Courtney, you're the kind of in charge of this whole thing. A pretty awesome thing that you got going on with Vision Wheels.
Yes, so we have been contesting all week long. People have been waiting, introducing everybody that we are going to give away some rides with CJ Greaves and Keegan Kincaid. We drew those names earlier today. Vision Wheel had the great idea to do this, and we are so excited. We have some contestants here. We wrapped in Yamaha, Rival Motorsports, Castle Greer, and so we have several of our partners invested in this contest, and I think it's probably one of the most fun ones we've ever done. So we have these contestants here. They have to gear head to toe in race car driver gear. So a helmet, a race suit, gloves, and then they have to toss cornhole bags. They have to make it in the board, and then they have to jaunt down the track, and that's when the winner who makes it down fastest gets to choose who they are going to jump in the car with. Will it be Keegan or will it be CJ first? There we go. Who's it going to be? So we're going to start this contest right now, and then Keegan and CJ get to do the work where they are going to take them for 2 laps, and the winner is going to walk away with a certificate for a brand new set of wheels for their vehicle, and runner-up is going to have a great swag pack.
That's pretty awesome. So no matter what, they're walking away with something pretty cool. And we gave them a little bit of a run here. It's not, they're going to have to work for this for sure.
I was not going to place the race cars down that far, but apparently Keegan and CJ want them to work a little harder than I was going to make them. So there they go.
All right. Well, let's have a word with our contestants here. How you doing? What's your name and where are you from?
I'm Jesse from Kimberly, Wisconsin.
All right, Jesse, you got a little bit of work to do. If you get down there first, the crowd wants to know who you're going to pick.
Keegan.
You're going with Keegan, huh? All right, so you're going to have to get down there first. Good luck.
Thanks.
All right. All right. You know, he says he's picking Keegan. What's your name? Where are you from?
My first name is Gavin. I'm from Green Bay, Wisconsin.
All right, Gavin. So if you have a choice, he's picking Keegan. Who are you going to choose?
33.
Oh, yeah. He's going with CJ. All right. So, folks, let's give these guys some cheer. Give them some energy. We are ready to do this. Courtney, you can start this one off. Let's cheer them on, folks. Here we go. All right, so now these guys got to gear up. Shoes are off, driver's suits first. Oh, pretty quick here. Oh, man, he's making short work of this. Helmets, goggles already on it. Oh, man, he's thinking his way through. Castle helmets going on. They got to get their gloves on. Now maybe the hardest part. First one to get a score here in the cornhole. All right, they got to check the safety gear, make sure he's good to go. All right, here we go. One. Oh, my. On the first time, he said he's going down against CJ. Oh, my. He made it look way easy. Oh, one more. Close. Oh, there you go. We got it in. All right, now it's up to Keegan and CJ. All right, CJ leading this one out. Keegan's got some work to do now. Oh, man, he got a healthy lead, is CJ.
Wow, man, CJ got a little bit of a lead. It's nice when you put it right inside that cylinder right away and got that good jump start, but Keegan's starting to reel CJ back in.
Keegan Kincaid working hard, trying to catch CJ Greaves out there in that Yamaha machine. Keegan in the Can-Am.
Keegan gonna take the long way around, go around the outside. There we got an inboard shot.
Yeah, that's a nice onboard shot, just holding on for dear life, trying to wheel their way around, pitching it in sideways, going outside, inside. CJ and Keegan neck and neck.
Coming back out onto the front straight in front of the fans. Keegan has caught CJ Greaves, 1 lap to go side by side.
Watch for Keegan to try to go outside, inside. Both of these guys, CJ and Keegan, been on the track for many, many of years in the Pro Light division, in the Pro 2 class.
I got to think them are two of the luckiest fans here today, out there racing with CJ Greaves, Keegan Kincaid, putting on a door-to-door battle, coming through the Fox Factory Rough Ride split lane.
Yeah, definitely watch Keegan go outside, inside, going to try to come back side by side. And there's Keegan, just holds it to the boards and gets by CJ Greaves once again. We'll see.
Gavin Brault riding along with CJ Greaves in that blue Yamaha YXZ. Remember, Brent, the winner of this one's going to get a full set of Vision wheels.
Yeah, Vision wheel. If you're riding with them, you're just trying to say, let's go. Come on, we got to win this. But here comes Keegan once again.
Good battle coming up through the whole turn. Gonna be coming back out onto the front straightaway here any second. Here they come. CJ Greaves over Keegan Kincaid to the Monster Energy finish line.
Greaves will take the checkered flag. Keegan will come just behind him. So we have a brand new set of Vision wheels going to our winner.
Congratulations to Gavin Brault, the guy that's riding along with CJ. Good pick.
Yeah, nobody's going home empty-handed. There's going to be some prizes and gifts given out. Maybe they'll even let him keep the Casa helmet.
Hey, maybe. And fans, we are not done yet. One race to come yet. We got our pro mod side-by-sides coming out next. Keegan Kincaid, CJ Greaves not done having a battle out there on the backstretch, still going door to door.
It's giving them a little bit more of a joyride in that back section, down in that bowl turn. Both of them finally checked up. They realize that the race is over.
Got to thank Rival Can-Am for donating the machine that Keegan Kincaid was able to race against CJ Greaves with. We saw Castle X helmets and goggles, their gear out there. Can't thank them enough. Partner in putting this together.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about safety. We talked about it all day long, and thank you all to our partners, Yamaha, Can-Am,
Vision Wheel for putting on the contest, getting the fans involved. Thank you guys for putting that together. Todd and the crew back at the Vision tent, thank you guys very much.
Yeah, definitely stepping up their game in 2020. It's cool to see, and we're going to throw it down with Scotty once again. Take it away, Scott.
All right, thank you very much. We're down here with the winners, CJ and Gavin. Man, all these fans that are here, they're wondering what it felt like to ride with one of the greatest guys here, being able to do it. What did it feel like out there on the track?
It was pretty fun. That track is a lot rougher on the track than it looks off the track, so I'll give them guys that. I'd like to thank my sponsors, CJ Greaves, Yamaha Motorsports, and Greaves Motorsports.
Outstanding. Well done, man. Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, that's pretty awesome. Working in as sponsors. All right, we'll get a couple words in here as we're working between. That had to be an amazing feeling.
Oh, it was a lot of fun. Ate a lot of roost out there.
It's much like Gavin said, is the track way rougher than you anticipated?
Definitely. Hey, there's some big holes out there.
Well, awesome. Congratulations. One more big round of applause for these guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scotty. What an amazing event today. It's such a cool competition going down between CJ Greaves and Keegan Kincaid. Remember, if you want to check them out this summer, the first race is coming up at ERX Motor Park in Elk River, Minnesota, but they will be coming to Bark River, Michigan, Crandon, Wisconsin, a couple times in September. You do not want to miss it. If you haven't been to Crandon and they come into turn one, you're missing out.
They actually come right back here next next month, July 25th
Unreal.
and 26th, we'll have that series here with us here at the Dirt City Motorplex. If you get the chance, make sure you come on over and check that out.
All right, Zach, it is time for the final race here, the big show, the Pro Modified Division here. This is going to be very, very exciting.
Yeah, this is where all the rules get thrown out the window, so to say. They're allowed to do a little bit more. They're allowed to have more freedom. You're going to hear some turbos out there. You're going to see a lot of turbo cars. The Can-Ams now are able to race the turbo Can-Ams out there on the track. Kyle Cheney, your fast qualifier so far today, the number 91 machine starting on the pole, driving one of them Can-Ams.
It is going to be exciting for sure. A smaller field, but no doubt the racing is going to be just as hardcore as the other one. We got a couple cool in-car cameras in this one. Jimmy Henderson, who's starting on the outside of the front row in the 44 car, and Rodney Van Apperen, who won earlier today in Pro Stock. He had some tough luck in qualifying, starting all the way back in 12, but it's not going to take him long to get to the front to be challenging for the lead, no doubt about it.
Yeah, absolutely, Scotty. And I think we do have an interview with Rodney Van Apperen, so we're going to go down to Courtney and hear from her.
Here with Rodney Van Apperen, not only a racer with us, but also a sponsor with Power Sports One, the company. So we just want to say thank you for being here with obviously a full canopy full of cars here. But tell us a little bit about why you support the series.
Well, it's just cool the way, obviously the payout is one thing, but the series really seems to be it's about the drivers and what we want to do. I don't know how many times we've been asked, hey, what do you guys want to do? How do you guys want to work this? And that's awesome to be around an event like that. And like I said, the payout and the sponsors and everybody getting involved is obviously part of it too. So it's an exciting thing to have, and I just want to see it grow and continue.
So I have to bring this up because everybody wants to know. Last year it came down to you and Scott Waz for the championship, and obviously we know that it didn't go your direction. What are your plans this year to go out there and take the track by storm?
Yeah, I mean that championship last year was an hour-long race, and we lost by 0.8 of a second. And if you knew how many times 0.8 of a second flashed through my head over the last 6-8 months, I mean, it makes me sick to my stomach. But congrats to him. I mean, he deserved it. We'll take it fair and square, take it on the chin. But I can tell you we're coming back for blood this year, and whether that means a success or failure, I don't know. But I can tell you we're coming out swinging. So I can't wait.
There you have it. And tell me a little bit real quick about your business. You obviously, cater to a lot of the racers here, but what about the public themselves?
Yeah, I mean, we sell UTVs, and UTVs right now are on such a growth spurt. It's crazy. I mean, it's literally become probably 85% of our business. So it's just cool to see this sport grow at a time when, there's a lot of things happening in this world that ain't so good. So to watch it grow even through that, I mean, it's strived. We had our 2 biggest months of business ever in our life in 15 years of business since this pandemic. And there's a lot of bad things that have happening, but motorsports seems to be trucking right through it. So I can't wait to continue to watch it grow. The sky's the limits on it. We just need to keep putting on good, exciting racing like you guys are doing, and it's going to grow from there.
Well, good luck to you and your team. Check them out, Power Sports One. They're online. They're on Facebook. Thank you to those that support us once again.
Great chat there with Rodney as tells us a little bit about his business. Pretty cool that business is going so well there with all this. As he said, motorsports is growing there, and there's many businesses that are striving during this tough times there.
Yeah, that's pretty cool for Rodney Van Apperen to come out and say the business is doing so great. I know he was the biggest snow dealership for Yamaha a couple years back, so to come out and have the best 2 months of business so far right here after the Corona, that's pretty amazing.
All right, Mr. Greaves has got the grid set there. Flagman is in control of this race. It is time for our Pro Modified Division presented by Rival Motorsports Can-Am. Flagman in control of the field, and a green flag drops, and we're off and running. Kyle Cheney bringing the field around here. Which way they gonna go? They go to the outside line there. And about half the field, so about halfway. Some go inside, some go outside. Is Kyle Cheney leading the way on lap number 1.
Luke Stubbs, the 88 there, perfect shot, sitting third. He was the first car to break out and go to the left side of that Fox Factory rough ride split lane that we saw right there off the start.
Big roost coming off these cars as they slide it sideways through the corners. Into the back section they go. Leaning on that right rear, going to be coming into the bowl turn. Great shot here over that nice long roller they go. Oh, tight line there from Cheney. Coming around to the Monster Energy start finish line for lap number 1. A perfect start for car number 91, Kyle Cheney.
Jimmy Henderson in that number 44 running that second spot. Luke Stubbs in the 88 going to be third. All 3 of them guys spreading it out a little bit. Everybody kind of falling single file, trying to reel in that guy in front of him. A couple guys using the left side of the split lane, a majority of them using the right.
The right side for sure, as we watch it through the course of the weekend, the fast, probably shorter way through, but we watch Van Eperen work to his advantage, keep it to the outside there in that pro stock race, able to use it. Oh, no trouble for our leader.
91 pulling off Kyle Cheney.
Kyle Cheney with a dominant start on lap number 1, halfway through lap 2, pulls it a high side on the back of the racetrack. Going to give Jimmy Henderson now to the front.
Yeah, the 44, Jimmy Henderson to the front. That's going to move everybody up. Luke Stubbs now to the 2 spot. Scotty Lawrence in that 26 Can-Am up over the Monster Energy finish line in 3rd. Rod Van Eperen in that number 45. He's all the way up to the 5th spot now. Keep your eye out for him.
Van Eperen, he started 12th on a grid and only took him a lap to move towards the front. Still got some guys to get by, but 13 laps left to go in his pro modified division. Our leader is Jimmy Henderson. Jimmy in the 44. Luke Stubbs sitting in the 2 spot in the 88. Scotty Lawrence sitting in the 3 in the 26. Tyler Livingston in the 018 in 4th. And Rodney Van Eperen rounding out your top 5.
Nathan Wolf going to be number 6th. We are going to go to an in-car with our leader, Jimmy Henderson, that number 44.
Being challenged right now. Luke Stubbs behind him as they come out of the bowl there, coming up to the Monster Energy start-finish line.
Last time by scoring and timing, we had a 1.3 second gap. Luke Stubbs going to click off a 10th on that and reel him in just a little bit. Both of them working through the bull turn down there at the south end of the racetrack into the Fox Factory rough ride split lane.
It's the 44 Henderson leading away, coming towards you here on your screen. Right behind him is Stubb, Lawrence Livingston, Van Eperen, Nathan Wolf goes to the 6th spot. Leland Tice is in the 7th, and Jason Watt round out your running cars here in the 8th. We got a couple guys out early in this one. Jimmy Henderson in control of this feature event in our Pro Stock division, presented by Rival Motorsports Can-Am. Henderson, last time by was a 56.2. Stubbs just 1/10 slower that last lap. Scotty had the fastest of the 3 laps. Tyler Livingston a couple tenths faster. Rodney Van Eperen 55.9, so Rodney the fastest. There's Van Eperen, big air going over the Monster Energy start finish line.
Rodney Van Eperen going to get around the 018 of Tyler Livingston for 4th. He's going to try to reel in that battle here for the top 3 there between Henderson, Stubbs, and Scotty Lawrence.
They're all taking that right side or the inside line there through the Fox Factory split lane. It's the 44, Jimmy out front. Oh, Van Eperen sideways there, getting it crossed up as he goes hard on the binders.
And I think he lost a wheel, the number 45, losing the right rear tire. Definitely going to slow him down, and maybe he'll even pull off to the right side of the racetrack here on the back.
Tough luck for Rodney. Was on his way to the front. There's a good shot here. He slowly brings it off track here to the backside. And his day, unfortunately, done. But it is a big break here for Jimmy. One less guy's got to worry about the top 4 here, breaking away from the field. It is Jimmy Henderson, Luke Stubbs, Scotty Lawrence, Tyler Livingston. Your top 4 guys here. 10 laps left to go in our Pro Modified. Out of the split lane goes your leader. About halfway up, trying to keep some momentum up. Tight line there on the exit for Stubbs. Lawrence behind him, about the same gap here, 1st to 2nd, 2nd to 3rd, and 3rd to 4th. Big roost coming off of Stubbs here as he leans on that right rear, trying to reel in Henderson. 10 laps to go last time by. To the far left side of the racetrack here, over the big roller they go, into the pit, the big hole turn. See him just gliding over that one.
Beautiful rugged radios, track cam there in the hole turn. Jimmy Henderson coming out onto the Monster Energy finish line.
So Henderson now stepping it up to a 2.0 second lead over Luke Stubbs. Still a lot of time to go. Henderson, Stubbs, Lawrence, Livingston, Wolf, Tice, Watt, and unfortunately Rodney falls down to the 8th spot as he is finished. And Kyle Cheney and Lawrence Loshak out early in this one. 9 laps to go. The lead just almost 2.1 last time by there for Jimmy Henderson. He comes to that back left-hand hairpin here. Again, tries to run midline, kind of up on the cushion. Gets some bite on the right rear. A little wide there, trying to keep the momentum going up into the bowl.
The 94 Leland Tice slow on the front stretch. Leaders will be coming out of the bowl turn here. Looks like they might get the competition caution. And they do.
Exactly, as we are at the halfway mark of this one. Cole there throwing the yellow and the red. That is going to tighten the field up. Jimmy Henderson leading away as he woes it up, brings the field close behind him.
Been some good racing so far in this one. The first half, the top four pretty much sticking together, Scotty, and putting on one heck of a race so far.
Absolutely, it has been. Now these restarts have been so exciting to be able to bunch up the field and then going into that Fox Factory split lane there. Which way are they going to go? You know, is Luke going to follow the leader? Is he going to try? If you followed us earlier in the Pro Stock at the start, Ronnie Van Erpen, he chose to go to that option lane, the one not many are taking, and he was able to work his way, put the pressure on our leader, and got him to blink and was able to use it to his advantage. So what do you think? Think Luke's going to follow the leader? Is he going to, you know, no biscuit, no biscuit?
I think it all depends how you come through that turn number one down there, that big bull turn. If you can get a good entry to the split lanes where you can get a real good run at it, the end of the split lanes is really where you want to make up your time. That right side lane, it's a little tighter getting into the right-hand hairpin, but you're on that preferred inside line versus the left side, but you're going to carry momentum. You're going to be going a little bit faster maybe out of that left lane. It's really going to be a horse apiece to see how things shake out.
That's exactly how Rodney did it earlier. He took that option lane, stayed about mid-corner, kept it up kind of in the cushion, kept his momentum up, and he was able to beat him into the next turn, as I said, coming in the preferred line going in, but also if you get the run coming out, you'll have the preferred line going into that left-hander onto the back section. So these guys are getting paced up by the pace vehicle. We are on competition caution here. 8 laps left to go, the final heat of the event here. It's been a fantastic day here, and half a race to go. This is our Pro Stock division.
On board with Jimmy Henderson, the race leader in that number 44 machine, and you can just see the track is deteriorating throughout the day. He's pretty, you know, he's bouncing around in there. You can just see it, the movement on the camera. Track is definitely getting rough. It's going to come down to driving the second half of this one.
We talked about it throughout the day, Zach, the work that the Dirt City Motorplex crew has done preparing this vehicle. If any of you folks watched us last year when we were here, the improvements that they made to the facility this year has been absolutely epic. From not only the racetrack and the lanes and everything like that, but the infrastructure for everything. It's definitely a place to come and come watch a race.
Yeah, they definitely widened it out and made it bigger. Got some land, they changed their parking. I mean, just so many things happened over the course of the last year since we were here. Actually, like we've talked about all day today, Championship Off-Road going to be coming here in July.
That's going to be pretty amazing, seeing the big trucks here going at it. It should be pretty thrilling for sure. But we got a half a race left to go here. Competition caution for our Pro Mod division presented by Rival Motorsports Can-Am. Field under pace right now. Jimmy Henderson is leading this. We'll bring the field around, and the pace car has pulled away as we are getting ready to go green here as they come to the Monster Energy start finish line. Cole pacing them down, holding them, green flag ready to go, and there it is, green flag flies. Jimmy Henderson bringing the field around. Let's see what Luke Stubbs, he's got something. If he's going to dive to the inside, a perfect start, brilliant start for Jimmy Henderson.
Tyler Livingston in that number 18 was actually able to get a good jump coming out of the 4th spot. He's going to move himself up to 3rd coming into that Fox Factory Rough Ride split lane.
Yeah, the 26 car chooses that outside lane as Scotty. Front runners, the song is going to remain the same here. Top 3 as it is, Jimmy, Luke, and Scotty. Taking looks on the inside there into the back section. Not able to take advantage. Jimmy Henderson locked down right now. Out front. Whoa, up on 2 wheels. Great drive there. The 88 Luke Stubbs using everything he's got.
Yeah, he had her up on the bike. He was able to set her down. Now we got the Rugged Radios track cam showing us coming out of the hole onto the Monster Energy finish line straightaway. Jimmy Henderson gonna lead him down into into turn number 1.
7 laps to go in this one. Henderson, Stubbs, Livingston last time by. They all take that outside or the right side lane. Stubbs trying to close up, come up with some magic, but Henderson not putting a wheel wrong. Still got a long way to go. 7 to go last time by. Stubbs with a tight line there in that right-hander. Drifts out, tries to block the inside there from the 0-18 of Livingston. Livingston, take a look to the inside. He's sideways. They both trying to get on the gas, trying to reel in Henderson, but Henderson still in control, on point. He'll have 6 to go this time by.
6 to go for the 44 of Jimmy Henderson. Oh no, there's the 18 getting to the inside of Luke Stubbs, giving him a little bit of a bumper.
Had a bit of contact going into the bowl, and the 18 card's going to go by, and he is yet to come out of the hole corner. Scotty Lawrence go. Luke Stubbs has not completed this lap.
Tough break for the 88.
If he slowed going indoor or if it was the contact or something like that, but it's Henderson, Livingston, and Scotty Lawrence, and there climbing out of his vehicle is the 88. Oh my, tough luck.
Luke Stubbs not looking happy over there in the bowl turn out of the car. We can see him there.
You're not supposed to come out of the car.
I don't think so.
I'm thinking, oh man, you wonder, maybe these boys watching too much NASCAR on TV. Something going to happen right now.
The safety rules have definitely changed over the years.
Oh, he's hot. Oh man, there it is. Oh, he just said he was number 1.
Luke Stubbs, beyond redline performance, not real happy with the finish in this one. He had a great run going, the 88 of Luke Stubbs. Tough break for him over there in the bowl corner. Back up front, though, we got Jimmy Henderson in that 44.
Tough luck there. But out front, Jimmy Henderson still leading away. Tyler Livingston and Scotty Lawrence. Jason Watt, the top 4. That is what's running. We're getting some word here. We're checking on.
Gonna check on this right now. Possibly got a black flag coming for the 18 of Tyler Livingston. I'm sorry.
We are waiting to hear officially from Scoring and Timing. Looking cold. I think he's got it in his hand up there. So we'll see. Our leader coming around here.
And it is official. The black flag's displayed for the number 18 of Tyler Livingston.
Man, oh man. So tough luck.
So Jimmy Henderson, he is out on his own zip code right now, leading the race. I think that's going to put the 26 of Scotty Lawrence up into the 2nd spot.
Man, huge lead now for Jimmy Henderson. Checked out, gone in this one. He has a massive gap between him and 2nd spot. With only 4 laps to go last time by. He is just on cruise control on a Saturday afternoon drive now. Pro modified victory is in sight. Yeah, he's still got to finish. Got about 3.5 laps to go, but man, nothing in front and absolutely nothing in back for him. Also, we'll check the gap this time by between 1st and 2nd as he's going to soon be completing this lap. Here he's going to come around for 3 laps to go. It's the 44 Henderson across the start finish line.
Jimmy Henderson going to come out of the bowl corner and on to the front straightaway.
2nd spot now, Scotty Lawrence, and it is a 15.6 second lead for Jimmy Henderson over Scotty Lawrence. He's got time to pull over and have a sandwich if he wants. This is a massive lead here in this pro modified division. 2.5 laps to go. Lawrence showing 2, Livingston 3, and Jason Watts showing 4.
Tyler Livingston, we just seen him here in the hot pit area. He had to do a stop and go penalty, I believe, was the penalty he needed to serve. We just saw that happen. Back out on track now. But Jimmy Henderson, we're on board with him there. Coming on to the Monster Energy straightaway.
So we follow here along with Jimmy in the in-car. He is just cruising out there doing laps. 2 laps to go last time by. Nothing in front, nothing behind. I'm sure his spotter's telling him, man, he's got an eternity between second. Now up to 16.7. He led that lap there 1.1 second faster than Scotty Lawrence. So Jimmy not resting on his laurels at all, still putting the fast laps down.
Yeah, just trying to stay smooth. I mean, the fastest way around the track is with the rubber to the dirt, and that's all he needs to do to seal up the win. Checkered flag coming out for the 44 Jimmy Henderson picking up the win.
Man, what a run there for Jimmy Henderson. Taking the win. Scotty Lawrence going to come around and settle down for the 2 spot. A good run for Scotty. And Tyler Livingston, if he finishes this lap, he is going to earn the 3rd spot on the podium.
All right, and Brent, I know we talk about this all the time. We've been saying it all day, but we cannot do it without some of our sponsors. 2 of the main ones here today. We got our presenter of the Pro Stock Division, Yamaha. We cannot thank them enough. Also coming on board, we have the official truck of the series, Toyota. We cannot thank them enough for coming on board and joining us here at the Side by Side Sports Series.
Yeah, absolutely, Zach. It's unbelievable what it takes to put a race together, and it's just been over the top today. And you just can't thank Yamaha, Toyota, and if you didn't get a chance, go check out underneath the vision wheel, Johnny Greaves' Pro 4 right there in front of you. One of the baddest trucks you'll ever see in the world, 900 plus horsepower and all-wheel drive. I'll tell you right now, if you haven't seen a Pro 4, make sure you come back to Lena, Wisconsin at the end of July and watch some of the best racing in the world.
Yeah, definitely not going to want to miss the big trucks here at the completely renovated here Dirt City Motorplex. They widened everything out, put a bunch of time and effort and money into this beautiful facility, and we can't wait to be back here next month with the big trucks.
Yeah, definitely. We can't thank Vision Wheel enough. Fox Factory, VP Fuel, Castle X, Beyond Redline Performance, Power Sports 1, Race Driven Polaris KTM, and Rival Motorsports Can-Am. What a beautiful day. The crowd is now starting to leave in Manzac. Couldn't have asked for a better day at racing. Mother Nature was on our side. The track did what Johnny and CJ said it was going to do, and they did a good job of maintaining that dust.
Yeah, it is really a beautiful thing when a plan comes together and we get to put on a great day of racing for the racers and the fans, just everybody involved.
We will be going down to the podium. If you look right in front of you, our top three, Jimmy Henderson taking that big W. Not really driving that car much in the offseason, and comes out and takes the Pro Mod win. The big check, the big money, the big class of the day. You'll see a lot more of these side-by-sides throughout this summer. And kudos to Jimmy Henderson, man. He put on one heck of a show.
Yeah, good job, everybody out there. Rod Van Eperen having a tough break. Kyle Cheney, Luke Stubbs. I mean, we saw a lot of tough breaks, but congratulations to the three up here on the podium, Livingston, Scotty Lawrence, and Jimmy Henderson.
Yeah, Tyler Livingston getting that black flag, coming back, take the third place spot. I mean, Stubbs really wasn't too happy what went on, but I mean, sometimes that's racing, you know. I mean, they'll deal with it later, but sometimes you're at the wrong place at the wrong time, and man, just Stubbs had the short end of the stick on that one. All right, we're going to bring it down to the podium. Scotty, take it away.
All right, thank you very much, guys. We are ready to crown our final champions here. They say in poker, all you need is a chip in a chair. Well, for the third place finisher, that's what happened. He was there at the end, earning third spot, Tyler Livingston. Well done.
All right, sounds good.
All right, Tyler, that was definitely a crazy, crazy race. The words were before us. Everybody, the track is just really gnarly out there. Tell us about your run.
Well, yeah, the track is pretty gnarly. It's getting super rough. There's a lot of holes out there. Had a pretty good car. Wasn't good yesterday, but Jeb and Scotty helped me a lot. And Rival, and they got all the parts for us last night and got everything back together, and it came out good today.
Anybody else you want to say thanks to?
Yeah, Evo, MRT, my grandpa, my dad, my uncle, all my friends were coming to help. Yeah, that's about it.
All right, well, congratulations. Tyler Livingston, third place. Earning number 2 on the podium, Scotty Lawrence. Scotty, it must have been a long race the way everything went. Tell us about your run.
Well, the track got really, really rough, and
at the competition caution, I had a flat tire. I was debating on coming in to get a new one, and then I started seeing cars dropping off, and I thought I'm just going to stay out here. And luckily, it was a left, and there's only a couple lefts out here, so I was able to keep pushing pretty hard. My spotter kept saying it's only flat on the bottom, so keep going. And I did, and it worked out. I guess last year I got 2 seconds here, and I got second again, so I guess 2's my number. I really wanted that number 1, but I'll take second.
Well, it takes a lot of help to get to where you are. Who do you want to thank?
I got to thank Can-Am Off-Road, Rival Motorsports, Evolution Power. Got my X3 just running really, really fast. I really wish I had a tire so I could have, at the competition, been up there racing with Jimmy and seeing what we could do, have a little fun out here. Maxxis tire, Fox shocks, G-Force suspension does my shocks, and that track was probably the roughest short course I've ever been on, and the car did great. I mean, I couldn't ask for anything more from it. We had some issues with the belt getting hot earlier yesterday and today, and we made a change in the helix, and it worked great. The belt never got over 200 degrees, and there's other guys that helped me out up here, so thanks to all of them. It's a long list, and but I appreciate every one of them.
All right, well, congratulations, well done. Scotty Lawrence, second place. And your Pro Mod champion, Jimmy Henderson. That was, as I said earlier, a crazy race, but to stand on the #1 spot on the podium in Pro Mod, that's got to be a great feeling.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, this Johnny and CJ Greaves, the whole Greaves family and the whole team, they put on an awesome show here, and Lena's got an awesome track. I can't wait to get out here again.
Takes a lot of people to get to, especially the top spot. Who do you want to thank?
I got to thank United Rentals. They've helped me do everything that I do with racing, and they're awesome backing. Got to thank my crew. Got to thank Dirt Launch Products. Need to thank Brian Livingood. He's done an awesome job keeping my trans and diffs together. And got to thank my wife and daughter for letting me come out here and do this.
All right, well, congratulations. Give it up one more time. Your Pro Mod champion, Jimmy Henderson. Well, it was the last race, but it's still a great race here at the event, and these guys rounding out the day just made a great event, and we thank everybody that took part of it, and thanks for allowing us to be here and be part of it. And we're going to throw it back up to the Monster Energy Broadcast Center for our goodbyes. We'll see everybody next time. Back to you guys upstairs.
Thank you very much, Scotty, and I just want to say thanks to everyone online and here at Lena, the Dirt City Motorsports Park here in Wisconsin. We got to thank Monster Energy, Vision Wheel, Yamaha, Toyota Racing. On behalf of Zach Woodkey, Scott Ernst, I am Brent Smith, and we'll see you next time for the Monster Energy King of the Elements Spring Nationals.
Introducing the evolution of pure sport performance. The new 2019 YXZ 1000R. The 5-speed YXZ 1000R and YXZ 1000R Sport Shift offer increased off-road capability and overall performance. Low-speed terrainability is enhanced with new transmission gear ratios and revised suspension settings without sacrificing the YXZ's legendary high-speed prowess. Aggressive terrain is no match for new 29-inch tires, while a rear relocated oversized radiator offers increased cabin comfort and confidence in a wide variety of terrain. And updated styling offers excellent visibility in a roomier overall cabin. To help you realize your adventure even further, the YXZ 1000R comes pre-wired for the new Yamaha Adventure Pro GPS, powered by Magellan. From open deserts and dunes to tight technical trails, no other pure sports side-by-side offers the adrenaline-inducing thrill and direct connection like the new Yamaha YXZ 1000R.